pretty much it's just like looking what happens in the like pre-market hours. So find something that's been moving a lot or something that had really good news in the morning. Biotech stocks is what I typically trade, although I'm not stuck to it. And biotechs can have really good news. If you have a small company and their like drug treatment passes a stage of trials, that's amazing news, and it'll just surge up overnight. Those are the kinds of things I usually look for. But yeah, I mean that amount of money is obviously like crazy and not standard.
Wonder if any of the games on my wish list are on sale.
But yeah, that's kind of what I aim for. And then I try to find stocks that I don't try to find stocks before they move. I try to find stocks that start moving, wait for people to take profits, which means it'll go down a bit, and then I get in so I can rise the continuation.
Holy shit.
That tends to work pretty well.
Nino Kuni 2 is on sale for like $18.
You know what game you should buy? Pogo stock.
What?
Oh
Huh?
my god.
Pogo stock.
I thought about buying Oxygen Not Included. That game Destiny's always playing.
Yeah. I think I think Synth was playing it the other day. Synth and I are actually Steam friends.
Me and you are Steam friends as well, aren't we?
I think so. I don't know.
Pogo Stock. Rage with your friends.
Yeah, Synth is playing Oxygen Not Included right now. Yeah, it's one of those like Benny Foddy like games, like Jump King.
God, Jump King. I have Jump King.
I want to buy it. I should have say so the oh what's it called? Getting over it. That has actually I've set as a goal for the charity stream. If we get 500, I'll like dedicate streams to beating it before next month. That's like I need to talk to get some more people that are like bigger streamers that can guarantee to be on that night. So we don't run into something like right now where we only have a few people because people haven't shown up yet.
Yeah.
By the way,
Am I not a
sorry.
big enough streamer for you, Leon? I'm just kidding.
I mean, you know, I'm always happy to have you,
That's a joke.
but I
I
would
mean,
I would like people with bigger numbers than us. Let me.
So how do you change your name once you're in?
Okay, so in the lower left-hand corner of your picture where your name is, you should be able to just click on that.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
but right now your name is not Lord Fortuith.
I know.
I actually think it's really funny when people like change names ironically like that. But at the same time, like that means people can't find you if like this gets clipped or people want to. Building a genuine community takes some luck. I mean, I agree. I agree because you use the word some. Like obviously, like some people streaming on Twitch will probably never grow a community because they're just not interesting or entertaining enough. I,
Mm,
I've jumped in streams before where there's no webcam, they're not talking to anyone. Like
yeah, true.
yeah, it's just not gonna work. And they might be like really awesome people in real life, but yeah, they're just not doing everything right. But I mean, the only thing I can do as like a content creator is just stream often, right? Like every night I don't stream is like a wasted opportunity. Same thing, like even for like when Freems does his like channels, like every night is a chance to like get new followers or to meet new people. Like we could very well have another day where someone crazy like Destiny comes in, and I mean crazy in the words of he has like 1,000 times my average viewers.
That stream was awesome. I know I say that every time, but I love the way it happened.
I wish it had happened differently, but it was good. I mean, I got like 100 followers in a single night, which was crazy. Like, I'm sure there's some, like, usuals that came with that.
Hmm.
Feel destined to rise to the top just through their personality. I mean, some people do. Apparently, there's a group of people that, like, will stream on Twitch for a year and not see, like, any viewers. Got Destiny on through Mark talking trash and then leaving. I'm
Fucking true.
Well, it wasn't. First of all, it wasn't just Mark. Like, Mark wasn't the only one
Yeah.
talking trash. I don't even like the word talking trash, but Mark is
Uh,
absolutely in his right to leave. I wouldn't at all like shame
mm,
Mark because that was his decision. That's
no.
why when Irrelevant was like, "Do we want Destiny to come on?" That's why I kind of presented it to everyone, being like, "I would like him to come on. Would everyone else be okay with that?" Which Mark made it very clear he didn't want to be on with him, so he bowed out. I don't want to ever give him a hard time for that decision.
In that case, don't talk shit. Because it wasn't like
Uh,
constructive criticism, it was really shit talking.
I see.
Be-
I don't know. So I would agree if Destiny wanted to like talk bad about Mark on Destiny's channel, he's absolutely right to do so. But I don't agree. Like Mark wants to leave, he can. I don't want to shame him for that decision because it's what he thought was best for him and his wife. Um, Same way,
Come
like
on.
even
I
you
don't know.
saw like Lady Rain was like really nervous about talking to him,
Yeah,
which
and
I think
she
is
stayed on it.
completely fair. I would actually say that was brave of her to say
Yeah,
because she's
completely.
right. She could have gotten a lot of hatred from Destiny's community, which is I understand she didn't. So that's good. But yeah, it's just like she made her decision the same way Mark made his.
I don't know if I'd feel comfortable. Yeah, I'm going to say to each their own. But basically, yeah.
That's
If
okay.
let's say I talk a lot of shit about you, frames, I wouldn't feel comfortable. Like if you guys come into my stream and say, "Yo, what's up? I heard you were talking about me." I feel like I would have to back it up, basically. But that's me, you know.
Yeah. No, I mean that's fair, and especially like to bring us on would be your own decision.
Mm.
We had one roundtable like at the start of it. We were talking about RPG, and he actually like came in chat like talking about it, and he like DM'd me like, "Hey, can I come on and defend myself?" And that's what I had to like. I was like, he makes a point wanting to defend himself, and I made the call of no, I don't want him on my stream, so I just told everyone to stop talking about him. Which maybe wasn't exactly fair of me not letting him defend himself. But
Mm. Yeah.
I didn't want him on. That's why I steered conversation away. You're out of the loop again. Pretty much Stony. We had a few people on one of these Monday roundtables were like talking about how they don't like Destiny. Somehow, I have clues, but somehow Destiny found out about it and asked to come on the roundtable to defend himself. So we actually at like 5 o'clock in the morning, Destiny came on to talk to some people about their issues with him. Which, and I'll be fair, Destiny was actually very like respectable about it. I actually like messaged him the next day like, "Hey, thanks for coming on and not just causing a lot of problems." He also said he'd come back on a roundtable, but meh. Maybe that's it. Maybe I should ask Destiny to come on for the charity roundtable. To talk trash in Destiny's chat? I'm not familiar with that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember it.
What is it?
Apparently somebody was in Destiny's chat talking trash about him. I did go to Destiny's chat and like post a few things because I was I was saying like, "Wow, it's so cool that Destiny came to my channel to do this," hoping a few people would see it and follow.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You
Hi,
did.
historian. But yeah, little things like that. I mean, that was like a lot of growth in a very quick moment. That was
Yeah, that was a
also
good way to get some views, and on top of that, he dropped a link to your channel in his YouTube video, so that's good too.
yeah. I messaged his editor to thank him for that because a lot of people had like kind of clickbait used it, and not a single one actually linked to my channel or anyone else's. In fact, the one that like got the biggest attention actually linked to a relevant and not to me. That was actually, I think, the first time I like had a relevant on as well.
Yeah, that clip from the Mutant thing was from my roundtable, which I'm glad that it got clipped to yours and not mine. But
Why?
I
I
knew that kind
don't.
of. No, it was on Hawk It was on yours. My bad.
Okay.
I don't know why I thought it was on mine.
I mean, it's not a big deal.
Nah, no.
I don't.
So, if it would
Yeah.
have been mine, I would have been like, fuck.
I mean, if Destiny or someone else like Mutant wants to come on and talk about it, they can. I don't have any problems with Mutant. I
Uh,
followed. I've subbed to him before, like Mid-a Mutant. The video of Destiny from my channel has 150,000 views. I mean, that's really good for me. The person actually, they even took a step. They didn't just link like my info. They linked everybody's Twitch and Twitter channels, which was even more. That was voted Weird Champ of the Year as well in Destiny Awards. Did Destiny have an award show? What?
wait, it wasn't voted weird champ, was it?
I didn't know Destiny did like an award show.
Yeah, the DGG awards. I watched it. I watched it. I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah, me neither.
Destiny has the end of the year
Trust
award
me, I was
show.
looking for it.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, he did that for the end of the year of 2019.
I like that. That's pretty neat. It's a good idea, like easy content too. Get your community involved.
Leon, I am going to stream this.
Go for it. I think even for the charity roundtable, I'm gonna ask everyone to stream it on their channels because I think we'll get better numbers that way. I think at least, but yeah, go for it. You're welcome to. Let me see. I don't know where other people are. What vid has 150,000? Oh, yeah, the Destiny one. Yeah, say nothing on my YouTube channel has nearly that many views. Wait, no. What'd I do wrong? I don't know what I did. Whatever. Screw it. Freems, you saw the clip from Bad Bunny, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did you think of that?
I thought that I don't know. I'm indifferent. Like I don't. She was probably joking.
Mm, I don't know.
Even if she wasn't joking, I feel like I don't know. People get less shit for worse on this platform. I'm not even a Bad Bunny fan.
Are you a Bad Bunny only fan?
Nah. I don't even know what that means.
Only fans?
Oh, God. No, I wasn't aware she had an OnlyFans.
I don't know if she does or
I'm
not.
gonna assume that's a joke.
I don't think she does, but I've never been on her channel to check, so.
No, I have an OnlyFans.
Do what?
Huh? Nothing.
I'm trying to think. I don't know if there's any.
I mean, even if that's the case, that people get less shit for worst, I don't think that makes it okay, in my opinion.
Uh, I don't know. I don't think it was that bad.
Oh, I mean, I disagree with that. I thought it was pretty bad, but
I mean, it was cringy.
yeah. Ah, darn it. Oh, too late.
You shill how you want to shill, and I'll shill how I want to shill.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the disagreement would be on if it were serious or not, because I thought she was serious. If it were a joke, maybe it'd be okay.
Oh yeah, she's the. I don't know. I'm not Bad Bunny, so I cannot say she was definitely serious, but she did it. She did that in the past, and I really think like she means it. I don't think that's a joke. I don't know.
Mhm.
Doesn't look like a joke, I will say.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Get this. Trying to think about what else. I'm not wanting to go into like a bunch of these topics with, and
Hey,
we're
Mooney
expecting
Machine.
more people. What?
Ah, sorry, I was talking to chat.
Oh.
You
Uh,
should try to message Dylan. I don't know if you did, but
Dylan was in chat earlier asking about this, so he's aware.
yeah, he is streaming right now.
Yeah, I mean maybe he's doing something else. It's okay.
Oh, it wouldn't hurt to message and just tell them that you're live. I do it. I do that shit.
Okay.
I lose track of time.
Debating a North Korean apologist. Oh darn.
What?
Apparently Dylan is. Where?
A North Korean apologist?
So he says. Oh wait, did I have? Oh no, wait, I have the topics list is gone. Good. Good, good, good. What else? Did anything happen with Virginia today?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
Nope. It was
I
peaceful.
okay. Yeah, I tried finding stuff about it, but I just didn't see anything. So I mean, that's good though.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good thing. Good problems.
I saw one thing on Twitter. Um, I think it was some pastor was liking the challenges of Martin Luther King to the challenges of people in Virginia like losing their right to firearms. I
Jesus.
didn't. Yeah, I don't really feel very good about that one. That's a weird kind of yikes take, but I don't know. People are weird and a bit crazy sometimes. Okay. Darn, what else? I feel like we need more to talk about. Debating North Korean apologists come on after. Okay, that's what I figured. Let's see. Two psychologists who designed the U.S. enhanced interrogation program that included waterboarding and other forms of torture are due to give evidence in open court for the first time this week. What? Hope to cast more light on the scale of this program. Yeah, I don't know if like any other like developed countries take part of that. The APA, yeah, the APA has disowned both of them for violating the ethics of their profession. What you got here, Twitch historian? U.S. states ranked by their food. What? What is this? I don't want to know what even like Indiana's food is like. What is this in Alaska? I can't even. Does it have like a description? Oh, if I click next again. Reindeer sausage?
Mm.
I've never had reindeer. I think I've had deer before though, but
I'm sure reindeer probably tastes like deer.
if you eat on stream, go for it, Mark. I've got some like little sliders I'm gonna eat later too. I'm just trying to like ration them.
Oh, at some point I'm eating a bowl of Fruity Pebbles in stream.
For irrelevant.
Yeah, if our relevant comes by.
Let's see. Oh, it's one of these. I hate these like PowerPoint ones where you have to click through each thing.
Tex-Mex is pretty good.
Tex-Mexes. Maybe I need to do a like cereal thing. I feel like I haven't tried like most kinds of cereal though.
Tex-Mex isn't cereal.
Is it not?
It's Texas Mexican food. Like fusion.
What am I thinking of? Chex Mix.
Chex Mix,
Chex Mix.
which also isn't a cereal.
What is
Snack.
it not?
It's a snack food made with cereal.
Oh, whatever. I don't know. I don't remember who had a bad take about barbecue. I think barbecue is always good.
Who was that? Was it
True.
Mindwaves?
I thought it was irrelevant.
No, Irrelevant was mad about the take.
For once, you get a good taste.
Yeah, I like North Carolina barbecue the best.
Seriously, I'm triggered sometimes by politics. I've never been as triggered as I was during irrelevant food takes.
Oh yeah, I was there for that. I was very vocal. I'm sure you remember. I created a straw poll grading his food takes.
I still haven't seen that. Yeah, he came on like asking about pizza though. I felt like I was on the spot for that. Like I had to give the right answer.
Who asked you about pizza?
Irrelevant. When I had like maybe it was that 30-hour stream I did.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, he like came on in the morning was asking about like pizza toppings and stuff.
I saw him in the stream, so I started talking about his shit takes on food. So he came in the chat and it was asking about pizzas and stuff like that. Like, what do you rate first between like toppings, sauce, and crust? How do you rate it? Like, what comes first?
Yeah, I think he said topping is the last thing. I think he said crust was first.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because he's a deep dish bish.
Oh wow.
What kind of
Dish
deep
is
dish?
not pizza.
Yeah, someone clip that.
It depends on the deep dish.
I think he's referring to Chicago.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't
okay.
think West Virginia is really known for food. It's like, like all, I would say, like, what's the word? Comfort food.
I
Mm.
think
like
West
various
Virginia. I think like barbecue.
No.
Really?
Not at all. No.
I just usually think the South in general.
Yeah,
Like
we're
barbecue.
more of like fried chicken.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. A lot of Italian food.
But yeah, Detroit style deep dish is you would consider that pizza, and it's delicious.
If it's anything like Chicago deep dish, I probably won't like it.
Replace the extent of sauce with bread.
Yeah, see, I can get behind this.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
looking at it.
essentially like garlic bread with pizza on it.
My favorite is like New York style, like big floppy pizza.
Yeah,
That's
it's
my
okay.
go-to. That's my go-to.
It's like okay. I don't know.
If I can't easily fold it in half,
That still sounds so weird to me. Like folding pizza.
well, it's probably because you're stupid. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow. Illinois was number
The
5.
left eating
Really?
left. Ugh. Again. Yeah, I mean they got like hot dogs and the pizza on top of that.
yeah, this is what pizza's supposed to look like.
Michigan should be in the top 5 though. I will tell you. We got good food here. Legit.
I like how my city is known for square donuts.
The
Everything
fuck?
everything in Indiana is square.
Yeah. That's yeah,
Are the
it's
holes square?
No, the holes aren't square, but it's just square shaped with a circle
That's
hole in the
weird.
middle.
You're a madman.
That's
like
I don't know
that.
why that's so unique. I guess because I grew up with it, I never thought anything of it.
You know what's
It's
unique
like-
to West Virginia?
What?
Pepperoni rolls. Not like the microwave ones you buy either.
I just realized I didn't grab anything to drink. Respectable 17. Oh, fuck you. Come on. We got Coney's, we got pizza, we got good barbecue.
So everything you guys have
venison.
is imported from everywhere else.
I mean, kind.
Like Coney's is like from New York, from Coney
No.
Island.
You're
You're not talking about hot dogs?
Hey Stony,
no.
thanks for hanging out.
Okay.
Isn't that the case for all America?
When I say Coney's, I mean Coney dogs, as in from
Right.
Flint.
I think of Coney dogs. I think of New York.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah,
most people do.
New York and Detroit have the same style. It's chili. Coney sauce is different.
I think they're both bad.
No. Coney sauce is legit.
There you
Telling
guys go. I'll
You got to
post
get
in
it
the
on a
chat.
Kogo hot dog or the Kogo hot dog. So that's the good meat. We're scaring the vegans away though. I'm talking too much about meat.
Oh.
I
Yeah,
want to do that.
we had I think there was a Super Bowl that was like Indianapolis versus Chicago. And our like mayors made a bet where like Chicago would deliver a like Chicago style pizza and we would deliver a box of square donuts if we lost. That was our equivalent.
What was the result? I'm curious.
I think we won.
Oh, so you guys got the pizza.
I mean, our mayor did.
Yeah. Well,
I didn't get any pizza. Like the
fuck
first
your mayor. It should be everybody's pizza.
the people's pizza. What is
Yeah.
this?
Yeah.
This isn't pizza.
It's pepperoni roll.
I mean, it actually looks really good.
It fucking is. You can get
You guys wanna see
pepperoni
my
rolls at
pasta?
almost any gas station in West Virginia.
What?
If you're
Oh,
traveling to West
I've
Virginia,
seen these.
You can get pizza at a gas station.
it's just pepperoni and cheese. There's no sauce in it.
I've seen those in around my area. By the way,
Well,
this
they're-
is my
they're-
pasta.
They're known for that's what one of the things West Virginia is known for.
Baked spaghetti. Nice.
This quote on the article for Michigan is hilarious. There's a joke that the best thing to eat in the Wolverine state is whatever your neighbor just killed.
Where's that a joke? I've never heard that in my life. And to the extent that it's a joke, I mean, yeah, we're hunting culture. I said venison.
Well, they did highlight it was a joke, but they're like, yeah, Kellogg's is headquartered in Michigan.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Battle Creek. Kellogg and Post, I believe.
Oh, I know we have a Kellogg Center here, but obviously it's not headquarters.
Oh wait, is it? Yeah, I think it's Battle Creek. Now I'm forgetting. It's either Battle Creek or Kalamazoo. Uh, they don't mention conies at all.
No, apparently not. I wonder where Indiana was on it. The problem I have with the articles is one of those where you have to like, you can't just jump to a state. You have to go through every slide.
Oh
And
god, I hate those.
you have to go through each slide twice because one is a photo and then one is the description. Because I want to know what it says about Indiana, but I need to. Maybe I just need to get my auto clicker out for this.
Let me find a good picture.
Idaho looks
Some of these
good.
are
It's a
kinda
state.
weird.
I'm just going through. We're gonna find Indiana. Oh wait, West Virginia's 36. What does West Virginia say? Not exactly known for culinary innovation, the fact that one of the state's most popular annual fairs is the Roadkill Cook-Off is enough to raise questions. And then there's the state's fried squirrels. Yes, that's a real thing. The state's saving grace is the reason it doesn't land lower on the list is the city of Charleston, which has one of the country's more interesting up-and-coming culinary scenes. Okay.
Cool.
I do like country breakfast in West Virginia though. It's like a southern thing, I think. We have like biscuits and gravy, sausage, eggs, bacon.
Check the link in the chat. That's what a Flint Stout coney is.
Which chat? Oh,
Indiana's
sorry.
27.
Oh,
Leon's.
yeah, Leon's.
The one that matters.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about whereabouts chat.
Oh, I probably should have done that.
Looks a lot like a New York coney.
No.
In Hoosier country, pork brain is a popular meat? No, it's not. I've never heard of anybody eating pork brain.
Now, as a frequent traveler, I will say the best places for food in America, in my opinion, are Philadelphia. For vegan food, Portland or Seattle.
Yeah, New York looks nothing like ours. What are you talking about? They put like sauerkraut and shit on it. You are so wrong.
I think the
Coney
Coney part has to do with it being from Coney Island.
Yeah, it just looks like a chili dog to me. Like it'd be acceptable
It's
without
not
the.
chili though.
It'd be
It's not
acceptable
chili.
without the mustard and onions.
It's not chili though. It's like a loose meat with like a savory flavoring sort of sauce is the best way I can describe it. But it's super good. Like some people look at it and they think it's dry, but it's not at all. It's legit as fuck. We duke it out with Detroit over Styles. My favorite thing to point out about Detroit style is anywhere else in the country it's a chili dog. There's only one coney.
Coney Island.
Someone in my chat brought up Cuban sandwiches in Tampa. They're not wrong. I've actually had a Cuban in Tampa.
Yeah,
So fucking good.
my
so
parents
good.
live close to Tampa. They are pretty good. Those are legit.
It's hard to beat like sandwiches in Philly though. Even aside from the Philly cheesesteak, but
Is it
like a
is it
roasted pork sandwich, oh my god.
is it true that like people in Philadelphia are like huge assholes there?
Not in my experience.
Okay. I just heard like Philly's like super prickish about everything.
Nah, not from my experience. I've been there a bunch too.
Okay. I've never been there, so.
Like compared to New York, not at all.
Oh yeah, New York is rude as fuck. But there's a lot of people there. Of course they're rude.
I think the reason why Philly gets that reputation is because they're surrounded by a bunch of like rural areas. Yeah, sporting events, that's another story. That's probably where they get their bad reputation from.
I heard it was the sandwich shops.
Nah, the sandwich shops are right. Like if you're like the touristy trap areas, it's probably annoying. But those aren't even the two best Philly cheesesteaks in Philly. Hey, what's up, Coop Show?
Oh, Coop wanna come hang out?
I'm gonna assume he's tired, but I'll invite him. He's got back from PAX probably.
Oh yeah, that's
Did he go
right.
to PAX?
Yeah,
went- he
him,
went to
Killer
PAX with,
Steven.
Really? Huh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Keep Show, you're invited to hang out if you want to chill.
Poop show. More like it.
More like the poop show, am I right?
Yeah. Thanks for reappropriating my joke.
Yeah, I figured you're either on your way back or tired from being back.
That's cool.
It has cumin and chili powder. That is basically chili. No, it's not chili. Chili is soupy and has beans in it.
No,
It doesn't
no
have to have
beans.
beans.
yeah, people still refer to like any type of like the ground beef sauce on a hot dog chili,
Yeah.
even here. It's not the same as like the chili you'd eat in a big pot, like a bowl of chili. It's different.
Now, of course, you can find good food in every state, but like, there's some that are just very specific to states.
Things they're known for, like square donuts.
Yeah, like the show that really nailed it was Detroiters. Like that was literally the most Michigan show I have ever watched. Like hands down. The joke throughout all of it is all they eat is hot dogs. We eat a lot of hot dogs. We do.
I mean, hot dogs aren't bad.
No, it's not good for you.
I went to my sister had a little cookout thing. That's when nobody recognized I was like 3 Hole Punch Jim, and I was sad. But there was a bunch of like chili there, and I think my sister it was a white chili first of all, which was weird. But it was a white chili
Yeah.
with like venison in it. It was actually really good. I liked that a lot.
Usually you put chicken in white chili. That's interesting. I'd try it.
I mean,
I like venison.
Yeah, her fiance, I guess, hunts. So, wait,
Yeah.
I think it was actually like that morning he proposed, but whatever.
Nice.
Eh,
I'm gonna go get a drink.
What was that about?
I don't think they've been dating long enough. They should be getting married, but it's their relationship, so.
How long have they been dating?
Less than a year. Technically, both of them are like divorced, but he's been divorced like 2 months now.
I mean,
3 months.
They've had practice then.
Wait, I don't know how I feel about that.
They've had practice at being married.
Yeah.
I'm just sorry.
I think what part of it is, I think she's is she 30? No, she's about to turn 30. And she doesn't have any kids yet, so I think she's getting that kind of like nervous, like she needs to be having kids thing, which I disagree with. But once again, it's not my relationship. I don't like the idea of like rushing to get married to have kids.
Kids are stupid.
True.
True.
Don't at me.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever like want to actually have kids. I don't think I should genetically, but
Why? Because you're afraid there'll be a beta as well. And I'm sorry. I'm making
Wow.
this happen today.
No, it's like both sides of my family have like a long list of like dying from cancer. I'm allergic to like everything. Depression's inheritable. Like I don't want to give some kid my depression. They don't deserve this.
Igloo said beta.
Amazing.
Say Twitch historian said that in my chat.
I'm glad I could bring the memes, guys. Glad I could bring the memes.
Yeah, I don't know. Like there's a lot of like other things too. Like is it couples that don't have kids, they rank as like their life is less fulfilled but they're happier.
Yeah. Sure.
I don't know.
I don't. I feel like that's also using an artificial definition of what fulfillment means.
Sure. I think what they did is they just asked people like, do you feel fulfilled in your life? Then it's just a Likert scale test. But I haven't read that in a bit. That was, yeah, my ex was like severely type 1 diabetic and probably couldn't have kids, so.
If I had kids, I'd have to buy the big box of Fruity Pebbles instead of the small box.
Oh, poor you.
I'm not ready to make
That's
financial decisions like that.
It's. I'm fairly sure my mom was one of those parents that would buy like the off-brand cereal and then pour it into the name brand box, thinking we wouldn't know. I'm fairly sure she like diluted the product like that. Because I remember asking, I'm like, this just tastes different, and she's like, oh no, it's just in your head. I should ask her about that. I'm fairly sure she debated us on cereal.
And you still talk to her? Jesus. I wouldn't. I'm like, you know what? You had your chance, Mom. You had your
Jeez.
chance. You fucking blew it.
I have a good relationship with my parents. I like that.
Let me just do my.
What I don't have a good relationship with is dating in general. Because someone
Parents
asks
lie a
me
lot.
for a question, I answer it, and then they just tell me to give up on dating. That's not good dating advice.
It's pretty awful. Pretty awful. I always tell people to like.
Wait, they told you just to give up on dating?
Yeah. It was,
Who was
Grimace
this?
was doing a dating show.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I like came in and said hi. He's like, ask us a question because they were just getting started. I asked a question about like, I don't leave the house much. I've been trying online dating. Any advice for that? And 2 of the 3 members of the panel just said to give up.
What a
Grimace was
dating-
the only one that actually tried to give me some advice.
That's hilarious.
It was not hilarious. I'm like,
I-
that's not going to encourage people to come on and ask questions.
The best advice I ever give is like, usually if you stop looking, somehow it just kind of happens.
Yeah. That was
Yeah,
like
then
my last
That makes
one.
it sound like it's magic or something.
I mean, I don't know. I think like there's too much pressure that people put on themselves when they're like looking, that it causes things to kind of blow up in their face. I don't know. That's what I've just observed from people who like I hear it a lot from my couple friends, and like hell is how me and my wife got together. So, you know. Oh God, I don't want to talk about that.
Oh. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I'm in a place where I could just like not look because I don't like get out and meet new people. Like if I'm not making any attempt to meet new people, then I can't find a relationship.
Well,
Well,
that's the
dude.
thing. You gotta get out and meet new people.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I just want to stay at home.
All right, well, you're
One
not-
thing you could do, Leon, is go on Tinder, swipe right just as fast as you can.
I don't want to do that. That seems so mean.
I think everyone is doing
Wait, swiping right
Every
sounds mean.
Swiping right on people you don't actually like intend to date? Yeah, I think that's
Well-
mean.
Well, you're 30, bud. Your time's running out. Sorry. And then you go through and look at the ones you match with, and if you don't like them, you just hit the unmatch button.
Jesus Christ.
Hold on, I'll show you. I'm not gonna show my. I'm not gonna. All right, I'm on Tinder. Boom, 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 boom. Just go as fast as you
they're
can.
going like that on my screen.
No, I don't want to like match with someone and then be like, oh no, I shouldn't have matched.
You match until it won't let you match anymore. 'Cause it'll eventually stop you.
It doesn't.
Yeah. And then after it stops you, then you go and look and see who you matched with.
Yeah, that just seems mean.
That's called playing the lottery, boys.
Yeah, like if you cast out a big enough net, you're gonna catch a fish.
But I don't want to match with people that I really have no intention of dating.
It's not the
That's
point.
what I mean. Like people putting too much pressure on themselves over like
Right. You're
Dating
putting
and stuff,
too
like-
much pressure on yourself right there.
Am I? By
I'm
just
like, okay,
taking
look,
like
look.
30 seconds to look at their profile?
Look. Of
Yes.
course, you have to have some common interest with the person that you're with. Like that's that's a given. But like honestly, if you're like going through and judging whether or not you'd even talk to that person based solely on what they fucking write on a page, like so that's what sucks about Tinder. Tinder's just for fucking, okay? It's just for hooking up. That's it.
Not always. But,
That's I
probably the
use
worst
Bumble.
person to fucking ask.
Hmm?
I've never used Bumble, but does it work just like Tinder?
Pretty
Uh,
much.
No.
Well,
I mean, it
damn.
is, but
See, you just gave me a bigger net.
so
no,
okay,
the girls have to ask you out.
On
but yeah,
Bumble?
Bumble, if you match, the woman has 24 hours to send a message. You can't do anything like as a guy, you can't do anything if you match.
Yeah, you can't hound her like people do and send her dick pics.
Yep.
Someone said I should host a dating show.
Do it.
But see, with my thing, Leon,
I need a Roshler.
is
Those are serious.
it'll help with your self-esteem more too, because you don't spend time looking through profiles and never getting a match that way.
So that's what I'm saying. Like you're
There's some
trying to
truth to
pick it
that.
out based on like what info they put on a page. Like there could be some info they're not putting on there that's just like really attractive to you and you don't even know. You haven't even like talked to the person at
Yeah,
all.
so I try to be like really like generous and open about it, but there's some people I just like you could like look at the profile and be like absolutely not.
I mean,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, and that's why I actually like take the time.
I mean,
I just unmatch with those people.
No, then don't match with them in the first place.
There's like several girls on Tinder I know I've matched with more than once.
I'm just like, God damn it, this fucker again.
No, I need one of the problems. A bunch of my photos are really old.
Oh, so they think you're 12?
Yeah, some of them are me without facial hair. But I don't ever think to like, oh, I should take a selfie. Like,
I understand that.
yeah.
Like last time we were out at a bar, like
God,
I,
I
like,
have
just-
to go through these matches now.
I like just looked at Glam and because like the picture that I've had on like Discord and kind of everything is like 2 years old. So the one with my base, and I'm just like, you know what, babe, we need to take a selfie. I don't like it, but let's just fucking do it. And she's like, oh, okay. I'm like, yeah, I need a new picture. These pictures are too fucking old. I need to make sure that my gray hair matches up with where I'm at right now. So I was drunk as hell and on a fucking old fashioned, she took a shot of me holding it. So there we
Yeah,
go.
I think that would probably help for me to have some like actual up-to-date photos.
Yeah, you got to do that. You got to do that.
Someone said, yo, a former friend of mine recently got arrested for planning a white supremacist attack. Should I have denazied him?
I mean, you can only do so much.
Yeah,
but
so that's not on you to like de-radicalize
No.
people. Like,
no.
Later, Mooney.
jeez. That was a bit of a turn.
I mean,
I did not expect to hear tonight.
yeah, if you could have denazied him, then yeah, but some things you just can't help.
Yeah, you owe no
It's not your
responsibility
fault,
towards
I
what
guess.
happened.
I don't know. It's
Jesus.
kind of hard. Like those kind of like way of thinking is like really deep. I don't know if you can or if you necessarily have the tool to do it. Basically.
Yeah, I mean, the best you can do is like try, but at this point, he's too far gone. But like, if you really felt the need to try and like you could have made a difference, you would have. But like, not being able to do that or not having like the mental fortitude to want to is not on you. Like, that's just personal. Not everyone is going to be able to do it. It's really fucking hard to do to talk to some of these people and like. I avoid it. Like, there's some people on here who they love talking to these morons, but me, like, I get really frustrated really quick, and it ended up like messing with my head mentally. So I just end up just going like, you know what? I don't want to even fucking deal with those people. So, you know, it's you do what you can though.
Yeah, Twitch historian asks, how do you even become friends with a Nazi in the first place? You probably didn't know they were a Nazi when you met them. It could have just been like someone from work that you got along with.
Or
Yeah.
they may have not have been a Nazi when you met them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
also.
Be radicalized.
Yeah, that's also true. True story. My wife was actually friends with a white supremacist before we started dating. Like he really wanted to date her, even though he's like has like swastika tattoos and everything. I was like,
Hey.
I was like, why was he attracted to you? And she's like, I have no fucking clue. My wife's black, by the way. I don't know,
Since when?
but yeah. birth. Anyways, yeah, like she used to tell me about that all the time, and like she's just like, yeah, he was always really nice to me, but definitely the last hurdle I could never get over was that, you know, he was a fucking neo-Nazi. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. I was like, what, do you just consider you one of the good ones? And she's like, yeah.
Ooh.
That was the first time that I heard about that concept. And I was like, oh, so your black friend does not make you not racist, by the way.
That's
Newsflash.
yeah, that's quite a hurdle to have to get past.
Just a bit.
Yeah,
Just
I
a
don't. Yeah, I think that's probably one of the like most unattractive features I could find in someone.
Oh
Was
yeah.
finding some sort of like a racial bias like that or homophobia or something.
Oh yeah. I agree. With that.
Leon's like, other than that, it's bangs. That's first place.
What?
Sorry.
You're
Imagine
good.
Good memes.
imagine you're on Tinder, you see a profile that everything is right. The girl look gorgeous and everything. But at the bottom of her profile, it says don't swipe right if you're black.
Oh, I actually
That
actually saw that. I'm not kidding. It was Facebook has a dating thing now, which is weird. But you can add stories, and that was what someone added. It was something like I'm going to use better words here.
Sounds like this
Something
person-
like black people ain't poop, something like that. It was I just saw that. I actually tried to take a picture of it to like send to the group because it was so cringe, but Facebook won't let you take pictures.
This person's basically
screenshot.
trolling.
Nope, it wouldn't let you.
What? Fuck you.
Yeah,
They're
the app
basically-
actually.
They're basically retelling the story of what happened with the base. He said he's in jail, and luckily he didn't actually do shit. The charge was illegal construction of a rifle and harboring illegal aliens. Oops, anti-migrant whites. Can't help betraying their shit.
What?
Yeah, I'm not streaming today. I'm done already.
Okay.
I dealt with this shit all last night.
What the fuck was what? Was that just like the dumbest troll? Like a deep fake troll?
Probably.
I don't
Hmm.
I don't know what happened. I are confused.
Sometimes people on Twitch are just weird.
True.
Thanks for the raid.
True. Did I tell you guys about the guy who came in my chat and asked me if I believe that the U.S. is the modern day Sodom and Gomorrah?
Nah.
No, I haven't
Yeah.
heard about those.
Yeah, I saw it and I was like, this maybe he's got some sort of interesting point by that because like that's a very specific thing to say. I was like, well, what do you mean by Sodom and Gomorrah? You know, as in, of course, how is the U.S. like Sodom and Gomorrah?
Hmm.
All he did was explain what Sodom and Gomorrah was. And I was like, I know what Sodom and Gomorrah is. Like, you're not answering my question. How is the U.S. like that? Are you talking about like sodomy? Or are you talking about like, you know, any of this other shit? Like, does it sin? Blah, blah, blah. Like, what is it? Like, and what specifically? And all he would say is, it's a place where sin congregates. And I'm like, what sin specifically? Like, what the fuck are you saying? And I never got an answer. He just kind of left. Keeps me up at night.
Sometimes viewers like that are fun, though. It's like
Sometimes.
easy content that just kind of comes to you.
Oh, yeah.
It sounded like World of Warcraft.
Yeah, the fuck was that?
It was an ad.
Oh.
Look, Twitch is storing. You don't tell us what to fucking do. You sit in that chair and you like it.
Dom Mark. Jeez.
I
Backseat
relaxed.
moderator.
What do you think about the Bad Bunny thing, Mark?
Like, okay, so it's something that, yeah, I don't like that she does that either. But here's the thing, like, it's not our job to police how other people do their streams, so long as they're like not doing anything offensive to anyone else, breaking TOS or anything, or doing anything to harm anyone else. Like, it's kind of a character that she plays. It's not one that I particularly like, but like, I can't come down hard on how anyone decides to push for subs or donos in their chats. Like, there's no reason to. We're all trying to do the same thing here. We're all trying to like do this thing that we enjoy, and hopefully we get paid for it, and hopefully we can live off of it at some point to an extent.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's a character. I actually just heard her explaining it, and she explained it as, she jokes as being a femdom character, and that's like a joke between her and her chat. Like, I don't like it. I think it's cringy, but that's not for me to fucking decide,
So someone else said they thought it was a joke. I didn't think it was, but I've
was
never
me.
watched her stream.
100%.
I'm not even a fan, and I said it was a joke.
Yeah.
Oh, see, as someone who's
100%.
like not a fan, I definitely took that a very negative way.
I don't get it. I don't see how people couldn't see it as a joke.
Because anything Bad Bunny does, like, just pisses people off.
Well, I
Because
feel
they
like
can't.
that's fair though, because she's not very
That's true.
charitable to other people outside of that circle.
I mean, yeah, I know. Like, I know there's an extent that it's kind of brought up on her, but like, the reaction to it is so overblown. That's what bothers me. It's like, I can see that. I can see, like, if you don't like her, you don't like her. But why is everything she does like this huge fucking problem on Twitch that needs to be blown up as like she's the worst person on Twitch? We literally had Soda Popping yesterday, tweeting about, how there's only two genders and shit. And he also says it on his stream. Oh yeah, his stream gets like 50,000 people per stream. So like, I find that to be a bigger problem. I find the Nazis to be a bigger problem. I find the fucking dude who keeps having to change his name because he talks about race science all day a bigger problem. Not fucking Bad Bunny's character that, while I don't like it or not, is hers and her community's to deal with.
Yeah. Honestly,
It
wouldn't
would-
even have brought it up if it wasn't relevant, because I think it's goofy too. But
Yeah.
it is relevant. It's whatever. It is what it is.
It's just frustrating.
I actually was going to make the comparison to like Soda Poppin' because it doesn't seem like that's getting as much
Any
negative
traction
attention.
at all?
I'd say it's getting a
Yeah.
little bit, but not nearly as much. No.
I
Um,
agree. It's not at the same extent, at the same degree, but at the end of the day, both of them are bad because as a content creator, you're responsible of what you're putting out there, and you know that everything you do and everything you say is going to be clipped. Like
Mhm.
people
Yeah, but what Bad Bunny did doesn't literally hurts nobody. Like, there's no victim to what she said.
it hurts content creator because a lot of people are going to use that. Like a lot of people who don't know about Twitch are going to see this clip and say, "That's how they are," basically.
I would
I-
say if there was a lot of clips like that coming out, then maybe. But where this is like the only one.
Yeah,
other than
and
Bad
especially
Bunny.
yeah, especially after this one. She might use the character again, but she probably won't make that same act again.
That's not the first one.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, she's done it for a long time. Like, this is how she does every stream. It's sort of like the people who say that she never talks about her past and she hasn't owned up to it. It's something she does every single stream. Like, I've seen more than enough Bad Bunny streams to know, like, how she does things.
Yeah, I've watched her, I think, once.
Yeah. And I understand not liking, like, you're not going to like every content creator. Like, you know, as far as her streams go, like, I'm not a fan. She's been nothing but nice to me, though. But, like, the fact that people are blowing up every single thing she does as this huge fucking drama factory, that's what pisses me off. It's like, let the girl fucking live. Like,
Didn't one time she, like,
do
not
that?
talk for 30 minutes until someone bought her a pizza? I gave her money for pizza.
There was one time where she didn't talk for 5 minutes straight until somebody donated her $20.
That's
I
what
think
it
that's what
was.
you're thinking of, because she bought pizza already and she's like wanted to recoup that. That's the way she put it.
Oh,
I was there for that stream. It was pretty funny. I couldn't believe she stuck with it. I don't know. Just
I'm trying.
different
I'm trying
strokes.
I'm trying to find the name. There's a website who like kind of like Kotaku, who deal with like Twitch news and stuff like that. Doxerta or something like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, website like that already picked up on Bad Bunny story, and yeah, it's. I agree, it's blown out of proportion, and I agree there's a lot worse on Twitch. That should
I
be
don't
dealt
care what
with.
viewers think overall.
unless they prime.
Yeah, the only thing I look at viewers as are ATM machines.
Jeez.
Get ready for that to be clipped out of context and fucking LSF.
I hope so.
I'm posting it right now.
Yeah. This isn't even the first, like, if you search her name on this website, you're going to see like 50 articles just from the last 2 months. Everything she does ends up on this website and it becomes this
Oh, I
huge
know what
fucking
website
thing.
you're. I know
Oh,
what website you're talking about.
Dexerto.
Yeah, Dexerto.
They're kind of obsessed with her.
Why are you obsessed with me?
Yeah. And I mean, there's, like, we do know that there's guaranteed male streamers who are much worse about the way that they ask for subs and everything and the way they shill.
Like me?
I mean, and Mike from PA, but
Yeah.
like when people bring it up to him, it's a joke. When people talk about it with Bad Bunny, it's this huge thing where she needs to be shunned and she needs to apologize. That's where I'm like,
Yeah, train wrecks.
yeah, there we go.
Hmm.
And I mean, I understand like people coming in from not on Twitch and seeing shit like that and being turned off, but like I'll tell you, was it 2.5 years ago, when I first started checking out Twitch, I had no clue what the fuck was going on. Like, I was frustrated by a lot of the big streamers to where I was just watching like friends, because otherwise I was just like, I don't get this culture. I don't know what the fuck's going on at all. So Twitch is kind of already unfriendly to new users anyways. Like, there's still some memes that are some emotes that I don't know what they mean. And because I say that, like, people are just like, oh, yeah. Like, I just don't know. So I wouldn't worry about, like, people coming in and being worried about, seeing this streamer saying things that like that about, like, their chat and everything and being turned off. Like, everything else about Twitch is kind of makes it really insular.
Twitch is stupid.
Yeah. Somebody came and says, what do you think of Digibro and the Kiwi Farmsy 8chan dudes who hate him? I don't know who any of those people are.
Yeah, I keep hearing stuff about Kiwi Farms, but I don't know what the fuck it is.
Same.
That's the person that I was calling a troll. Or it's not that I called you a troll; it's that I wasn't sure if you were a troll or not. Sound like you were giving me the base story that just happened. But 8chan dudes who hate. Yeah, I don't know what any of that means.
Yeah. I don't know what Kiwi Farms is. I've just seen like I think I've seen like Gushin post about it, and that's about it. And it's just like, what the fuck is that? Do I want to know?
I've heard it. I've heard that phrase before, but I don't know.
Yeah. There's just some shit that I see going on with like some of the drama, and I just kind of go, you know what? I don't need to know. I just don't. Some stuff I need to keep up on, but
Kiwi Farms is for semi-stalking.
I mean, if we want some real
Yikes.
Twitch drama, we could talk about the photo Bastier posted on Twitter. That's worth talking about.
Hey,
is
guys.
that the
How's it going? Yeah, I'm here. I'm done debating someone on North Korea, and now I'm here to talk.
Oh, hey, Dylan.
How did it go?
How did it go? Well, he believed that North Korea was not at fault for Otto Warmbier's death, and that basically everything's our fault. So that was a conversation.
Did you change his mind?
No, you kidding me? When you're that far down the rabbit hole, there's nothing you can do.
That's what I was gonna say. Is like, dude with that extreme a position is not gonna be at all. That is pretty extreme.
You win some, you lose some. Now we can talk about the true crimes of Leon Cyphers. Now that I have Dylan here.
Oh no!
Oh boy!
Don't even start it, Freems. I'll mute you.
I already told him.
Oh no!
What happened? What happened? What happened again?
When
I missed it.
They muted us during Stardew Valley.
Did they mute us during Stardew Valley?
Yeah, I told you about it while you were streaming.
Oh my god!
And they did a vote right in front of our faces without us hearing.
That's
No,
ridiculous.
you heard. No.
When was that?
I didn't mute you guys when I was like announcing the vote. I muted you guys when it was the time to vote nay.
Oh, so the chat didn't hear us.
I don't remember that because like I was listening to that whole thing. Like I was playing Overwatch and just listening in, and I heard everything that went on. That stream was amazing.
It was so much fun.
I was sitting there in the chat acting like I was a fucking sovereign citizen. It was
Just wait till
beautiful.
next time. You're about to see a revolt unlike no
A
other.
revolt? How are you gonna revolt? Neither of you contribute anything to the farm.
Are you kidding? I was working on the farm last time. I was helping keep up the crops and everything. Like,
Were
guys
you?
trying to, yes, I was. Are you
Every
kidding
time
me?
I've seen you, you're just stealing furniture and sitting in your house.
Look, okay, the UN actions is not completely deemed by me. Okay, that's the decision of a board. But the actions of me, defending the farm and helping to build the farm up, I did. I helped with crops. And I also led a revolution and did political activism. But you, Leon, have never cared for politics.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just the common coal miner
Yeah,
supplying
exactly.
the farm.
I was mining pretty hard as well.
Anyway, so what happened with Bastiat and Torin? What did I miss?
Was there something between them?
Oh, I thought is Bastiat coming on or shit. I guess Torin had a different debate with Bastiat. Okay, I was confused.
Oh.
My mods were confusing me. Is Bastiat
Yeah.
coming on later?
I was told he would.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna bully him.
For it.
I'm gonna finally ask him. Because I
What you
did
gonna-
not want to fucking. Oh, I found an article months ago that talked about how natural gas, like, while it is cleaner than coal, it's not clean enough to negate the effects of climate change. Like, it's still adding, like, it went from like
Yeah, that's been
2
brought
point-
to him before.
Yeah, what did he say?
Still our best option right now.
Which is true.
That is such a non-answer.
Okay,
No.
this is the. Oh, hey, you know what? I got a proposal. You know what, Bastiat? I'm saying it now. Not really that smart. I mean, let's be real. Oil boy, he's up there. He's with his like oil mines or whatever they do. He's like with the straw sucking oil out of the ground. I don't know what he does. Look, all I know is that if we just took the egos of Central Committee, Bad Bunny, and put them together in one power reactor, and put Bastion on a little hamster wheel, we'd be able to power the entire power grid, and we wouldn't need any of this bullshit. Honestly.
If we added Destinies in there, it would just explode.
Well, yeah, no, we don't want Fallout to happen. Okay, we don't need Chernobyl.
So I can clip this, right?
Please,
Yeah.
somebody
That's
clip
Look,
this.
fine. That's fine.
I just came from Mike's chat where like he pointed out that like people think he's an arrogant asshole. I was like, yes, but you're our arrogant asshole.
Yeah, he's wonderful. I
He
love
knows
him,
who
but
he is.
I love him, but the ego's ginormous, and that's coming from me, and I'm an actual fucking politician.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. That's 100% true. Like, I'll defend him in a lot of things, but like, nah, he's. I love the guy, but he's definitely got a big ego, and he promotes himself like fucking crazy. It's kind of funny, but it's also like, Jesus, dude, just come on.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. Honestly, like
Yeah.
Central Committee. I mean, when will his reign end? I don't know, but it needs to end soon. Maybe he can replace Cenk on the Young Turks. You know, maybe we can get him to do something else.
He doesn't have a connection to Young Turks. He has a connection to the Majority Report. That's about it.
You know,
Yeah.
that's about right.
Yeah, he used to work for them and shit.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, what are we talking about? What's the topic? I made my title "Destroying Leon Cypher's Podcast," so I need to go hard.
What? Why me?
Everybody in here is on notice except for Freems. I like Freems. Everybody's on here. He is on
Wow.
notice. And Mr.
Okay.
Geek. Wait, Mr. Geek gives me money. Okay, so Mark Monkey and Leon's is on notice.
I'm broke. I'm sorry. Give me money first.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're even subbed to me.
I'm subbed to like no. I think I'm subbed to Andre. So Yang Gang, man.
Oh, okay.
So you're on notice. Got it.
Be right back. I'm gonna post this in Bossier's chat.
Oh
Please
boy,
do.
is he gonna watch it? Oh God.
We'll
Oh,
see.
God.
I'm gonna mute
Oh.
real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, is he watching it? Let's see if I can get there in time.
He's not watching
Okay.
it yet. I haven't posted it yet, but I'm about
So when
to.
he watches it, someone clip that and send that to me. Okay.
Somebody clip the Central Committee stuff and send it to Mike. Please
Yeah,
do.
clip everything I
Please
say.
do.
I want to start so much drama that's just completely me being satirical, and then I just want to have everybody come in here yell at me, and then I'm just tell them it's satirical, and then they'll have to be like, "Oh no, I am the Dumbo," and then I win. Okay, and then who wins? I do, because I get the followers. I get to leach off all of them.
Your entire goal then is just
That's
to
a
cause
fine
drama
take.
tonight.
Look, tonight I can be loud. I could be braggadocious. I can do everything. I'm back from Virginia after visiting my girlfriend, and I got the ego of a man empowered. Man, I got it tonight. I got it.
I think if our relevant comes in, he'll
First
start.
pause.
drama
Oh
with you.
goddamn, Freems, you put it in there. Irrelevant.
Oh, there it is.
Don't get that. He got the bad food takes. Is he actually watching it?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Fucking true.
I gotta watch it if he does. 1 second. Oh no, he's having a discussion. He can't watch it.
Oh, is he? Oh, yeah, he's doing
Ah.
a call in right now.
Boo! I'm more important. Boo. Whatever.
You
Whatever.
oil bitch.
Oh shit. Hey, civility.
More like natural ass, am I right?
I got him.
Oh, that's awful.
It's all. Oh god. Okay, that's enough of that. Okay. So what's a topic? What's an actual topic?
An actual topic. As a joke, I just brought up Bastier's picture. The
Oh,
first
the
time
one,
I've
the one with the headband.
yeah, his like workout clothes.
Hmm.
I wanted to know what it would take to
I-
get Bastier to
yeah.
actually stream not in a suit.
You know what? I am confident that the way Bastiat does his hair to get like that is he scrapes oil off of the back of a baby seal and then puts it in his hair. I'm confident.
Jeez. Someone can
A
clip that
baby
too.
seal recently displaced by a tar stance oil leak.
Yeah. he defends the company with a
does.
toothy grin.
Yeah.
That seal was in the way of my club.
I must keep my hair perfect. Yeah.
It's perfect. Yep, we got him. We got him.
Bastia impressions.
It's just Skeletor.
I wanna do Basti impressions that get less and less off point, so they get worse and worse. Eventually, we're just doing like "Amon" and just doing like Jamaican accents. It just gets worse and worse.
I'm Bastien, man. I'm a lawyer.
Yes, yeah, you're
That-
right on
that
point.
turned a little
That's
New
exactly that.
What?
That turned
That
a little.
is 100%
Hey,
Bastien.
I'm a Bastier. I could go and get the pasta from the shop, yo.
Hey, my cat. He needs to be tried for war crimes at the ICC. Like, no,
Did you see
Bastien.
the post about my cat and Bossier's pets channel?
Oh,
I did.
God.
That was pretty.
Wait, it has a
funny.
pet channel?
Yeah, it's like Fuzzy Friends or something like that.
Oh boy.
It's a
Well,
good
I
wait.
posted a
pet
picture of my
channel.
cat. I'm like, here's Victor. I was like, he's pro-union and has never committed a war crime.
Damn. That's a much higher standard than Bastiat's cats. Oh my god, my camera looks horrible.
Not focusing.
Come on.
I'm like monitoring to see when he watches the video.
Yeah, if he brings it up, let me know. I've got him.
Yeah, I
on
want
the
to see it. I
side,
want to see
but-
it. I want to clip it. I want to clip it.
Yeah, that'll be beautiful.
I'm not saying harass Bastiat. That's what I'm telling my chat. Do not harass Bastiat.
That's what I heard. Go harass him.
Don't. I mean, if you want to listen to Leon, that's your own thing. But I'm saying don't harass Bastiat.
Do we want to talk about Bernie Sanders apologizing to Joe Biden for what Zephyr Teachout said?
I haven't heard about this. What's up?
What? Oh god.
So Zephyr Teachout wrote.
Wait, hold on. He's gonna play it. I'll be right back.
Oh god, I gotta
Is
see
he
it. I gotta
playing
see
it?
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drag him over.
You know, he's up there. He's with his like, oil mines or whatever they do. You know, he's like with the straw sucking oil out of the ground. I don't know what he does. Look, all I know is that if we
Oh,
just
God.
took the egos of Central Committee, Bad Bunny, and put them together in one power reactor, and put Bastia on a little hamster wheel, we'd be able to power the entire power grid, and we wouldn't need any of this bullshit. Honestly, I got a proposal. You know what, Bastia,
There may be something to that. You know, that's there may be something to that. Frames, I want you to, I appreciate you clipping that and let me know. I heard you are streaming tonight. Are you doing a debate or a roundtable tonight, or are you on Leon's, or like what's going on tonight? Because I am going to be hopping in on that real soon. So, wait, isn't this guy the guy that was talking shit about Destiny but piped down the sec he hopped on the podcast? Nope, I don't think so. I don't think Dylan has been talking, smack about Destiny. Actually, I think he got his start on hopping onto Destiny's channel. So, yeah, that may have been Mike. I don't know. Okay. On that note,
Okay.
recognizes
Okay.
the
I'm back.
crimes he has committed. I think the baby seal clip is better. But
I
whatever,
like the
it's all
baby
good.
seal clip a lot, actually.
He
Yeah, that's-
scraped
that's
oil off of
so
the back
much
of a
better.
baby seal. Oh, that's some good stuff right there.
Yeah, I like fake drama a whole lot more than I like.
Oh, it's so much more productive, and we make so much more money with like also leaving all avenues open. It's great. It's wonderful.
Yeah, while also not feeling like shit off stream. Like that's so much better.
It is pretty
That
cool.
every day,
I don't know.
that- every day, bro, every day.
I mean, at least Mark Monkey's not in here.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah. Anyway,
See, I'm not good to like start drama with, like not fake drama. I can't pull that off.
well,
I can't like if I were gonna get into it, like I would.
I mean, like a fake person can't start fake drama. You know what I'm saying?
True, but I'd wake my wife up and she'd be mad at me. So I can't do that.
Okay.
I have to limit my voice.
Hey Thom, thanks for the follow.
This is just Dylan Domination Day. I'm just coming in here wrecking everybody.
Okay,
Finally
I'm going
back
to-
from vacation, recharged.
Yeah, I'm ready, man. I'm debating people about North Korea and stuff like this. I'm getting on the hard topics. If everybody wanted to hear my Israel-Palestine take, it's that. Okay, no, we're not going into that. But
Yeah, that's not fun to talk about.
Let's talk about the real topic. I don't think Dylan's hair looked that good.
you little. Okay. If anyone should appreciate hair, it's the French, okay? Okay, and I mean, you're the one with the goatee, so you shouldn't be going after anybody about their hair, right? Is that a goatee?
Wow.
I can't see that beard. It's hard to tell because it's so like sunk into your neck. It's hard to like actually see the entirety of it. Or maybe I can actually tell. Your head actually blocks the entirety of your neck. It's insane. I don't know how you're able to do. I thought I had a big head. I have the square jaw, right? And you're telling me I'm known for my majestic hair and square jawline. If someone was to run a road through this jawline, there'd be accidents off it every day because people couldn't make that sharp of a turn. And you're going after me for this? You kidding me?
I see
Please.
how it is. Leon, is it too late to retract my vote for Dylan as a leader of the farm?
No, not at all.
Please. Oh yeah. Without the French, our revolution will totally be. Without the French, how could a revolution ever be successful? I mean, you guys are known for successful revolutions, right? Oh, we need some good U.S. of A. boys. We can do it.
Hell yeah, brother.
I will say that is the most
Vice
fun
President
beard I've ever
Daddy
seen.
still stands where he was. VP Daddy.
And I mean, I know you one thing. You would not go after. You would. It's weird that you go after my hair, but also give me money behind the scenes.
I'm more upset that he's going after our country. At this point.
Is that beer?
No. It's yeah, you can say it. Lip tonic.
Like some soda or something?
Some
Yeah,
weird French thing.
tea, fizzy tea, basically.
Yeah, it
Tea
looks
with
like
bubbles.
fizzy tea.
Yeah.
I swear to God, the French are a bunch of cartoon characters.
Honestly.
Fizzy tea, sorry.
Yeah, I don't
listening
trust
to all
that.
of You have shit takes
Fizzy-
on food and thinking that hot dog is the
Oh, you want to talk about shit takes on food? Let's get our relevance ass in here. You want to talk
Yeah.
about somebody with shit ass takes on food? Fucking deep dish. Get that shit out of here. How about some thin crust ass New York shit? Get that out of
That's
here.
what I was preaching.
Right? He wants a pizza pie. Doesn't mean actual pie, dumbass. I mean, honestly.
Oh shit. Where is our
No,
relevance?
fucking
Still
true.
too
I
early.
messaged him. He's just not ready yet. mine
Chicago
waits
deep
till the end
dish
of that.
is a bread bowl, like a bread bowl soup. So it's delicious, but it's a bread bowl soup. It's not. It's not
I
pizza.
saw relevant. I was like, is that pizza or is that a tomato soup bread bowl from Panera Bread?
That's really good.
I've had those. Those are good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it ain't pizza.
No, no.
Question of the day: does it pizza?
Mm-mm.
Does it pizza?
I don't know if I would want like a pizza made in Panera Bread. That just doesn't even sound good.
So
Yeah.
when I worked at Jimmy John's, almost got fired for. I used to get really drunk at work when I worked at Jimmy John's in my younger days.
Before you worked at the what? At the distillery?
Yeah, right. And I don't get drunk at the distillery. It doesn't make any sense.
Wow.
I mean, I have got drunk at the distillery, so never mind. But it's acceptable here.
I mean,
Yeah. But we got drunk and started making pizza, and it was really good. So we started selling the pizza from Jimmy John's, who doesn't have pizza on their menu. And the only way we got caught is because people came back the next day asking for pizza.
look, that's enterprising. Because
Well,
Jimmy
thanks.
John's fucking sucks. They're terrible, terrible
I
sandwiches.
feel like that's a bad food take. I don't know.
What? Jimmy John's?
Yeah, it's good stuff.
It's not that great.
No,
It's not bad though.
it's pretty bad.
I mean,
I can
between
make
like
that
Subway, Jimmy John's, and Quiznos, Jimmy
Okay,
John's
but-
the worst.
You're not going to go to Subway or Quiznos at 2 a.m. to get a fucking sandwich because they're closed.
I mean, why do I have to like lower my standards?
Leon talking about lowered
What do you
standards.
mean
Hold
by
up.
your standard? Yeah, and I would argue that Jimmy John's is better than Subway for sure.
Oh.
Really?
No,
Yeah,
no.
100%. Thank you, Tyler.
Look,
Jimmy John's doesn't even toast their subs. What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Everything is cold
are you
and
a
shitty.
child that can't handle a cold cut? Are you a
No,
you a little kitty kid? You little
sometimes
baby?
I like a hot sandwich.
Yes, sometimes I like a cold sandwich. I wouldn't
Yeah.
go to Subway or to Subway for that.
I don't
nasty
get a
cold
choice
shit.
at Jimmy John's.
Okay,
You just
I would
put
like
whatever
to-
shit in front of
I
me.
would like to acknowledge how everybody in here has high IQ, big brain, because not all of you acknowledge that a sub is a sandwich. And since a sub is a sandwich, you all agree that a hot dog is also a sandwich, right?
It is.
A hot dog is an
Yeah.
open face sandwich. I would say.
It is
Yeah.
a sandwich.
But it's a sandwich, right?
Yeah.
The Frenchman also thinks it's a sandwich, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and Leon, you think it's a sandwich, right?
I would say so.
That sounded not very
It
enthusiastic.
sounded hesitant.
The only reason I'm hesitant is because usually I think of a sandwich
you're a
as being
coward.
2 pieces of bread.
What about an open face roast beef sandwich?
Yeah, we just
Okay, a
said
sub.
that,
Like
A sub
yeah.
is
That's
literally a
all
hot
one.
dog just with a different material in there.
and it's longer.
I would say the weenie is what makes it a hot dog.
Yeah, but that's
But
the meat in the
that's
middle.
still a sandwich. That's still a sandwich.
Right.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't call a peanut butter and jelly sandwich a hot dog.
Yeah, but it's also because of the shape of the bread, right? Like if
Well,
if I put like a hot dog itself in between some bread and just roll it around, like that's still we still consider that a hot dog though, if we're honest, right?
Yeah.
Like, have
Yeah,
you ever?
but
It's the hot
So
dog
we-
itself that makes it a hot dog. Therefore, but the bread makes it also a sandwich. And it's like, for instance, if something's a sub, it's a submarine sandwich. So if it's a hot dog, it's a hot dog sandwich.
Yeah.
Here,
Well, there you
here's how I
go.
explain it.
Where
So
do you
Leon,
go?
get rid of your
I-
hesitation.
I
This is like-
agreed with you
this
and
is
you're mad
terms-
at me.
Yeah, but you didn't agree enthusiastically enough, like
Where-
you should.
this
Yeah,
is
Everybody
the
should
terms
fall in
you'd
line behind my
understand, Chris.
ideology. That's how it's supposed to work.
No.
Where are you going with this though? Like,
Look, all I'm saying is backpacks, right? So
No.
I agree with that point.
yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were switching sides.
But no,
I'm
like
back.
the way I'd explain it, like frames, the way I'm sure you've heard this, like whiskey can be a bourbon, but a bourbon cannot be a whiskey, sort of thing.
well, no, I mean bourbon is whiskey no matter what, but whiskey isn't bourbon no matter what.
Exactly.
Rec, as much as I want that Twitch Prime sub, I gotta be honest. The taco is not a sandwich. No, the tortilla is something that makes it different, right?
Oh.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
So
it's
isn't
not
a
a hot
tortilla
dog
bread
sandwich?
though?
Flatbread is
disagree.
different than a tortilla.
Flatbread is different than a tortilla.
Is it really though?
It is.
I mean, the material. Well, yeah. I mean, if I can make a lot of things. For instance, is ice different than just like is a warm glass of water different than like eating a
Oh.
block of ice? Like the experience is too different to say it's the same thing.
Hold up.
Just because
up.
it's made of the same materials.
We
Wait,
agree.
wait. A hot dog is a different experience than like a ham sandwich.
not really, not that.
Yeah,
much.
it
But
is.
the building
Not-
It
block that
absolutely
created it.
is.
The
Not as big of a
building
difference-
block that is the bread is the same. It is
Not as
the
big as the
same.
difference of drinking a hot cup of water compared to eating a chunk of ice.
No, but you call it a sandwich because of the 2 pieces of bread, not what's in between. You call it a hot dog because of
what
what's
is the
in between.
difference?
But a submarine sandwich is not 2 pieces of bread. It's one.
It's open. Yeah.
Wait, what?
No,
Where?
that's
It's
not
one
true.
piece.
An open face sandwich though is one piece of bread.
If you cut it in half, yeah, that's 2, but it's still from one piece
Look,
of bread.
At the end of the day, a submarine sandwich is a sandwich, no matter what material you put in between the submarine in that submarine sandwich. You can put the weirdest shit on. You can put glass in there; it's still a sandwich, right? If you put a hot dog in there, that doesn't change the fact. It's a glass sandwich. It's a shitty sandwich, but it's a sandwich. You put a hot dog in there, it doesn't change the fact. It's just a slightly different thing that's in there. And not to mention, there's a lot of different things that are in there that's still a sandwich. Roast beef. Just put pickles in there, it's still a sandwich. Cheese, hot sauce, ketchup, mayonnaise, meatballs, any of it, right? And if the balls are part of the sandwich, then the wiener should be part of the sandwich. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's foolproof. Although I will say, we all agree that Subway is a sandwich shop. They sell sandwiches, right?
Yes.
They sell wraps. They're
Yeah.
sandwiches as a wrap.
No, it's a wrap.
Sandwich. It's in a tortilla.
No, a wrap is a wrap,
No.
and a sandwich is a sandwich.
What's the difference?
The
wrap.
the wrap part.
The wrap is still bread.
I
It's still
stand with
bread.
But tortilla is not bread. There's a big difference
is
between
bread.
tortilla and flatbread. Now the wrap usually is a tortilla, therefore not a sandwich.
If I use the same ingredients to make something, that does radically change what something could be. For instance, I could make an elegant sushi deal with the pufferfish, or I could make poison.
You agree that pita bread is bread, right?
Yes, pita bread is bread.
It's essentially the same.
It's not, but
It's the
this is bad take.
thinness
This
of
is
a
bad take,
tortilla.
guys.
It's the thinness of the tortilla. Come on.
Oh, come on. This feels like gatekeeping.
it's not gatekeeping.
It's the
I would
truth.
say it's actually.
Look, the difference between me or any of you being a politician is I could say whatever bullshit I want confidently, and somehow people believe it. Right?
What?
So you've already all lost.
What is? Wait, what kind of take is that even?
True.
It means I'm right by default. That's what it means.
No, it's not at all.
Yep.
If you can get enough for people to agree with you.
Hey, chat, am I
you're
right
always
by default? I'm asking you.
I say no,
I can't even see your chat.
not by default.
Oh, well, they're all agreeing with me.
I'll take your
I'm right.
word for it.
What?
I'm not gonna listen to your brainwashed community.
he wouldn't lie to us.
Actually, me and Dylan Burn. I was looking at my analytics. We actually have a lot of same people.
Oh, followers.
I think it was Dylan's.
I
Yeah, let's
haven't
keep
checked
it
that out in a while.
Oof.
Jeez.
That's simple.
So
Everything
hopefully,
could be-
I see a lot of
everyone
people
goes
saying
into
no.
full category.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
yeah, Dylan's community. Don't be brainwashed.
Let's
Don't
see.
listen to them.
Yeah. Think for yourselves.
Yeah, I share the most viewers with Freems now, actually.
Yeah, Leon, you're my number one. All right,
Oh.
Dylan's not on there. Never mind.
Dylan's my
Mine's,
number 3.
Dylan was on mine, but it's changed.
What is my? I'm your number one. What?
So you can go to your Twitch analytics and see which channels you have the most viewers in common with. Mine
Oh
is.
yeah, mine was like the Surfs and a few others.
I've got Freems touring, and then Dylan is tied with Mark now.
I got Leon, our relevant touring Killer Steven. Last username. What a rip.
Yeah, you're Killer Steven. Wow.
Last username.
My viewers in common is all over the political spectrum.
I think
Twitter.
Killer Steven is because you just look like a conservative.
Thanks for the follow.
I'm sorry.
No, actually, it's probably because I have a show where I have conservatives on every week.
Channel
we-
analytics,
that's-
right?
Yeah, I go to Insight and then Stream Summary.
Insight stream summary. Shit, where's that?
Or Channel
Hey,
Analytics. I
what's
think
up,
both
guys?
work.
Oh,
Hey,
fighting
Mindwave.
about
Who is this? Who just got in here?
Mind Waves.
It's
Yeah.
the one
Mind
and only.
Waves, Mind Cuck. He's in here now. Okay, I got a few issues with you, big boy. I got a few
Oh,
issues
no.
with you.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay.
Is it,
So
is it related to Twitter? Just before we
it's
start.
related to Twitter.
Okay.
Oh, God,
It's
that's
Always
a
the
whole
Twitter,
other-
dude. Always
do
the
it.
Twitter.
I don't know. Let me go to. Let me look at how quick. Let me look.
He's
real
already
quick.
started beef with Bastier, so like you're at it.
Yeah. Sorry, being
Hold on,
fast.
Mike,
They
did
called
I?
out irrelevant twice
No,
now.
no.
It was
No,
really
Dylan
funny.
Burns.
Yeah, it was really
Oh.
funny.
Okay.
This kid has a
Thanks for the
future in
host.
LSF for sure. We're drama baiting.
Jesus, I'm pretty split down the middle for all mine. Geek, Harpe Pax, Puff Shake, Leon, Micro.
Okay. Here it
They're
is.
all around 50%.
Here's the tweet.
Yeah.
Here's the tweet. Mind waves. Okay. The libs are still on this RussiaGate shit, eh? So why didn't you disclose in this tweet that you've taken thousands upon thousands of dollars from Russian petrochemical companies?
Hey, fuck. Shit.
Traitor.
Bail.
Traitor. I have vanquished another.
He's gone
Hey,
dark, people.
Mind
He's gone
waves-
dark.
Mind waves just mind flatlined.
It's probably the Russian government just cut his internet again.
Das Vidanya, comrade.
You're muted, Mindwaves.
As he should be.
Look,
We don't need to listen to him.
Look, this is fake news. All right. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna need to see some receipts.
Did
I
you
heard
go
you were
dark to
collaborating-
contact your Russian comrades?
I heard you were collaborating with Mr. Cat.
Oh, you
hey,
collaborating with Bastiat's cat.
He's cute. I couldn't help myself. It is what it is. All right.
That seductress cat. Sorry.
You know, I got a weak spot for pussy. You know, it is what it is.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum.
Is hot dog sandwich. Is hot dog sandwich. That's the best way to say it.
Oh yeah, mind
Alright.
waves. What's your take
Yeah,
on
what's
that?
up? Well, wait, what? On what?
Is a
Is
a
hot
a
dog.
hot
dog
dog a
take.
sandwich?
It's
That's
a
not even a
hot
hot
dog a
take anymore.
sandwich? No, of course
Uh,
not.
Oh my
There comes
Get
the,
out.
there's mind waves coming in with the big brain dumbass shit. Oh my god. Look at him. Coming in here with his dumb Russian propaganda about hot dogs, an American pasta. Look, this just further proves his integration within Russian society. He doesn't even know the most basic facts about American culture.
Wait,
like
is
us.
anything between bread a sandwich?
Yes.
Yes.
Let me ask you this question.
Wait,
Let me-
is a burger a sandwich? Is a burger
Yeah,
a sandwich?
burger
Yes.
sandwich.
No.
Mind waves.
Yes.
I will vanquish you in a video game. Look, is a submarine sandwich a sandwich? Is a sub a
the-
sandwich?
A sub? Yeah, it's a type of sandwich.
The type of sandwich. Okay, so what's
Yeah.
the big difference that makes a hot dog different than that?
It is
He's
It's-
choking. He's
it's
choking.
one bun. It's like it's
so is
it's
a sub. So is a sub.
uh,
He's
okay.
choking.
True.
hmm.
Here's the real hot take. Now that we expanded you on that,
Fucking got him.
is a taco a sandwich?
Okay,
Yes.
now we're just levels of absurdity.
you, thank you.
This is ridiculous.
No, we all agree on that.
come
March
on.
I agree with you on that one, Mind Waves.
Uh,
Taco
that
is
is
not
a hill I'm
sandwich.
willing to die on.
Yeah, well.
Well, you
die
will
on-
be killed in
you'll
that.
die-
You'll be
you'll
killed
die
on that
alone.
hill.
You're
You will
gonna
die
die
alone. It'll be an artillery strike. I will command the
Wouldn't
drone.
be the first time.
Take you out of that hill, okay?
Yeah, that's
I'm a
just
lonely boy.
ridiculous. You need to try to quit with your culture appropriation. Trying to make it look like Americans made the taco, calling it a sandwich.
Wait, is
who
it
we
is a
got
hot
now?
pocket a sandwich?
Yeah.
Wait,
Yes.
because tortillas aren't even bread. What the
No.
fuck?
A hot pocket is a ravioli.
Oh, now we got the and cap in here. He's gonna be like, you can call it whatever you want. Sorry.
By the way,
We're having a
it's-
real
it-
emotional fight in here. Last username.
oh, is he in here? Is he in there now?
Yeah.
The real question is, what do you guys put on a hot dog?
Chili, mustard, slaw, onion, and coleslaw.
Ketchup.
Ketchup or coney sauce and ketchup?
Ketchup's for children.
Gross.
Nothing because in France we eat real food.
Yeah, like-
Oh God,
Oh.
Like what? What's real
Like
food?
snails,
snails!
escargot.
Look,
Exactly.
look! It's all frogs eating snails over there. That's all I'm saying.
Look, the only real answer, the only good way to eat a hot dog is to have it bacon wrapped, first of all, on the
I agree.
grill, and then you take it off, put it on buns that have been either toasted or steamed, one or the other. If you put it on cold buns, you're a fucking monster. You're
Preferably
not
an
even
English-
human.
English bun at that too.
Yeah, or a
Then-
pretzel buns are really good too. Those are delicious.
Mind
Or-
waves dehumanizing the opposition once again.
And then what you have to do is you put a little bit of pico and then a buttload of guacamole. That is how you eat a fucking hot dog. All right.
Okay.
So
So
guacamole.
I
doesn't
gotta
go on a
address
hot
this.
dog.
I gotta
That
address
is the most millennial hot dog I've ever heard.
Yeah, that
It's a
that hot
Sonoran
dog-
hot dog, dude. It's the only way to eat it.
That hot dog
What?
eats ass 100%.
Okay. I need to address this. I need to
Okay.
address this. Last username. I got some beef with you.
Oh,
I got
God,
major
everyone.
beef with you.
More
Last
beef.
username.
More
I
beef.
got massive beef with you. So
All right, let's hear it.
okay. So why did I see you organizing? I can't even say it.
Oh God.
I don't even know what he's gonna say.
Why did I see you
Excuse me.
Calm down, Dylan.
He's warming up. He's getting there. He's writhing with anger. That's what's going on. He's just so fucking angry.
I'm so furious, man.
Quit swinging your head around. You're gonna cut something with that square ass jaw.
Last username. Ugh, it was a serious issue. Stop laughing.
You're the one laughing, dude.
Nope, you have no evidence of that. Last username. Last username. Why did I see you organizing a Vapors for Bernie rally when you consider yourself an ANCAP?
I have no comment on that.
A what rally? Vapors?
Vapors for Bernie. You know, people
I've never heard of vaping or Bernie.
We vape,
Hashtag we
I know what you're
vape,
talking
we
about.
vote. All right, exactly, Mark. Exactly.
I've never
God,
participated in
I don't know why
those
that made me.
activities.
I don't know why that was so funny to me. I don't know why that was the one that killed me.
That's the
Yeah.
second answer. You've got no comment.
Have you guys been
on.
talking about Bernie?
No, we've been talking about what is considered a sandwich. That's how far. This is how far
Yeah.
this particular podcast has devolved for the night.
Wait, have you guys touched on any
Clearly.
topics? I want to
the
know
issues.
what's been
They were
discussed
talking
here.
about Bernie
We've talked
right now.
about Bad Bunny and then sandwiches. Literally, that's it.
Oh no, what
We've been
about Bad
mob-
Bunny?
Oh yeah, I said Bad Bunny was an edge. Bad Bunny's ego combined with Central Committee's ego would be an energy source, right?
No,
Yeah.
no. We talked about Bad Bunny for years.
And Bastiat has to be like
Yeah,
running on a
Bastiat
hamster.
has to be on a hamster wheel, and then he'll no longer have to be a someone who
Look.
scrapes oil off
And
the
we
back of
clipped it
baby
and shipped
seals.
it. We clipped
Hey,
Look,
it.
when it comes to the Bad Bunny stuff, I look. There are multiple clips out there of her out there being like shaming her fucking chat for like subs or whatever. I get it, right? The thing is that every single one of us does this, right?
Just trying
Oh,
But I
not me.
think-
Like I personally don't care about stuff.
Thank you.
Well, no, Freems, you're the one that plugged yourself the most, all right, you
That's
fucker.
the
You
main-
cannot say that, you
that's
piece
the
of
main-
shit.
That's the thing.
You just got 10 subs off of my fucking podcast the other day. Chill, all right?
Speaking of that, we got 21 viewers in here. I want you guys to know that, like,
All right, this is
even though- hold on,
unacceptable.
hold on.
No.
Even though I'm not streaming right now, you can still go sub to me. Like I want.
Oh god, this is
And I'll
making me want to
actually-
puke. Worse than
I'll-
Bad Bunny, actually.
I'll actually be watching. Hold on, calm down. It's gonna get better. I promise. I'll actually be watching my creator dashboard so I can shout you out. Okay, I'm
Oh,
done.
God. All right, cringe. I just cringed through my
Watch it.
face.
Hold on. I'll post my link in chat.
Okay.
Look,
We
the
all-
thing is that the defense that's being used here by like her fans or I don't know what she said on the topic, is that like this is like her sense of humor. It's like an inside joke, haha. If that's true, okay, fine, but it's a really bad joke and it's actually super fucking cringe. It's like the most shameless way to like go about it. And like if you look at that one clip where she has like a bunch of like she has like Andre and like Nate Suede on there and a bunch of other people, like just looking at their faces while she's going off on chat like because they're not subbing, it just makes me feel really bad for them. Like how fucking awkward that was. Yeah, I don't know. It was really
I mean,
cringe.
I had a similar take. I was just like, it's not our job to like police how other people promote their streams. But like I personally, I don't care for it, But like it's
don't know, it's just
that's
cringy.
not up to us, It's up to her and her community how she wants to do it. If they don't like it, then they can go to other streamers that don't do that.
For example, they
Uh-oh.
can go to www.twitch.tv/streamleveler.
Oh
Press
boy.
subscribe
who is
button.
more shameless?
You just snuck in,
Okay.
True Leveler.
Is
Okay.
Leveler or Freems more shameless?
Oh, me, 100%.
Oh, 100%.
I have no shame whatsoever.
Hey, you gotta pay those bills somehow.
I'm getting to the point where I don't advertise enough on my stream. Put
Same.
post-it notes on my
Freeze.
screen to remind me to do that. Because I'll go a whole stream and not say anything about subbing or anything, and then at the end I'll go, fuck.
I don't know.
I used to do that too, 100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't do that. Like I don't want to ask people to sub generally. Like it seems a bit awkward to me. I say
Yeah.
thank you to people who do it. That's about the extent of it.
The
Yeah,
thing
it
is
feels
that
weird.
like the way I see it is calls to actions or CTAs are very very important tools for a streamer. If you're like actually wanting to make it on like when it comes to streaming, if you want those subs, you have to do calls to actions. It's all about finding a tasteful way to like convince your subs or people that are watching that feel like they're already getting value out of your content to go ahead and hit that button and donate that $5 or Twitch Prime or whatever, right? It's really fucked up when like you're like literally shaming people into like subbing when like I don't know, we have like especially when you claim to be a leftist, I find it extra cringe because like I don't know about you, but like most leftists are pretty poor. Like we don't have like a lot of spare money. I don't know about y'all. And like there's a lot of like
Soros bucks
there's a
have
lot
not
of
come in.
Freems
there's
has
a lot of
plenty of exposable income. I can tell you that much.
yeah, there's a lot of like disadvantaged people, like minorities or like disabled people, that and shit like that. It's like I don't know, dude. I'm not very comfortable like shaming my like audience into subbing. That's just really weird.
Yeah, that's why I go to your guys' communities and like shame them.
Shame them.
Smart, very smart.
I don't know. I'm new to all this, so maybe I think I've only like maybe I've done it a few times on accident. If I have, I don't think I have. I remember. I mean, maybe Gek was there, but like I think one time, somebody was criticizing the amount of tabs I had, and so what I did was I was like, "Hey, you can only criticize my tabs if you're subbed," and then they subbed, right? And that's the furthest to go. But that's a very obvious like that's a joke, like haha, like no one can go after my tabs unless you're giving me money. So I feel like that's fine, but like actively like targeting like specific people maybe who didn't stick their neck out on it, like I feel something about this just doesn't feel right.
Are we talking about a certain person asking for donations?
Oh yes.
I think she should be free to ask for whatever donation she wants and as much frequency as she wants, and the market will decide. And I don't think she should be shamed for it.
Yeah, for sure. It's just kind of cringy though, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I'd do
It's
it,
just
you
not
know.
our decision to
That's
make.
the point.
You know?
yeah.
People are
But
freaking out.
Well, I
that
don't
she
think
needs to
any of us are going to
apologize.
be like, I don't think any of us are going to be like, oh, you can't do that or like, you know, blah blah blah.
Can't.
It doesn't
Well,
look good. It's not a good look.
Yeah, of
Like
course the
people are like
response-
going to her chat asking like
What's that?
What?
What?
You cut out?
they're
you
like
cut out
going
for a
to
second.
they're going out to her chat and like asking her to apologize for it.
Oh my
I mean,
god.
people should be
Yeah.
free to shame in response if they want. I mean, everything
I mean,
works out one way or
sure.
another. But
That's
I
what
mean,
we're doing.
I don't think she owes anybody an apology for that.
No.
You know.
No,
Hey,
that's
Basti,
my
are you
opinion.
streaming right now?
Yes, I am.
Will you let your viewers know they can stream to me even though I'm not streaming right now?
Oh,
Some-
sure.
They can stream to you.
Wait, what do you mean
sorry,
by that?
sorry, they can sub.
Sebastian.
especially
No,
sub-
it's okay. It's okay. We get you.
They can sub-
Actually, you can stream to Freems, but if you want to sub to somebody, go ahead and go to Mindwaves TV and you can sub to me. All right.
I was
Hey,
actually
you
I was
guys-
actually about to plug Mindwaves, but now instead.
Wait, guys! Oh my God, I can't believe it. Mindwaves. You actually went and studied international relations. Oh wait, no, you didn't. You should come to me if you want some actually like international relations.
Wow.
This is the U.S. We don't care about international
Brain boy,
relations.
brain boy,
wait.
brain
Wait,
boy.
wait. If
Dylan
you guys
Boy
want to hear about
Wonder
healthcare in
with
the
his
Flint,
brainiac takes.
By the way,
Right,
Bastian,
I heard your
I
clip
got the.
there earlier, buddy.
Oh yeah. By the way, Bastian, on top of the clip, why? I'm pretty sure I saw the picture with you. You got your headband, your dad. Oh, you're looking all stylish.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what? You left
Yeah.
out of the clip that you scrape oil off the back of baby seals to get your hair to look like that, and you put that in your hair, and we know it. We know it.
Look, that's what you call a win-win. That's what the Chinese government calls win-win cooperation. Okay, they get the oil scraped off of them, and I get it. I get my hair standing straight and tall. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure they enjoyed it. You organized the oil spills. I know it.
I think there's probably more economical.
I just
way
want to say, international relations is cool, but if you want to know how things actually work, then you want to go down the international law route. So go to www.twitch.tv/.
Alright.
I just want everybody to notice who isn't
By the
shitting
way-
themselves and go check it
Hey,
out.
By the
this
way-
is how we're gonna do our plugs. If you guys want to see something that's not fucking boring, come to my channel. Watch lefties fight right wingers.
Yeah, if anything's
Sports,
not
baby.
boring, it's a
It's the Kumite.
If
It's the
anything's not
Kumite. Sorry, go ahead.
anything's not boring, it's West Virginia. When it comes to
Hey,
Hey,
when it comes
I've been to
by
West
the way,
Virginia, and it's a lot of things, but it ain't boring.
yeah.
But
Someone
when
says
it comes
West
to
Virginia is boring as someone who's never been to West Virginia.
you know, when it comes to True Leveler, by the way, True Leveler, I mean, like you got a good stuff, but I mean, what does international law mean or why does it matter if nobody follows it anyway?
It's something to do. It's
God,
something
this
to do.
argument's gonna put me to sleep.
It's like a fun hobby, it's something to argue about. It's kind of like arguing about Lord of the Rings, I guess. You know, what does it matter
So-
whether?
Yeah, true. I do want to say though, like in all seriousness, like this idea that anybody that's not subbed to you but is watching your content is like leeching off of you or
Yeah.
like anything like that is like it's not only very rude to imply that, but it's like just not true. Like they're actively in your channel giving you a view, right? That is enough.
yeah.
That is a
Yeah.
form of support in and of itself, especially on a platform where you are ranked and like your exposure is based off how many views you're getting, right? So like anybody here that like doesn't have the $5 to donate or like doesn't have Twitch Prime or anything like that, you are contributing just by watching. Like that is very much appreciated. But it would be really appreciated if you had that as $5 and you did drop into those.
Just add on to that, Mindwaves. Just add on to that. If you genuinely believed that people watching without subscribing were leeching, then you can always stream in sub-only mode, right? Like, you know, if that was your genuine actual opinion that people are leeching off you, there is an option.
Not to mention, you can also do ads, right?
Mhm.
Well, yeah,
Every 8 minutes.
Yeah, but every view is add to your metrics, and you can use those metrics to basically get sponsorship and stuff like that behind. So yeah.
But I mean, if you're not streaming for enjoyment at the end of the day, like, what are you really doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't.
Money.
Yeah, some people are making a lot of money. What they're doing.
No, for sure. But like, you should still. I feel like if you're going to be on this platform, you should at least try to enjoy what you're doing, or at least give off the air to your viewers that you're enjoying what you're doing, because that's a part of the content, a part of the product that you provide.
Yeah, you know, is there, just to be clear, to be as charitable as possible?
Whoa.
Whoa.
Mute yourself and whereby.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Scott's demons finally coming out.
Well, that's what being charitable gets you. Is there, just to be as charitable as possible? Is it not possible that she was just meaning? You know,
That's
mean,
what I
you-
think.
That's
Well, okay, so this is the thing. Even
I
if
mean,
it was a
it's
joke,
so-
I would say that, like, I think we all know that there are good and bad jokes, and there's jokes that don't land, right? I don't think this is a joke that was like, it didn't land, right? I think it's very obvious that, like, it didn't come off obvious that she was joking or anything like that. You could blame it on, like, a dry sense of humor, but, I mean, you can't really complain when you start getting backlash for it, right? I don't know. Especially because this isn't just one clip. There's like 4 clips of her out there, like doing and engaging in the same shit. And to me, it feels genuine. So I don't know.
I thought there was like a whole kind of Findom thing going on there, and then that kind of a thing,
Yeah, I think that's what I've heard her
dudes.
say.
I mean, that's
That's what
just
I
kind of
heard
like
her say,
there are guys who like that.
I think.
Hey,
it's-
I'm
I
really
think it's
important.
more
Thanks
of
for
a thing-
thanks for the raid or the.
I think it's more of a thing where it's like, it didn't land because like it's a very inside joke, So it's like if you're not in that crowd already, you don't know what the fuck's going on, and you're just like, holy shit. But like, I don't know. I'm not a fan of it either. But like, I always just keep saying we can't bag on people for doing it. Like
most communities have bad
Yeah.
jokes. I know mine does. I mean, pretty sure everyone here does, right? Like,
Yeah. I mean, it is. I guess I just don't like when folks try to say, you try to shame somebody for trying to monetize what they're doing. I mean, it's your time. And
Well,
you
that's
should
not
do
It's
it.
not shaming her
Yeah,
monetizing
see
it, it's shaming how she does it.
Yeah,
Yeah, she could do it all she wants. Yeah, it's just that
sort of
she's not very
crass.
tactful in the way that she does
Yeah.
it.
It's just, I don't know, it's just cringy. Like, I feel like people are just calling out cringe when they say it more than anything. I mean, I'm sure there's people
I
going in
gotcha.
hard, but yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's a problem that solves itself though. Like that approach either must work, or if it doesn't,
this is how it solves itself.
If it doesn't work, she'll be.
Whenever I heard it, I was just like,
she'll be out of there at some point.
the invisible
But-
hand of the free market of Twitch.
Well, like you can if you want to quibble on, it doesn't apply to healthcare, it doesn't apply to essentials of life. I think it does apply to a lot of that, but even if you think it doesn't, it certainly applies to stuff like Twitch. I mean, this is basic level. This is right up there with plastic toys and hamburgers.
No, I don't
Free market
disagree.
course is fine.
I was joking.
right?
I don't disagree.
Well, I mean, part of that free market, right, would include us saying that's kind of cringe, and then other people, it's kind of
no,
cringe.
you're
and then it'll
absolutely
be
right.
done.
You're absolutely
So,
right.
so we're participating in the free
absolutely right.
market. You're all capitalists now. Ha, got you.
I mean, I'll go ahead and say it. I think it's a lot more than cringe. I actually think it's indicative of like her character, considering like this has happened multiple times and like given other context. But I don't know.
I just
That's
don't know
just me.
anything about her. I don't watch her content or anything, so
Same.
Yeah, when I heard
Really?
it this morning, I was just like, slow news day.
Am I the only one watching her streams in here? No,
I
no,
don't
no.
watch them,
You
and
watch Bad Bunny?
I don't.
I did
Uh,
until she banned me.
What'd you get banned for?
Yikes.
Liking capitalism.
I used to watch
Not-
your
not
streams every
blaming
once in a while, but
capitalism
then I became a Saxist and it was all over.
All right, to be fair, that's when I quit watching. Was after that happened. That pissed me off. I actually mauled it pretty hard during that whole conversation. I was like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
it was really.
That was
weird,
pretty. That was pretty wacky, considering how. I mean, there are fewer female streamers on Twitch than male streamers, and you seemed to every week do a pretty good job of at least trying to get people in there. And it seems like it's difficult to get people on a podcast in the first place. You know, especially if you're trying to plan something in advance. So it seemed like you did a pretty good job. Somebody, I think, broke down the demographics of who you had.
the demographics. Yeah.
And I mean, depending on
It
how
was
you
actually a
looked at it,
higher percentage
it
than
was
like
actually
the
a higher percentage
demographics
than
of
Twitch.
Twitch. Yeah.
So it was just like, no, that was not deserved.
Mind
If
Wave's
anything, we
making
should talk about
excuses for why he hates women.
how Bastier's been ducking my podcast. Is what we should.
Ooh.
I thought.
Well,
I
the
thought
thing is
Talk
that
about.
the thing is that all women that come on my podcast that aren't Bad Bunny are tokens. So they don't really count. Yeah.
right. Yeah, yeah, like that's so infuriating, that notion.
That's the part that
Pixie, for example, I really enjoy talking to Pixie. She has some pretty big streams actually too. So I mean, to say that she's a token or anybody else you've had on as a token, that's not legit.
It's actually really misogynistic to even imply that, in my opinion, and really insultful and hurtful to like the people that I do invite on that are minorities or women or anything like that. Like I don't know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
But
go ahead.
I
Sorry.
was just gonna say, Freems, I'm not dodging your podcast here. I'm actually excited.
Totally a joke.
I'm super excited for the next time you have that guy who does the flames in the background with the Trump flag.
Oh yeah.
Mad hippie.
I was watching last night. Yeah, Mad Hippie. And I just can't wait to have a chat with him about immigration sometime. I think it'd be a lot
Oh,
of
I
fun.
enjoyed that conversation. I really enjoyed that conversation.
It seemed like you guys had it covered. You know, but-
I knew if I like kept going with him, I was gonna stay up all fucking night. So like that's why I bailed the way I did. I'm like, I just need to land my punch and fucking bail. Otherwise, I'm gonna be sitting in the chat all night fuming.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Well,
just,
no,
I just
without a
wanted them
doubt.
to acknowledge that. I just wanted them to acknowledge that asylum seeking isn't the same thing as like illegally immigrating.
Well, no, they are, but they aren't. But they are when it's convenient, but they aren't when it's inconvenient. So
Well,
There you
that's-
go.
I
yeah.
remember I went on a Killer Stevens podcast. It was a real surprise, the middle of the night. Al Relevant dragged me in there, and I talked for like an hour about Iran. And at the end of it, the only thing he asked me, besides asking me whether Trump did this all to secretly pull out of Iraq, which was weird because we said if they expelled us, then we would place sanctions on them. But he said, but what if he's making it look like he didn't want to do it? I was like, okay, sure, maybe 20 DHS. And the other question after all of it was done, he was like, so let me ask you about neural transmitters. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, man.
That's his big topic.
Wait, what?
What does he have to say about neural transmitters?
I have no clue. I just remember him saying like, it was like, so how do you think neural transmitters would affect foreign policy with the ability to instantly translate and move government data? I was like, well, freedom of
I fucking
information is
hate
cool.
libertarian tech bros that like worship technology as if
Oh,
it's gonna be like the solution to everything. It's so cringe.
And then he was like talking about Elon Musk. He was like, well, Elon Musk in this instance with like Elon Musk, you can see as someone who's bringing like about something. It was something like, and I said, yeah, well, Elon Musk is also currently having his company sued, Tesla sued for having child labor in his resource range in the Democratic Republic of Congress. So I don't like idolizing any figure. And he was like,
Yeah.
well, what about Nikola Tesla? And I was like, he said, not Nikola Tesla. It's like, no, let's talk about the company. And then it went away. Then the topic was just gone. And then they dragged me out of it.
You're talking about Mad Hippie, right?
Yeah, Mad Hippie. He seemed like a lovely individual, but
I really do like having those conversations about immigration with people like that though, because it's fun to watch them squirm around when they they try to like mention like statistics or like facts that they've like memorized from Breitbart or Fox News or wherever the fuck they heard it, and then you push them on it with actual like statistics or facts, and they're like,
Yeah.
what are you
Nothing,
talking about? Like, I don't
Nothing
know.
gets a real conservative interested in the fate of the American worker like the notion of immigration.
Oh my God.
The same thing. The same thing is
True.
nothing gets somebody on the true. Well, this differs from left to left, but there's some folks on the left who will say, all you're doing, you talk about improving these people's lives, but all you're trying to do is undercut our wages by bringing in these people who will accept less. So I mean, it brings out it's such a fun topic to me because it is not really a right or left issue. Right now, it seems like a right or left issue because of President Trump and the way he deals with it. But like in the pure sense of the subject, it goes, I think, beyond right or left.
Well, it goes a lot further back than that, right? You could look at the Southern strategy and like how it's been, like immigration has been weaponized by the Republican Party for decades at this point.
I remember I was talking. It was somebody from that show, from Killer Stevens' show, was in my chat today, and he asked me about refugees, and I said I think it's extremely important that we take in refugees. I think these people in a horrible situation, and we should show the humanity and save some lives by doing this. And what he basically said is, well, if these people cared about their country, they should stay in it and fight. And I was like, okay, well. And polite guy, he really wanted to have a good dialogue with me. Really nice guy. And the first thing I said was, well, 56% of the world's refugees are children. So they're not, unless we're doing some drummer boy shit. They need to like not be there. The rest of women, and in a lot of cultures, women don't fight. I mean, unless you're talking about Kurdistan, maybe. But like even the Peshmerga, I don't even know if the Peshmerga have female fighters. And then what you're talking about the rest, then there's the elderly, the disabled, and then you really whittle down the percentage of refugees that actually could do that. And let's talk about the ones who could. They are people with families who have sons and daughters, or who are in difficult positions, who a lot of times don't really have a side they could choose. With like Assyrians, for example, who didn't really have a big side that could choose until the SDF really later on. Or let's say you want to join the FSA. Well, then what about Hayat al-Sham? They're not really bad guys. They're pretty bad guys later on. Do you really want to be allied with them? What about the government of Assad? Well, he's a dictator. You don't want to be with them. Well, what about ISIS? Well, of course you don't want to be with ISIS. Then maybe you want to be with the Kurds. Well, they're all the way in northeastern Syria. If you're in Aleppo, Idlib, how are you going to be with them? And so you're stuck between choosing between your family and whether you're going to or be there for your wife, or choosing the least bad option when you're talking about terror groups, dictatorships, ISIS, and people at the other side.
And on top of that, you're leaving money on the table because these people come here and engage in economically productive activities that benefit. Just FYI.
For people who like capitalism, they sure as hell don't like capitalism.
Well, I think if you go far enough right, capitalism becomes very optional. Just it
They'll
depends
never
on
admit it, though.
it depends on where you're going. Like if you're going like I'm not accusing conservatives of this, but people who are like go so far right that they become like race realists, they don't want it. They don't care about capitalism anymore. They're happy for the socialist ethno state, right? That doesn't make sense. It isn't consistent, I guess, with what you generally call socialism. But they have no interest in limited government. They just want to, it's all race down the way, all the way down. So I get what you're saying.
Also, the mentality that we judge these people's like willingness to like their worthiness on whether or not they want to stay and fight in a war, rather than us just taking them in and helping them out. Oh, really? You care that much? I don't see you risking your life for a war instead of coming to our country.
Yeah, it's super weird the way that it's like, okay, I believe in individual freedom, but well, you're part of this group. You should spend your life fighting, or whatever, because as opposed to saying, well, this individual is choosing to seek a better life for themselves. Nah, screw that. You're part of X country. You should be condemned to deal with your fate.
And not only
the failure too of like people who believe in the meritocracy is you can maybe measure merit, but you can't measure like people's ability to achieve. Like you just can't do that. So you could be taking somebody in who maybe they test low on some shitty backstore IQ test, but they can come in and they could invent something that could actually change everybody's life for the better. You never know. We can't measure that. So just let them in.
From what I've heard, immigrants are lazy and they're stealing all of our jobs. Although I'm not sure how those two actually go together. I don't know how you can be lazy and stealing jobs at the same time.
The same way
really funny because if you break down
everybody, but we're also like really weak sissy boys.
Yeah, I love this argumentation too, because if you actually like look into it, the idea that immigrants are lazy just isn't true, because they actually work harder. When you look at the statistics, they actually work harder and more than like the average American, like native born citizen. And not only that, but like the whole concept of like them stealing jobs would be solved if we just made them legal. There you go.
see, Mindwaves, you don't get it. They're lazy, but they're also stealing our jobs. But when it
So they go into our jobs and they're sitting down. Got it.
Well, let me throw a couple of responses here. What about people who say, look, you may not like the law, but the law is what it is. They broke it to get here. And are you saying that we should reward law-breaking activity with, with what?
this
Roll out the
outside
red
of
carpet?
I mean, that's
Hold on,
outside
hold
of
on.
refugees.
We're not even
Hold on,
talking about
hold on,
refugees
hold
now.
on.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
just any illegal immigrant here.
Basti, are you convinced by that argument yourself? I mean, are you just
No,
saying
but
that
I mean,
the
I
law
think
is
it's
the law
I
and you
think
can
it's
do with it no
I
matter
think
what
it's
it is?
important
Okay.
to, rather than as fun as it is to have a 10v0 on this. I think it's important to discuss some of this stuff.
Yeah, but I
the
mean,
tack that I
don't you think
usually-
that you should be able to justify what the law is beyond just saying that the law is the law and you should follow it? I mean, that's the thing, though. They say, like, we don't like this and it's against the law to do it, but don't you think
Why?
they should go a step beyond that and say why they think it ought to be that way?
Personally, I think they should, but the law is the law is a very commonly used argument in all kinds of things.
I
For
think it's
example, if
the
somebody
argument.
says,
That is like
I don't
the-
want to pay my taxes because I don't believe in your socialist Medicare for all. I didn't vote for Bernie. I don't want it. You have no right to take that money out of my pocket to pay for some illegal immigrant's welfare, and therefore I am not paying that tax. And
Bastia,
you
then
can't
here's a
make
good
me.
one. Here's a good one
Yeah.
on you then. Recently, I had just had a debate with somebody who was doing apologia for North Korea on the issue of auto warfare.
Fun. Ooh, very fun.
It was really good, and in preparation for that long-awaited like friendship America. I'm not gonna get too into it, but whatever. And the issue of law came up, and he said, well, it was within their complete legal right within the borders of North Korea to do what they did in detaining the man. And I mean, at the end of the day, though, they killed him. They detained him after he stole a poster at the airport, gave him 15 years hard labor when he was just some drunk kid doing Jello shots.
Is that Otto Warmbier?
Otto Warmbier.
Yeah.
They give him 15 years hard labor. He gets sick a few months in. A year later, he's on near to death's door. They send him back, and he's dead. They killed him in effect. And I'm sure everybody in here would agree that North Korea did a bad. I mean, I don't want to be the controversial one. North Korea is not exactly the highest standard of human rights, but within North Korea, hey, that's law. He was arrested on the idea of being a spy and then charged for theft. And hey, if theft gives him 15 years hard labor, that's his fault. And if he got sick, it sucks. Hey, a lot of those reasons why there's not medical supplies there is because of the amount of tariffs. So hey, man, guess that's cool. But what we would say in response is, well, laws don't dictate morality. If there's a law in a country to ban homosexuals from having intercourse, and if they do, they shall be killed, we can all say, well, laws don't dictate morality, and we must resist that if that is the case.
Sure. I mean, I would say the same thing, but can't the tax protester also, call?
And so can the
that
North
morality?
Korean official. So can
I
the
have-
North
I have
Korean
a-
official.
I have
my
another
my
tack with
argument.
that. I have
well,
another tack with it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Like the way I like to look at it is law comes in tiers of punishment. Like you're not going to punish someone for a parking ticket the same way you would, a hit and run accident. And like when you really look at the law as it is, getting into the country illegally is, around the same tier as like a speeding ticket. Maybe a mid-range speeding ticket, but still a speeding ticket. And we're not going to start like kicking people out of the country because they were caught speeding. Like we just need to recognize that sometimes a victimless crime is just a victimless crime. And that is what illegal immigration is.
Well, they're not getting kicked out because they're breaking the law. They're getting kicked out because they're not citizens, right?
Yeah. I mean, more or less, yeah.
I
there's-
I agree with this notion. I want to open the borders and all that, but like when you say victimless crime, like suppose that law in Virginia passes and somebody is now limited to buying one gun a month, and somebody says, look,
the humanity.
this is ridiculous. All right, my forefathers didn't die so that I could buy only one gun a month. I'm buying 2 guns a month, and I'm slipping this retailer an extra, I don't know, whatever is necessary to be able to do it. So I mean, that's a victimless crime. if nobody, if assuming they don't, take that gun and shoot up a Walmart with it or whatever. I mean, is it, but people I think would respond rightly by saying, look, okay, the point of banning this is that there's some societal harm that maybe you individually won't, maybe you won't deal with it. Maybe this particular legal immigrant is a good person, but what if I don't know. What if, somebody comes in and kills somebody, as President Trump always likes to focus on these cases? Like, what is
if
the
someone
fundamental
comes
difference
in
here in
and
saying
uses
one
public
violation of
services?
law is okay, but others are not?
I would say no. As much as I respect the people who rushed at D-Day for the idea of buying 2 AR-15s a month, it was very real patriots. But I think the idea would be not only would it be calculating the societal harm caused, because the idea would be the amount of guns in Virginia in this case would be the thing that is causing. The idea is if we put gun regulations in place, it'll lower the amount of gun violence. Therefore, if you're violating these laws, you are helping to raise the amount of gun violence in Virginia. That's the idea.
mean,
Whether that's
just-
true or not, I don't know. But the other argument would be the amount of good, whether like a certain action does, or like amount of harm directly, right? So if we deport somebody or put somebody in a cage, for example, for doing what they did, that is immediate a large amount of harm where you're doing onto an individual for those actions for no good benefit. While somebody in this case could make the argument that this is a good benefit society, this law is doing something that is good. When in the case of Virginia, where putting someone in a cage, in my opinion, isn't doing anything good to help society.
Yeah.
I mean
sounds
that's
good.
it, right? Like, I struggle with this. I think about it a lot, like, about trying to figure out what the law is kind of for. Like, I had a professor who's a legal positivist, and you're familiar with legal positivism, right? Like,
Yeah.
part of that is the idea that law and morality aren't actually connected. So, like, if we
Law is
if we
basically a
follow,
reflection of power.
yeah. So, I mean, in that sense, if that's the way that we look at it, then whether an individual breaking any particular law is moral or not would just depend on the individual circumstances of that. It wouldn't actually matter. It's not that breaking the law either is or isn't moral. It's about the individual law that they're breaking, and then you have to get into the topic of morality and what is and what isn't moral. But to just say that the law is the law and that if you break it then that's wrong, then no, not really. I don't find that convincing at all. Because I think we can all find examples of laws that we would consider immoral, or we would consider moral to break. But they are still, or at least I don't know, because I mean people do argue about this. They argue about whether an unjust law can be a law, but at least
It's still against the law in Michigan to swear in front of women and children. Do you think we listen to that? Fuck no.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't even go for an example like that, because I'd argue that isn't actually probably the law if it's not being applied and that kind of stuff. You can go down that kind of route, but I mean, yeah, the law and morality aren't the same thing, right? So just because something is illegal, and I actually spoke to Electrifine ages and ages and ages ago on the first Leon Cypher's podcast about, I think it was about education, and he was saying that the reason why you couldn't fund education federally was because of the Constitution. It'd be
sounds like our lecture fan.
Yeah.
But what was frustrating about that was because even if because I don't know, I'm not an American. I don't know about the American Constitution that much. So if that's true, yeah, okay, maybe that's true. But that's not an argument about whether it's a good thing to do or not.
Right.
That's just an argument that it's against the Constitution to do it. And then you could have an argument about whether it's a good thing to break or not break the Constitution, and you can go down that route. But he wasn't saying that it was a good thing not to do it. He was just saying, well, we can't do it. And yeah, it's a bit self-defeating, I thought. I thought that, if you wanted to argue about the merits of doing something like that, you should go and talk about the actual merits and not just kind of like shut it off there, and
I know what you mean. It's like he's right when he mentions the Constitution, but it gets away from the core of the issue, and that I think most people are interested in, which is, okay, well, now that I know that fact, I mean, the real issue is, what do you think this is a good idea or a bad idea? And I mean, I guess you can tie that to the Constitution, but to just say, I think it's a bad idea because the Constitution says no, that's kind of an incomplete answer, right?
Yeah. That's basically what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Well, I guess the reason I raise this is that I tend to agree with all the arguments that everybody here has made, and yet I am still troubled by this notion of law and morality because it feels like I wonder if we all just agree because we all just happen to have the same reference point. But like, I mean, I don't know that it's always so cut and dry. Like, what about somebody who doesn't want to? And again, I love the United States and think it is a worthwhile enterprise. But what if somebody's thinking, and I think this is not an unreasonable conclusion to come to, my tax dollars go to fund an empire that grinds up brown bodies all over the world, and I don't want to fund that enterprise. It is violence all the way down. I don't feel like this is the case, but I think you can make this argument. It's violence all the way down. I don't want to be a part of it. So, damn it, I'm withholding my taxes. I don't want to pay for that. Is that not a moral argument? Is it not the case that you as a taxpayer are in some part funding this enterprise that engages in violence? And if you think that violence is wrong, that's a moral argument, isn't it?
That is a moral argument, though. I mean, you could say that it's the law to pay your taxes, and if you don't pay the taxes, then you're liable to be prosecuted, and that's like a legal analysis of what the law is. But it's not the same as a moral argument. It's not the same to say you ought to pay your taxes because the law says so, unless you just believe that a good thing to do is to follow the law. Like,
I mean, and you could also make like the case that your tax dollars also go to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all these services that actually help people and are beneficial to society. Of course we can look at
worse.
But
what if that war is worse than?
Yeah, well, I mean, that I was going to get to that. It's like, yeah, it is worse what war does, but I mean, you speak to that by your vote. Stop voting for people who push war.
Brought up tax as an example because
there's
in my own country, it wasn't that long ago that we had very successful tax riots. The poll tax, Margaret Thatcher, she introduced. Basically, she changed the way that people paid their local taxes, so that instead of paying rates based on the value of your property, everybody paid a flat rate. How popular do you reckon this was? It was incredibly unpopular. People refused to pay at all. The entire court system got clogged because there was too many people not paying the money, so that they didn't have enough days in the week to go through every single person and make them pay. It was incredibly successful. I'd actually point to that as an example of a very effective flouting of the law.
I just feel like in the United States, you'll never get that level of of togetherness and working together. People are too comfortable here to really risk, because not paying your taxes is pretty risky, right? People here are too comfortable. But is it
moral? That's the question, right?
Yeah, that's all we're talking about.
We're not going to get away with it, but
I forgot who had said it, but somebody said that like a budget, like a budget document, I think it was a budget document, is a moral document because it declares what a nation prioritizes. Right, by what you're going to spend your money on, because it's declaring like this is what we care about, to the point where we will put money behind it, and that's what the certain government and the Congress and the Senate are all saying. This is our top priorities, and we are declaring it by literally saying this is where we're putting the money. Right, so I would say there's definitely, now that I consider it, like a moral argument to say like if every American was like, okay, we'll pay taxes, we're just leaving out a certain trillion amount of money because that would go to the war industry, and if they all did it, I'm pretty sure they couldn't go to every single person's house, knock on the door, and be like, hello, 300 million people, give me the money. And then everybody said no. The entire justice system
I would love to see that.
Only like, and then if everybody like said like, hey, we're gonna take this all the way through, only like 2% of cases actually make it all the way, right?
Yeah, there was a good article in the New York Times called "Crash the Justice System" or "Go to Trial, Crash the Justice System," where basically they said that if everybody exercised their right to go to trial all at once, the whole system would collapse because it is currently designed in such a way that it predicts most people will go for the plea bargain. And so much more staff would be required to give everybody a trial if indeed they all took it, that it would be like a very interesting form of general strike.
I think the real thing here is that I think the kind of conversation that we're having here to try to refute Bastier's talking point, although I know he's playing devil's advocate, I don't think that any of the arguments that we laid out would actually do anything to change these people's minds, the people that actually make these arguments, because I don't think that these people are swayed by these appeals to morality or appeals to law or even appeals to economics. I don't think that the reason that these people believe this is because of any of those reasons.
But we're
They've
feeling
kind of
too-
been
disagree.
you
they've
guys now.
they've kind of been sold on like a narrative that like these people coming from a specific nation are like the enemy, right, for X reasons. And I don't know, you have to be able to fight that narrative with a better narrative, with better rhetoric that appeals to like their values, like what do they actually value, and that's different from a case to case basis. And if I'm keeping it real with you, I'm not sure that you can change a lot of these people's minds. A lot of this ideology is frankly just based in racism.
Yeah.
I would say that there's a good percentage of people who went to the Virginia March, right, who probably believe something similar to this about immigrants. Not all of them. There's probably some like libertarians, open border type.
There's a
people
big
there.
crossover.
There's at least like 20% last usernames in the crowd, right?
It's not a perfect circle of Venn diagram, but it's pretty cool.
But I'm sure if I asked a few of them, like, "Hey, you're breaking the law right now with you all wearing masks. That's actually against the law," they'd be like, "Yeah, but it's a freedom under the or make some argument somewhere else, or talk about how the holding of guns was against it." Well, I mean, if we don't believe that law is just, or that issuance of, I believe, the
Exactly. It's
emergency
post
is
hoc
just.
rationalized 100%. Yeah.
100%.
It's motivated reasoning, right? They have a conclusion in their mind, and they'll use any sort of reasoning it takes to get to that conclusion always, no matter how hard they're pushed on it. So I don't know. You have to sell them a better narrative. I don't know how you do that. Maybe like class consciousness, although that's a hard fucking battle to fight, right? Maybe make them realize that like, oh, these people are just workers trying to come here to work, and like fucking like workers are your allies, and like it's actually like the elite and like the you know your bosses and shit that are like the real fucking enemy. I don't know.
I don't know how far that would go. I mean, I know
Exactly, that's a hard
Bernie
fight
Sanders
to.
described open borders, as I described it here, as a quote Koch brothers policy. That's a Koch brothers idea, for the reason I described. I don't know that it is just. I think there are a lot of people
Bernie
who
Sanders is a racist. There you go.
No, I think though that a lot of people are
Sound like a Sam
understandably,
Cedar
like
take.
are a lot of people are worried. I think that you're right. Probably the most arguments probably go down to what you're saying, but I think there are at least some people who are legitimately economically worried. I mean, I don't feel like it's legitimate, but I think that's also a fact.
Let's also be fair to Bernie in the fact that even if he did believe in open borders, there's no way in hell he could say that and be electorally like able to.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Although
Definitely when like we're in the age of Trump, where the last thing you want to do is literally say, "I am for open borders," which is like would be giving Trump and like his proxies everything to want. They would do it anyway, but then a lot of people in the middle are going to be like, "Well, Trump does have a point when he says you're for open borders."
Never make people think Trump has a point. Never.
Yeah, that's
Oh yeah. Anytime I always point this out. Anytime that you have to say yeah, but to something Trump says or one of his defenders say, you've already lost. Like Clinton had to do that a lot. Warren will have to do that. Biden will have to do that. Like honestly, anyone but Bernie would have to. Just
why wouldn't Bernie have to do that?
Well, Bernie would have to do it on the aspect that they would say you're a socialist, and everybody will say, "Well, Bernie is a socialist," and then you would have to make an explanation there.
Yeah, you also have to follow it up with why that's a bad thing and what that means. And he can't do that because Trump doesn't know how to do that. He can't thread that needle.
Does he need to?
Yeah, I don't think he needs
The word
to.
socialist is it's like, for instance, if I call somebody a
think it is.
terrorist, right? When Trump called Soleimani a terrorist, he didn't need to follow it up. Well, with a terrorist, we actually believe a state actor can be a terrorist. In this instance, he is a state actor. He didn't have to do that, right?
Much as I might wish that people had such instant revulsion to socialism, I think that socialism is more popular now than it is. I don't think the Cold War, it depends, I guess, on who you're talking about. The more reliable voters out there, older voters, will certainly be more aghast at the notion. Younger voters seem to be less interested.
Yeah,
They like the
because I
word
mean, like
socialism.
you look,
Yeah,
you look at like older millennials. So, like, I'm 35. I don't remember the fucking Cold War. I don't remember the Red Scare. And anyone younger than me definitely isn't going to remember. Even a couple years older than me, they're not going to remember. So why would they care about the Red Scare? And regardless, we're able to actually quantify that that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about like Soviet Russia. We're not talking about authoritarianism. We're not talking about anything like that. We're just talking about like healthcare and college, like how.
But the
how
average
is-
voter doesn't give a fuck about that.
I would say that, like, at this point, like,
No, that's not true.
I'm a Gen Zer, right? I think of a decent gauge of my like generation. We're just turning 18, 19, 20. I would not be surprised if 50% of Gen Zers were socialists, like legitimately. And the reason why is we've grown up in an age of increasing income inequality. There's a big thing that affected my view of like the world. It was like the threat of school shootings and how that terrified me as a kid. Like sometimes there was schools. Hey.
But if you ask them what
Look,
socialism
I'm a
was,
comrade. Look, I'm right there with you. I wish socialism was that fucking popular, but it just isn't. You could look at the polling and yeah, you could. And like when you get like certain polls that say like, oh wow, look at how many people think that socialism is a good idea. You like the polling is kind of misleading in the sense that like it's not really defining what is socialism. It's not like and if you look at like polling that like clarifies on like do you think that like the workers should own the means of production or something like that, right? The percentages start to drop. When you actually start to getting into like what socialism actually means, people are a lot less likely to actually agree with you, right? Like if socialism is just like the government doing stuff, then yeah, those types of ideas are like gaining like popularity. Like socialized healthcare is gaining popularity. The idea of like having higher access to higher education or like debt forgiveness and like stuff like this, like the Bernie Sanders platform is like becoming like really fucking popular. And you could say that like yeah, those types of positions are like really conducive to like socialism. But like I don't think that like these people actually agree with socialism if you pushed them on it.
I mean, every aspect probably not, but if we're using that as the prime example, then we could say that we could never really get solid data on who's conservative or who's liberal or who's anything. Because if I was to go down issue to issue, like I know my grandmother said she's a conservative Democrat. But if we go every single issue, she's not really a conservative, really.
Yeah, I mean, I
Same
get
with
what you're
libertarians.
saying to a point, but I think Mindwave's made a very important point there, which is socialism is more than just, well, theoretically, I mean, the conservatives seem to think that socialism is just when the government does stuff for you, but theoretically, socialism is more than that, right? We've had a government that hands out money for various purposes for a long time. Maybe it doesn't do enough, maybe it does too much, but however you slice it, that's probably not socialism. But if it was, then it kind of the term loses all meaning, right? But I think I think what Mindwaves is saying is legit. Like that, once you get into specifics,
it's a valid point. But then I would say that the idea of socialism as a concept, the word is getting less and less scary for younger people,
that's true.
And that opens up an avenue for them to become legitimate socialists.
Sure. I mean, that's why I say like after Trump calls Bernie a socialist, like he's got to follow that up with that's bad because I have this is a problem because this is what socialism is. And if he starts saying things like single payer healthcare and everything, which everybody wants and Trump alluded to wanting to do when he was running, he's gonna have a really hard time turning that needle. Like you won't get people saying yeah but to Bernie, you'll have people saying yeah but to Trump, and they're gonna I actually like that.
He's gonna be straight up communist. Like socialist, as in the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Case closed. Boom.
Oh yeah,
that's gonna be. That's like they already tried that with AOC. There was an ad with AOC in it recently where they compared what she believed in to the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia.
Oh, was that the fire one?
But yeah, that was the fire one.
With all the black people burning in the fire. Yeah, that was
I think they were Cambodians. I mean, but
all minorities. Yeah.
The reason
there was like not a single white person in there.
The reason it's important is that it was reference to the genocide in Cambodia, and that was done by the communist regime there, and with some American assistance, tragically enough.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. I was like, Kissinger had a.
Yeah, to try and even the score with Vietnam and all that. But it was, it was in any event though. Like that's, they were already trying to make that comparison out there. So,
I mean, hey, I live in a country that recently had a general election. If it was enough to convince socialists in order to win an election, I think Jeremy Corbyn would have won handily. Unfortunately, you have to convince a lot more people than just the people who are comfortable with the idea of socialism.
Exactly.
But Jeremy Corbyn I would sweep young voters, by the way.
He did.
Young voters.
I also would be very cautious. I would say that we really got to be careful with not conflating like this rise of fake sort of like false like class consciousness with like actual class consciousness. Like a lot of people say that class consciousness is like on the rise because it seems to not be a very partisan issue that like most people are against like the establishment elite, right? Well, nobody really likes the DC figures and like making decisions and even Republicans don't like fucking politicians, right? But like this isn't like class consciousness, right? Like I don't know.
Wait, what's the difference?
Well, okay. So like, false class consciousness is often like this idea that like any sort of like elite is like bad, whereas like class consciousness is like recognizing that like the working class, the if you want to say like proletariat, should have some like sense of unity to like actually push back and like fight for workers' rights and like a I don't know, like the collective ownership of things, right? Whether it be like in the workplace or healthcare or whatever, right? I don't know.
Oh no, I've noticed a real increase in in strikes across the country. I mean, most of them are teachers unions, but it's got to start somewhere. I mean, we just had the UAW strike, and 90% of that was about the temporary workers. Like they didn't have, the permanent workers didn't have to give a shit about the temporary workers. They could have just, continued to exploit their labor and not care. But they actually recognized a problem and stood up for them. And, temporary workers didn't get shit from the strike fund because they weren't a part of the union because they couldn't be. So, I mean, I think there's an extent, like I agree with you to an extent, but I do think there is an increase in like actual class consciousness. They just don't call it that. They don't look at it as, anything other than I'm standing up for my brother. I'm standing up for my sister. I'm standing up for the person that I work with, that I care a lot about. And, I want to see everybody achieve and be better. We're all living through it every single day, and we're seeing what people are going through. And we're getting kind of tired of it. That's why I talk about being an older millennial. It's like, it's getting to the point where no one can call us kids anymore. We're not just dumb kids eating avocado toast. Like, that's not a thing anymore. It's like we have kids, and we're getting to the point where our kids are having kids, some of us, and shit, like
So
at some point you have to go, this is a real problem.
Actual class consciousness is workers versus capitalists, right? And the fake class consciousness is like normal,
more like
people.
worker solidarity.
Yeah.
False consciousness is kind of just like really liberal ideas of like populism, I think, right? Like
like
the average man versus like the establishment.
The elites. Okay, so you're saying when you get that feeling, that's false. Okay.
Yeah. It's definitely
I think
like
Bernie's going to come out against capitalists anytime soon. It's kind of a lot of voters who he'd be throwing under a bus.
Yeah, like a lot of these people would be willing to like, use their votes or like go out and like participate in like small like demonstrations against the establishment, but like how many of them are like really willing to like or like would support or like fight for like like workers' strikes or like movements for like the actual collective ownership of anything? Like I don't know about that.
That's a good question.
I think they just
I don't think we're there yet.
I will say, I will say that it's probably is better than the generation before. It's probably not like I don't think we're to a level of class consciousness where nearly 50% of the workers like unionize or like some like or anywhere near that. What I do think though,
like a general strike or anything like that.
Yeah, no, we're not Sudan. When it comes to
or France,
it's Sudan.
In Sudan, one of the things, there was a general strike that actually brought down the dictator. The general strike was actually what did it. One of the things that ended up bringing him down. The whole Blue for Sudan thing, when they're mowing down protesters, all that.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. When it came to and if anybody wants to learn more about that, you can go to the interview I did with Sudanese activists on the Microfell podcast channel.
Chill.
Anyway, when it came specifically to that, like when I grew up in the idea of striking outside of schools because of, well, it was more gun violence, but the idea of a school strike, that was like a thing, or school walkout, like that is a version of like a strike in a way, or at least a protest. And then learning about like being around the environment where teachers are striking more now, and that's going across the country. What a better way to teach kids about the importance of labor power than through a teacher strike? And we have seen that students are actually pretty happy that they're, number one, don't have to go to school. But number two, they generally support their teachers. They have, generally, many have turned out to protest to support them.
Regardless of what people say, kids want to learn, right? Like they want to better themselves.
They want school to be interesting and their teachers to actually give a shit.
Surprise.
How you do that? Well, you can pay them well to actually give a shit about their own job rather than making them stress every day about how they're gonna fucking eat that week. You
Because
know?
all
that's
teachers
the
get
thing.
into it. All teachers tend to care when they get into it. They just get ground down by a system that obviously doesn't care as much as they do.
The mistake that the system made was make it so students can actually develop a personal relationship with their teachers. So when they're in bad condition, they feel bad for the teacher and want to support them. That was the mistake. That was the mistake the system made.
Yeah, how dare we teach empathy to children?
Makes them weak. That's why this Cherry's a bunch of pansies.
Mr. Rogers
True.
ruined everything.
He did.
I'm pretty offended by students supporting teachers and teacher strikes. It seems like
Why?
an abuse of teachers' power to me.
Wait, why?
Because I don't think teachers should be dragging their students into a dispute with their employer.
They don't. This is the students of their own accord.
Why do you assume that teachers are dragging?
Yeah.
Good.
Well, how old are these kids?
Why does
Most
it matter?
of the
They see
time,
their
they're-
teacher in pain and they want to help them.
Like if
My
these kids
okay. My cousin is her students are 2 years old. They don't know what's going on anyway, so I don't think dragging her kids into anything if she was to go on strike. But in the case of like older students, you know, about 13, 12, 14, 15, I think that's the kind of students that Mark is on about.
Sure, if these kids are like more or less adult, then they can do what they want. But I'd be pretty disturbed.
Yeah,
if,
I mean, I don't want to
elementary
teach.
school kids were getting involved in a
Yeah.
strike.
I don't want to teach you to
Yeah.
tell 7-year-olds like, hey, you know, it'd be really cool. I'll give you all candy if you come to the park tomorrow, where we're gonna be
Yeah.
holding a bunch of night. But that's not really what's going on. What's happening is usually, from what I've seen and personal experience, is seeing 16 to 17, sometimes 15 to 14, but that's actually a lot more rare. It's usually actually like 15, 16, like high school kids, like going out, be like, yo, like our teacher like deserves better pay. Like Mr. Wilson like works really hard for us, and he gets shit for it. I mean, like a running joke in the school is also like, man, our teachers put up with too much shit to get paid that little, right? And they want to go and support them because they have built an emotional connection with them. And a lot of times they think they're good teachers and they deserve that type of compensation.
Yeah,
So
I
they're gonna
mean,
go out and go for it.
At the same time, though, wouldn't you expect like striking workers who weren't teachers like to bring their own kids out? Because that does happen a lot to on the picket line. I
That
don't
is
know
true.
what that noise is.
The idea
Sorry.
behind like bringing your kid out is like, hey, when you don't pay me much, this person gets less food on this table, and that's the basic
Yeah,
concept of
true.
bringing your own child to like a worker.
Well, and we're
That's
reducing
fair.
the quality of teaching.
Having been
for
on
all
a picket line as a kid, I know that.
Can we?
Kids
get a
want
second
like
for
good quality.
Freems?
Yeah.
Freems, you need to step out.
Yeah, I'm gonna step out for a bit. I may be back. I don't know yet, but probably not. So in case I don't come back, you guys can follow me at twitch.tv/streams.
Everything all right, bud?
Yeah,
on.
yeah. I've just been
Good seeing you,
sitting here.
Freems.
I've been sitting here for a long time, and I need to stretch my legs like
Fair.
way too long.
That's good.
Yeah,
Don't get those blood
better,
clots, man. Yeah, for sure.
I'll talk to y'all later.
Adios, dude.
See you.
So, yeah.
care.
Hey, bud.
Yeah.
That dude
just
needed
like-
to calm down anyway. It's like Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah,
Just on
Frames
the
talks
topic
too
of
much.
like student strikes, like we had when I was at university a few years ago, we had some teacher strikes at university, and most students that I knew were supportive of it because we felt that the concerns of the lecturers were fair. They were being underpaid and their pensions were at risk. So, you know, we would generally. I mean, I can't speak for every student. I'm sure that there were plenty that were against it, but yeah, I think that's the kind of thing that we're talking about. I don't think anyone expects like a 2-year-old kid to say, yeah, I support the right of my teachers to strike. You know, they're a bit young for that. And I wouldn't want teachers to be putting those kids in that situation either.
I see a lot of the sentiment in chat that like, well, there's a lot of teachers I wouldn't strike for. Like, oh, like teachers are garbage anyways. It's like, well, all right, well, none of y'all know or seem to know like the struggle of being a teacher. I don't know about y'all, but like when I was in school, I could see the effects that like having teachers being underpaid like has. Not only that, but like there's like a huge shortage of teachers because they don't get paid enough. Nobody wants to be a fucking teacher in the first place, right? We literally have a problem in the United States with the teacher to student ratio being ridiculously high. where you go into a class. In my high school classes, a lot of them had 30 plus students, upward of like 40 people with only one teacher. How the fuck are you supposed to have a good teacher when they're responsible for 40 students in a fucking classroom? It's impossible. They're fighting an uphill battle as it is. Support your fucking teachers. They deserve it. Even if you think they're doing a shit job. Fuck, I'm muted on my end. But yeah, so I'm gonna redo my point for my own stream real quick. Fucking bear with me, all right? So yeah, there's a lot of fucking people in my chat right now saying like, oh well, there's fucking teachers that I wouldn't fucking like go and fight for or anything like that. Like, oh, I had shit teachers. Why would we ever protest for them? The point is that like these people already aren't getting paid what they're worth, and we already have a shortage of teachers because nobody wants to be teachers because they're not getting paid enough. And yeah, I pointed out the issue of in America, the teacher to student ratio is like through the fucking roof. When you have upwards of like 35 to 40 students with only one teacher in the class, it's impossible to be a good teacher. It's so fucking hard. So yeah, these people need better wages if you want better teachers.
Most definitely. I mean, like, come on, I get it. Like Mr. Henderson, he's talking to his chat. Mr. Henderson, I know, I get it. Mr. Henderson, he didn't give you enough juicy boxes and fruit snacks, and it's I get it. But I remember being in school and only having to nurse 2 days of the week. So if I got sick on like a Wednesday, I'm screwed. Or either I got like the English teacher saying like, I don't know, want some like fish oil pills? Like I don't know. It's like having teachers like pouring out like stuff out of their bag just to give students because there's nothing for them. And the other day, and then a little bit later in the year, there was our school therapist or like school counselor was like, I just got promoted, I'm outie. And then we basically had someone who was doing administrative work, like being the whole school's counselor. So they're also managing like people's college plans, managing like student disputes, managing mental and is one person for a school of like almost like 800 kids. Like that's just gonna produce bad results.
And if you don't like school,
I imagine that it's a similar issue in the US. Maybe this is an example of the free market in action, so maybe this is a good thing. But in the UK, we've got a massive teacher shortage, and what's happening is a lot of teachers are actually going abroad because there's a huge demand for quality English language teachers in foreign countries,
like Japan,
where they'll get much better pay conditions, and they'll be paid a great deal more than they're getting paid in the United Kingdom to look after kids here, you know. And a lot of teachers, they'll work in UK schools exactly as long as it takes them to get qualified, and then they'll leave because they can do so much better elsewhere. Same thing's happening with nurses and doctors and other professions, by the way. We could talk about that a little bit, but it's an actual serious issue.
And don't you think that you would enjoy school more if the teachers were enjoying their job more and were more like excited to come to school every day with like custom lesson plans and like the ability to teach students one-on-one? Like, don't you think school would be a little more enjoyable too?
Oh, dude, I remember losing one of our best teachers to the DC school system because they weren't getting paid nearly as much. And it was like one of the school's favorite teachers who organized all the after school stuff. Because that's another thing. When you lose a teacher, you don't just lose like a classroom like productivity. You also lose like people who have specialized in certain after school activities and other stuff. And then we didn't have like a school like Pride Week or any of that because the person who did it just like dipped.
Yeah, and the teachers that are doing those extracurricular activities are probably the better quality teachers anyway, right?
Yeah, most definitely. The ones who put in the time to do that, even though like our extracurricular activities had a massive paywall, so a lot of lower income students going to go there, but that's a totally different issue.
You know, why do you guys think teachers aren't paid more? I mean, pay is set by school boards that are democratically elected. Presumably, if we all
because anytime that there's a pay raise voted by,
why don't people reward them appropriately through their elected school boards that set pay?
Well, this is the thing: is that anytime
the property tax,
not only that, but anytime
we have a
anytime the voters actually. Anytime that voters actually vote for a pay raise for the school districts, most of it actually goes to administration. It doesn't even reach the fucking teachers.
Basti, why do people elect conservative governments?
What's that?
Why do people elect conservative governments?
Well, now this is a little different, I think, from the broad-based conservative argument about society as a whole. We're talking about a group that apparently, you know, most people think teachers should be paid more. I've never heard anybody, except for one conservative in my chat tonight, say that teachers should be paid less. almost overwhelmingly people say more. But it seems like when the rubber meets the road, voters aren't really interested in that.
I got some real life experience.
In my country, teachers aren't paid based on like pay set by any kind of board like that. It's an entirely different sort of system. But if you wanted to go for a slightly different example, you could talk about nurses. Nurses, it's a very common sentiment that nurses aren't paid enough. That nurses aren't. They don't get enough pay, that there needs to be more of them. That you can actually look at this. It's kind of interesting. You look at like the list of professions that people trust the most. At least in the UK, nurse is probably at number one. People have a lot of respect for nurses, but their pay is rubbish. Their pay is absolutely garbage. And you could say, well, why aren't they paid more? And I think the answer to that question is why do people elect conservative governments? Because we elect governments that don't pay them.
But I think presumably, I guess most people must conclude that teachers are paid enough. Then, like as much as I want to say otherwise, like this is local government. This is like as close to the people as it gets. School board elections.
Are you sure?
Where's the breakdown here?
In a local government, like
wait, what did you say about local government?
Local government is like the easiest to corrupt and B the most corrupt. Like seriously, because like you're literally the distance between business owners in the area and the government is like inches, if that, like centimeters.
So what do we do about that?
I can tell you what we do about that. I can tell you. So while you said, and it's very true that local government is one of the easily most corruptible, it's also the easiest for you to do something about it too, because it's extremely more responsible than what you're doing in DC.
Maybe that's why it's corrupt, because it's so easy to do something about them.
I think I don't know about the cities where y'all live, but the last city I lived in, the voter turnout rate was like somewhere between 3 and 5% for municipal elections. People just do not care, it seems like. I mean,
because there's no sense of community for most people.
It just seems like it gets so much less attention than like national stuff.
There's a difference. There's a difference between saying that in principle you agree with something and then actually going out and doing it. Like
I think that
they're against this or that they're for that. That doesn't necessarily reflect what they're going to do.
I don't know. I think people really felt very strongly about this. It might happen. I think the truth is people don't really feel very strongly about it.
That's the interesting thing is like you would think people would be more active if they had like some skin in the game. But like, Flint, Michigan, our last 2 mayoral elections turned out like 13% of the city to vote.
Yeah.
So like people aren't voting because they feel disenfranchised. They have apathy towards the system. You would think after a water crisis, we'd be like, yeah, we need to get involved. We need to be more active. We need to, start protesting more and be more active. It didn't happen. It just doesn't happen. I don't know why.
It's almost like people are busy with their lives as it is. They have jobs.
Last year's is actually correct. People are very busy.
We have done
a lot of work to vote competently, doesn't it?
We have done so much in our city to see if we can get voter turnout. I mean, we have made it so it's easier for homeless individuals to register to vote. We have even attempted, and probably going to attempt again in the future eventually, to make it so undocumented people could vote in city elections. We're doing everything possible to make it so more people turn out to elections.
Is it really the difficulty of the vote itself, or the difficulty of finding out about the issues and who to vote for and all the details?
Is that I know what you're trying to do, last username right now. You're trying to make an argument against democracy. I know what you're trying to do right now.
Addressing a specific
I know where you're getting at, and I feel
like
I don't understand why, like, what you can you can vote for somebody on a variety of reasons. You don't have to be perfectly educated on the issues to be motivated to vote, clearly, right?
When I lived in the Netherlands, I was eligible to vote in the Dutch Water Board elections. So the Dutch, they elect who would be responsible for running the local water board, because it's very important in the country. And I'll be honest, I voted because I was eligible to, and I just voted for whoever I thought had the funniest looking name, which is a really bad way.
Good. You are going to be an anecdote the next time last username is like, we need to roll back some powers.
You can't really vote for the guy with a boot on his nose.
You can't really complain when you're doing that, though, right? How can you complain about
Box? It's good to see you.
To be
Hey,
fair,
how's
though,
it going?
the Dutch Water Board, it's a very technical sort of job, and they only really vote for them out of I guess out of a kind of tradition, maybe,
I just-
because
I
they've
am-
always done it that
Here's
way.
a good
I know that
example. Here's a really good example of how that can be abused. There's something that we have in particularly our area called slates, right? And specifically people saying like this is the official Democratic Party slate, even though that isn't a thing because a lot of it's in primaries, right? And the idea of a Democratic Party officially choosing someone, it's not the official slate. That's not a real thing, right? Even though if they ever want to put me on it, I will totally take it. So what they do is they'll basically put on a list for voter mail-ins, like these are the people that you should vote on, and they'll have central committee, they'll have everything you possibly need to like think about voting for. They'll send it out, and people send in mailers or people do absentee votes, who just go off that list and have everybody chosen beforehand, and they'll take advantage of those low information voters, right? So this is just
a problem. There's a whole economy around politics, and even if you try to educate voters to vote the right way, you'll just get competition from people who are trying to get them to vote for special interests. And they'll spend as much money, almost as much money as they can get from the government by getting their special interests met. So there's no way you're going to compete with them.
I suppose the solution then is to give up, right?
Wait.
In Texas,
What did
there
you
was
say you'll never
actually
compete with?
If a special interest can make $1 million by getting a particular candidate elected, they'll spend, just a little bit under $1 million to make it happen because they'll make a profit off of it, right? It's just,
Yeah, I mean,
it's an industry.
assuming they get that's assuming they win every time. Like these elections,
no,
these
let's say
involvements in
they-
electoral politics are not like a sure investment.
Yeah, you're not like buying them directly off the shelf. Like,
No,
You've
but
still
if
got to
you
get
can
everybody to
romance
vote
in
in
the guy
a
like
particular way.
If they can
By the
get
way,
a
hi,
particular, let's say they
Hey,
know
what's up,
they
Mark?
can get a particular candidate elected, they'll get $1 million in some government subsidy or whatever.
Right.
They will spend $950,000 up to that to get that guy elected. So the more subsidies the government is giving out, the more
I see what you
money
mean.
people are going to spend to get those subsidies. And any kind of effort to educate people to vote correctly is going to be competing against all that money that's spent to get those subsidies.
Well, this is the problem, is that even when people actually vote for like increasing the budget for public education, you look at like a scenario in Texas where they voted for $11.6 billion to go to public education. And they were promised, a lot of the teachers were promised upwards of like a $5,000 raise. Turns out when it actually passed, there was no requirement for these districts to actually pony up that $5,000 bonus for these teachers, or salary increase for these teachers. So a lot of these districts decided to like allocate this money in other places, either in administrative costs or otherwise, and the teachers ended up getting dick. So like even when we vote for it, a lot of the people that are writing these laws don't even put in the requirements that the teachers actually like get raises that they're promised. So I don't know, it's pretty fucked. And it's really shitty too, because you're pulling on the heartstrings of voters being like, hey, these teachers need more money, pass this bill. But really, when they pass it, none of it goes to the teachers, it all goes to administration. And like I think that goes to like the corruption of like these sorts of like bureaucratic institutions like administrations and stuff like that not being held responsible to their communities and stuff like that.
Well, on that note, it is now midnight for me, so I'm going to duck out and try and wind down and get to sleep. So thank you very much for the invite, Leon. I really enjoyed being here. And when is the next one?
I mean,
Friday,
we're
right?
yeah. So Mindwaves and I will have ours on Friday, but we're between myself and Freems, we're doing like late night podcasts pretty much every day of the week.
Pretty much every day. Very
Oh
cool.
yeah, true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
it seemed like it was going that way, but okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, if you ever see me in a round table and you want in, just send me a message. Freems would probably say the same thing as well.
Very cool. All right.
Hey, Bastian, if you want to ever talk about legal philosophy sometime, message me about it, because that'd actually be an interesting conversation to finish.
Yeah, it sounds good. Looking forward to it. Mark Monkey. Oh, Macro just hopped. Well, please give Micro Macro my best.
Of
Mark Monkey,
course.
it was fun talking with you.
Good to see
It's
you,
actually
man.
been a little while. It's good to see you again.
Mhm.
Mindwaves, good to see you as always. Brento Box, good to see you
See you,
too.
Bessie.
Mr. Geek, good to see you. And Dylan Burns, good to be able to come back down here after you called me out earlier tonight.
Hey, man. I'm like Project Veritas. I bring the truth.
All right. Have a good night, y'all. Take care.
Have a good one.
Night.
See you.
Good night.
Oh.
Oh my good. Last username. I forgot. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Have a good night, man. It was good to see you.
Good night, man.
Oh.
Oh my god. I feel terrible now.
Mm.
All right. Last username. My capitalist brother from another mother. Good to see him.
He hasn't said
Take it easy, man.
Rip.
Oop, I missed the outro.
Yeah, he said goodbye to you. Just said to let you know he sends his best.
Also, on that Texas specific issue, real quick, not all of that went to public education either, like it was promised. About 2/5 of it, which is like 5.1 billion, went to tax cuts, dropping property tax rates across Texas by an average of 8 cents per $100 valuation. So yeah.
Why are
our
schools better?
So if you got like 5% of voters turning out for an election, that's basically anyone can swing that election if they want to spend a little money on it with so little turnout, right?
True.
You just got to get voters out. So that's basically any kind of subsidy that elected official is giving out is just money up for grabs from anyone who wants to.
So if anybody wants me to take over my local government, you can always donate to me at Twitch.
I support going for dictator. That's fine.
I will say Aiden got my wheels spinning about like local government, so I don't know. Probably not ending up being me because I can't stop saying fuck, so you know.
Hey,
I think people would like that though. Bernie Sanders said
I
they
don't
haven't
know.
got a lot of
I'd do it.
good
I don't know
press
about
for it.
around here. I don't know about that. Like the people who show up to vote in Flint probably wouldn't like that. They're like, oh, he's not a good Christian boy.
I mean, last username is the point of all this is to say that there's not enough accountability, effectively.
The point is to say that this seems like a very deep flaw in democracy.
Wait, could you
Demands
could
so
you
much
sum
of
it up?
people. So the
I mean-
problem is, like, we just have, we don't even have like a radical amount of democracy now. We have a few different elections that people can vote in, but it's enough that the elections that happen at the lowest level get like basically no turnout at all, and thus are easily corruptible. Right?
Yeah, we
Well,
should do something about that. Like,
yeah.
Well, what can
same
you do?
voter
I mean,
registration.
Is this really a fixable problem?
Repeal Citizens
Yep.
United.
Well,
Repeal Citizens United, enact.
it's
same day voter registration would be great.
So how much more than
Absolutely.
5% turnout are you going to get if you repeal Citizens United?
I mean, you could also
There's
make
only
it
one way to
a
find out.
local holiday. Or,
So
give
the truth of the matter,
voters, they could take it off.
well.
There's a lot of
I
things.
gotta
you could do.
ask, like, you can go ahead, Mimos.
well, I was just gonna say the truth of the matter is we can try to look for like some legislative solution for this, but I really don't think there is none. There's a lot of stuff we could do, like same day voter registration. We could do voting holidays, stuff like that. Like I'm a big proponent of that. But like none of that would solve this problem. What is actually going to solve this problem is individuals like having a problem with this and doing something about it, getting involved in your community, and like actually going out there and getting other people involved in the community. It comes down to like a lot of people just like don't feel the need to go down, get involved in their local politics because there is no sense of community in these places, right?
But that's my
maybe,
point.
yeah.
Whatever
Do you
you do
feel
to
like-
get the community involved, the lobbyists can do as well, and lobbyists have more money than you.
Well,
what's your solution then? Last username.
Here's a question though. I got
Take away the power. Take away the power that's up for sale by the
There you
government.
go. That's the problem. I mean, like, it seems to me that there's an accountability gap. People aren't accountable at this level, and your solution is to make them not at all accountable at all. It's just to give up.
Yeah.
No, it's to make them not have power that they're not
You
accountable for.
effectively give power to whoever is, whoever is the technocrat who's in charge of these things.
you're saying
What? No, no.
decentralize like
Power
government
away
power,
from government, so they can't
spread it
sell
out.
No, but they
No, not
already like
decentralize it. Take it away.
Well,
Just take it away.
then that
I
gives
mean,
them a bunch of power.
That'll leave a power vacuum, and
yeah.
industry will
And then it
step in
goes
and
to- it
fill
goes to
that.
the
And you
powerful
can't elect them.
individuals
at
that
That's
all.
fine as
community.
long as what fills that vacuum is people
Oh,
who are
boy.
accountable for their power.
But nobody
But
they're
is.
not.
That's the
They
wouldn't.
second
They're
thing.
not.
That's not
Whoa,
gonna
whoa,
happen.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, one
I
at a
mean,
time.
Well, okay, here, well, I was just going to say, I mean, to a certain degree, people not participating in their democracy is actually healthy because if people have to participate in it constantly, it's not functioning right. So there's got to be a small degree of people who don't have to worry about the government, you know, and I'm not sure what that is. Maybe 50% is okay, but
I think
like,
we would
it's-
argue that
right,
we're not
so-
at that, though.
Well, it
As-
seems like
I disagree on that.
well, we seem.
I'm not saying
convinced
as long
in
as they
this
have the
case-
right to, if they don't feel the need to, then that could actually be seen as like a positive. You don't
But
want
how would
people
they
to
I
find
mean,
be
it's
consistently
not even
constantly
it's
involved.
not even just like the right to, like, we have a number of things that actually actively discourage people from voting. You know, things like closing
Okay.
down or moving polling stations, voter
But that's not
suppression
why
laws.
5% showed up. It's not like there was like
Yeah,
the other
No,
95%.
but this is
those issues
It's
exist.
a lot of things.
They
concerning,
build up.
though. Yeah,
They
you can't just
build
take
up.
everything we
They
say and say
didn't
that's
care.
not it.
Yeah, like I said,
No,
like
Well, it's
I always bring up, you know, the fact that I'm in Flint. Like, voter apathy is a very
Sure.
real thing. It's just like people feel like their voice will never be heard, no matter what. You know, we've
You see,
seen it
I
for
mean,
years.
but
We've
it's
voted,
just
we
like-
vote,
I don't buy that. Like you're
You're
always
right.
trying to portray it as like they're being suppressed or they're being like crushed or something. I think it's like just more a matter
Well,
of they have no reason.
I was
to
just
care.
talking about specific laws. There are
Sure.
voter suppression laws, and they do make it more difficult to vote. Like, conservatives do purposely make it more difficult to vote. To the extent that Democrats do that, I don't know. And I would be against that if I ever saw a case of it. But, you know, largely it is Republicans who do it. You know, whether it's registration purging, like Eric brought up in the chat. I mean, there's a number of things that they do to
Sure, but-
discourage people
Mhm.
from voting.
It just
Sure.
seems to me like the most obvious reason that people wouldn't vote in their municipal election is that they just don't care. Because I don't know anyone. I know very few people who
Exactly.
care. I don't.
100%.
Or
Yeah,
we
I
could-
actually
And
think
given
that's a
it's
huge
that,
problem.
Like if you
Yeah.
can go and
Or
fix all
they're
those little
stuck at work.
barriers, it's not going to have much of an effect. It's going to go up from 5% to 8% or something.
Yeah, but the
Or
fact
they're
that nobody
stuck at
cares is a
work.
big. Yeah, I
Do
mean
you
the
feel
fact
like
that nobody
it's-
cares is a big problem.
Sure, but do you feel like there's any like I know you named some, Mark, and those are like forces that like work against people voting, but do you think like people are like restricted from participating in the government?
Yeah.
But how big a factor do you think that is? Like how much more than 5% would you expect if you removed all the restrictions?
I mean, I don't know about you, but
Let's say-
5%
let's
is a
say-
significant gain.
Let's say
Yeah,
we
for
made
real.
let's say we made voting day a national holiday, or even
Mm-hmm.
a local holiday for local elections, to where, you know, a bunch of local businesses closed down largely, or they had to offer like holiday pay or something like that. Like, obviously there would be, you know, decreases in hours for those specific days because they'd have to offer that. They would have nothing better to do but show up. You can't use the excuse, well,
On
I
the day
spent
off
12
from work? I can think
I
of a lot of
spent-
better
well,
things to do.
hang on. Like, well, I mean, like, then the problem is, like, you're taking very little time out of your day when, you know, you have more of a day to spend. When, you know, when what you have now is like people working anywhere from 8 to 12 hours and then expected to wait in a line to vote for, like, who knows how long. You
Mhm.
know, that's a much bigger issue. No one's going to want to do that after doing something like that. I know that for a fact because I've heard people do that, and I've you know, I care.
Well, I'm not
enough.
going to want to do it if I'm out home playing video games all day.
Yeah, so this is the thing I want to
No.
touch on real quick is like think about your own community. Think about the people that are surrounding you right now, your neighbors, or even like your family members and stuff like that. What would it actually take to get those people to show up to the polls and give a shit about politics? It's not going to be stuff like same-day registration or voter holidays or accessibility to voting booths. What that legislation will do is like people that are already motivated to vote will show up more, right? That's what that will do. But to actually get more people involved, like to actually care, to like want to go out and get involved in their politics and vote and shit like that, it's gonna take it's going to take them realizing that these things actually have a real impact on their life. It's going to take them realizing that like voting on, maybe like pay increases for teachers, like we were talking about,
Does it have an impact on their life, though?
would benefit their children because they have a better education or like shit like that, right? You have to appeal to like what actually matters to these people,
How
and that
much-
is
Well-
like stuff that's going to like affect their actual material needs at the
How
end
much
of the day.
impact does any given election have on the average person's life?
Quite a bit.
It might matter.
I would say that there's a lot of policy that gets passed year to year that affects people in ways that they don't even realize.
So
I
there's
think
going to
if
be
people
something on the
realize how
ballot
much
to, like, give teachers a raise or something, or to cut over here. It's going to matter to those few teachers a lot, or the few thing that's getting the subsidy or the cut or whatever. But to the people to everyone else, it's just like a couple of bucks more or less in their taxes. Is it actually going to affect their life?
The local elections, at least as far as I'm aware, aren't just about whether teachers get a pay rise or not. They're actually about a lot more issues than
Well, yeah, sure. Like whatever it is, the point is it's going to matter a lot more to the
villages,
person who's being affected by the policy directly than to the entire population for whom it's just going to be like a little bit extra tax or a little bit less or something minor like that. Like it has to affect the specific special interest more than everybody else by definition, right?
I mean, like, we can look at other elections like around the world. In other countries, like, voter turnout, depending on the country, of course, can be much, much higher than what we see in the United States, like upwards of 80%, right? Taiwan's recent elections were like 77%.
But only for like big major things that get tons of news coverage and have all this sort of tribal passion and everything behind it, right?
I mean, to an extent, but even if we were to compare our national elections to theirs, we get about 50%. If they're getting 70, 80%, I'm pretty sure that their local elections are probably getting a larger amount of turnout as well, right?
It's probably true.
Right, and then and while you can do things like same day voter registration, and I can tell you from someone who's tried to register voters before, making it same day would help a lot of people. Legitimately, would help a lot of people get to the polls. And when it comes to there's a balanced effort you need to make on behalf of not only educating people, but making it more of a priority when we teach people about elections.
Okay, but I just don't see how the teaching is going to, like, wouldn't you guys say that local elections actually affect people's lives more than larger elections, than national?
Debatable.
Or state?
I mean,
Most definitely.
weren't you just saying that they don't?
No, I said that they do.
You just said that it only
yet,
affects individual stakeholders.
He said more. No, he said more.
More than, special interests more than the general public. But I'm saying the level of the election, closer to the more local, the more it affects people. So, and yet the turnout has the opposite pattern. Like, it's the higher level elections get more turnout.
That is there's a number of reasons for that. Number one, a lot of local elections are done on off years, right? And if we were able, there is a decent argument for the idea that we actually turn it from off year elections to, like, elections are one day, like every and of course, if there's an election every 2 years, you can't do that for every election. But if we were to put them into a cycle of 2 years is for one city council election, the next 2 years it's the presidential election, congressional election, and the city council election. For that 1 year, the voter turnout would generally be higher because you have all the elections on one day. When it comes to other issues, when it comes to localities, it's a true fact that national elections get a lot more media attention. There's a lot more campaigns around national elections getting people out to vote. There's a lot more money and like getting like all these like TV ads like, you need to vote because if you don't vote, you hate puppies, or like whatever reason.
Vote or
right?
die.
Vote or
So
die.
my theory is
That's a
when
good
you
way to
get people
increase voter
involved in
retention.
elections, you
That
get
was a real one.
national elections.
Yeah,
right?
it was real.
National elections are what it looks like when you get people really involved in elections. And what it looks like is you get all kinds of special interests, feeding people all kinds of bullshit and fake news and lies, and getting them all voting stupidly and pissed off at each other. So I don't see how that bringing that to local elections is going to help much.
So then
isn't that a different solution?
Sorry, I didn't hear any of that.
Isn't that a different problem with a different solution entirely?
Well, I'm
campaign
saying
finance is a completely different thing that we could actually do separate of, trying to encourage people to vote. We can do both, and they can be done separately because they're not the same legislation.
I'm saying when you say that you want to get people really interested in local elections, why wouldn't it just end up just looking like national elections? If there's that much at stake, then you're going to have all the same problems where special interests motivate people to vote for them and mislead them and lie to them and so on. Or
then you got to do something about campaign finance.
Yeah,
like I said, that's where it's a different conversation. But
like, it's just very clear that like just because we can't fix certain things means we don't even try to make things better. It's like, well, of course we're still going to have issues, but that doesn't mean we don't try to make it easier and more like and motivate people in local elections to.
But what's the fix? That's what I'm getting at. It doesn't sound like that fix is going to help much.
I mean, why don't we talk about
let me
it?
put it this way. The thing that I hear a lot in a city like Flint, place that's been in poverty and having been completely abandoned and ignored for more than 30 years now, is people don't feel like voting for anyone makes any difference. Like, you got to give people a reason to vote. They got to want to vote. They got to see like somebody giving them a reason to show up in the first fucking place. Otherwise, we see what happens. They just don't show up.
So is there a reason to vote in Flint?
I mean, I would say there is, but like most of the people, their apathy is somewhat understandable.
Okay. I mean, my argument is that the more reason there is to vote, the more people you're going to have trying to influence that vote in dishonest ways.
So let's work against
Possibly.
that while increasing the.
I mean,
They're working towards it, and you're
yeah, but like
they
all
have
of
more
this,
resources to work
That
against it,
doesn't
and
mean
you have-
that
everything
doesn't mean
you're
we
saying-
throw the baby out of the bath.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is a
No, it's just
different
the
solution
have
for a
numbers.
different problem.
it's just everything we say. You just like throw something in there that's like, well, other people are gonna like try to work against
But
it.
I think this is a Sisyphean
recognize
task.
that,
That's
though.
the problem. I'm making an argument
Well,
against
right.
democracy in
It's
general.
a
Any-
different
any
problem that
system
we can
has
solve
bad
with the
actors.
solution, though.
I have a
system.
solution, and my solution is to take the power away that people.
You
are-
don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
So,
You
okay,
don't
wait,
just
wait,
take
wait,
the
wait.
Well,
power
the
away
thing
from
that
What would
happens there,
replace it?
last username, is what you're talking about is like when you say take the power away, is like what ends up having more power are the special interests that you're trying to fight back against in the first
Yeah.
place, right?
No,
You
because
remove
the
the
special
middleman.
interest can't tax people without the government's help.
but they can.
Well, no, but they can
They
go
can
ahead
lobby
and
for it.
make decisions. They can make decisions like, oh, well, then special interests
say
are just gonna
take away
like
their
pollute
lobby
your
power.
waters and like
Yeah.
fucking like I don't know, give you like shitty education.
You still need basic rights and a justice system and environmental regulations to prevent that. But you don't need all
Who's
these
gonna
all this
decide on
government
that?
money like
Who's
and
going to
it's-
enforce it?
It's
Who's,
like,
who's going to decide what the
everyone.
basic environmental regulations are?
I mean, that's it. We
Probably
do.
the corporation.
The point is, well,
Because
that
aren't
too.
those-
But it's like, that's why we have a rotating representative democracy. Like, and we just keep replacing people every year, and you get a chance to replace someone in that representative position, right? Like,
How does that
If
help?
your point is
But
that
you're
can
talking
be
about
captured by
government again.
special interests,
yeah,
wouldn't
I
that
am.
also
I'm
be
not
true
saying
with-
dissolve the government. Like,
I just
Right.
I just see like last year's solution just taking the middleman away from out of the way of these special interest groups, so they'll just step in and do whatever the fuck they want, like without us being able to say anything or do anything about it. That's
There
not
can't be any
better. That's
accountability
worse.
system.
but they can't it's the fact that
They
they can
can.
use the government
will.
the government's power
They
to
have.
is take people's money that makes it a problem. If they just want to spend their own money on their own interests, that's fine. Right? It's the
No.
spending of the public
No,
money
no,
on
no,
the
it's
interest that's
not.
the problem.
Because
Yes,
the
it
money
is.
that they choose to spend within
It's their
Like-
money. If they spend their own money, they're just
it
they're just-
affects the people.
The tragedy of the commons.
so you don't want people to have money.
no, come on, easy.
Well, I don't know what you're saying.
God,
but
that isn't-
everyone,
that isn't
everyone
good.
can spend their own
Come
money
on.
anyway, no matter what.
Come on.
Yeah, but the problem
No,
is
no.
these people have all this money, which gives them all this extra power, which they then use to lobby. And I know you're saying cut out the lobbyers, but then I feel like you're cutting out the middleman and allowing them to enact like I don't know, policy.
No, the
or
money they
able to
spend
do
on
business.
lobbying is much
fill the
less
power
than the money they
vacuum
get from
with
lobbying,
people that you
obviously,
can't
or it
vote
wouldn't be
for.
worth it.
He's saying
Right.
break the cycle of their influence because they're using their influence to enrich themselves
Just
and
give
buy
them
more
the
influence.
directly. That's
But
what
yeah,
I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's
And
all
you're
I'm
saying,
saying.
right,
Like I said,
now he's saying get
eliminate
rid
the
of the
middleman and
influence.
just give power.
They're
Just let
profiting
whoever
off the
offers
government.
money
A
decide
lot, this
everything.
money they spend on lobbying
Right.
is less than they get back. That's why they do it.
If the guy in your local community wants to buy all the housing and charge whatever the hell he wants for his rent, then just let him. That seems to be like what we're at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just throw the baby out with
That's
the
fine
bath.
for everybody,
else, and, put yourself in a position where you can't do shit about
It's
it.
fine for the
So
oligarchs.
That's a terrible
Last
idea.
username, like,
That's
what's
literally
your-
getting rid of democracy in
what's-
order to
So
because you
what
don't
is-
want to
what is your-
eliminate money in politics.
What is
Whoa,
your
one at a time, one at a
answer?
time.
What is your answer to monopoly?
What's my answer?
What is
to
your
that?
answer?
What monopoly?
No,
What
I'm
are you
at
talking-
well, both of you, I guess, and yours is government, Mark. So last username. What's your answer,
My answer
to
is
monopoly?
markets, competition.
Okay,
But
but
no-
they do
It's like
Monopoly.
corrupt
He
into
said
monopolies on maybe even like unjust monopolies at certain
boy.
points.
Don't give the government power to grant people monopolies, and you won't have monopolies.
Well, no, but
But we have
monopolies
government
happen
doesn't-
naturally. The government restricts them and breaks them.
No, the government
Yeah, the
creates
government doesn't
almost all
doesn't give
monopolies are
people
created
power
by
to
government
become
regulation.
monopolies. That's not how monopolies happen.
That is how
Usually,
monopolies happen.
no, they can happen
Overwhelmingly.
separate of government.
No.
Overwhelmingly,
I mean, they
Government
do.
creates monopolies.
They end after a
With
while. The
licensing,
government
with
certainly does create
regulation.
monopolies. This is true. Yeah.
Government creates almost all monopolies, and the ones
The
that they don't
government
create
monopoly is just a public
are
service.
usually not a problem
Okay.
because they
you're
don't
gonna-
have protection from competition, right? The
You're,
government
government doesn't stop competition, but like you're
Yeah,
gonna
they
have
do.
to quantify that with an example.
Any like the American Medical Association, any profession with government regulated occupational licensing, any government monopoly.
Yeah, like
The
utilities like
American
water,
Medical Association.
Exactly.
electric, and things like that. Those are
The
monopolies.
education
I'm
system.
not saying they're
right?
unjust. I'm just
Any
saying
public
they are.
union is a monopoly. To say.
The American Medical Association isn't a monopoly. What does it have?
Yeah, you have a very loose term of monopoly. It seems very different from like what the
They
average-
control who gets to be a doctor. So it's in effect it's a cartel.
No. That's
I don't know
not
if it's a
how it works.
cartel. There,
It's a
Ameri-
cartel of doctors.
Okay, maybe
this
you
language
can
is
go
very low.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, yeah, I guess it's a
yeah.
loaded
Economic-
term.
in the same
not
way that
wrong.
the American criminal justice
They can
system is also
control
a
the supply
monopoly.
of
They get to
doctors.
decide who is and who isn't a criminal. We need to have competing criminal
Well,
justice systems all against
I mean, yeah, but that's
you
within
can
government, right?
decide which
Yeah.
court you go to and where where you prosecute people and all these other kinds of things.
Yeah.
I didn't catch the beginning of that, but I like the last
He's
part.
saying that the criminal.
The criminal
We
justice
should also have
system is an
private
unfair
militaries
monopoly.
that compete with each other. You know, like
Yeah.
who's to say that like
But
this
we don't
kind
have
of
to get into that.
incorporation of
guys.
military?
We don't have to get into that. Let's just stick to like
I
what we
mean,
have
well,
now.
I mean,
the point is
But
that
one
is
step at a
that
time.
power. The point is that those with power, those with influence or affluence, are going to
Mm-hmm.
be those that create the monopolies, whether or not you have a government to check them, right?
They need the government to have a monopoly, though.
But
No,
they
they
don't.
don't.
No,
really.
that's
they
not
just
true.
need to maintain
We've
it.
had monopolies throughout like human
Like what?
history. Like when you can like just think about feudalism, right? Like when the king had a monopoly on land,
We
where
don't
they
live
like
under
designated out the land to the lords and they controlled the land
The
and
Lord can charge whatever rents he wants. It's his land.
exactly,
say
yeah.
that the
See
Lord
a
can't
lot
charge.
of lords around these days.
Well, you would if you got
We
rid of the
just call
government,
them
wouldn't
something
you?
different.
Sure. Okay.
We just call them something different. We call them CEOs.
So we have a lot of free markets today. Where are all the monopolies in those free markets that are not assisted
Franco,
by the
thanks for
government?
following.
Yeah.
ISPs, but I mean, I guess
Yeah.
in a certain way they're still somewhat assisted by the
I
government.
mean, having an
Yeah.
argument about free markets seems a bit pointless.
loaded-
because if someone
Yeah,
said that
there's-
this is a free
well,
market,
I mean,
you're
you're
just gonna
begging
say
the
that it's not a
question.
real free
In a
market.
way, it's not even like
It's not the real
perfect
free
example
market.
because they still, we're talking about protecting property rights, which I'm sure you would agree. You want to protect private property rights. Well, they own the property by which their lines go through. So they can actually restrict people from putting their lines in the same place, especially if they go through an entire city. They're
If I own a
monopolized.
coal mine, if I own a coal
Okay.
mine, I have a
They don't
monopoly.
own all the land in the world, though.
Yeah, but like some of the
No.
barriers to entry
But
to
if
starting
they
these companies are
buy
so
it all
high.
and they do, then guess what? They just did that, and now there's nothing anyone can do about it.
You can buy other land or find some other way of delivering internet. There's a
I
lot of
literally
different
just
ways.
said if they buy all the land in, which
Okay.
they can
Land
do.
isn't an infinite resource.
No, they can't. That would that's who can
Land
afford to buy all
isn't
the
a-
land.
In a certain
Land is
area, they
finite.
totally
You can
could.
buy the
Well,
important
no,
land.
this is
last
not all
year.
land
You
is
buy the
not
land.
all land is created equal, right? Some land
Yeah.
is way more valuable for certain things than others, right? When you have somebody that engages in like a form of non-competitive like a business where they buy up all the land that is useful for them for their particular industry and then buy out all the competition so that nobody else can buy up the land that they already own, then like where's the competition going to come from?
Okay,
Like
so
all the
show me where that has actually happened, and it hasn't been the government helping
you're
them out. with
you're
some
begging the
regulation.
question because where would that ever exist? We have government. Like the corporations only exist because like governments
But,
recognize them as a legal
mean,
body.
It seems like there's plenty of opportunity for that to happen if it could happen without government assistance. We have, the government doesn't
It is
control
happening.
everything yet. They control some
It-
things, but there's plenty of free markets where these monopolies could happen on their
It
own.
is happening though.
Where?
Currently,
Like I say,
Are-
give me an example of where it's happened without the government helping.
But you can't because they're always in
media?
systems.
That's
that
not
have-
true. There's lots of free markets.
Name a free market.
Free
Media
market doesn't
is
mean-
owned by what, six
What
companies?
would you
like?
consider a free market?
One where the government isn't helping anyone.
No,
have a-
an example
Wait.
of a free market. You said that there are loads of free markets, so name a free market.
Just like an industry.
No, name a free market, not name like, oh, there are industries that are free markets, but what's a specific example of a free market? You just said that there are free markets, so name one.
So something where the government regulation
No,
doesn't.
That's
Something
not naming
without
a free
government
market. That's
regulation.
naming the idea of a free market. I'm asking for a concrete example of a free market.
Yes, I'm just clarifying what you're asking me. You are asking for a specific industry in which
That is a free market, yeah.
market that the government doesn't restrict in any way.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know. I mean,
I don't think you have an
You
example.
mean
Cars.
you mean anything without a
light
law?
bulbs.
Anything that
I'm just looking
has
around.
no
No,
regulation.
there are government
whatsoever.
regulations on all of these.
Completely
Yes.
free, complete freedom from all government regulation. I'm not really sure. Only markets that don't exist or
So,
that are
yeah.
incredibly small are kind of like that.
Let me ask you guys: if there's no example of a free market, how do you know that they'll have monopolies in them?
Because they have monopolies now.
We can look back at systems that were
But
more
if
free
all the
market,
markets
right?
are regulated by the government, how do you know that?
Well, let me
unregulated
put
market
it
would
let me
have
put it this way.
monopolies?
I'll break it down
How
a
can
little
we
bit
draw
better.
any conclusions about this until we have the hypothetical free market that you want? Is that what
No,
you're
this,
saying?
this is easy. Look at the United
Well-
States in the late 1800s and early 1900s. We had like the Vanderbilts. We had the what was basically a monopoly over steel, where we had
The
like
Carnegies.
the Carnegies, the
Rockefellers.
Vanderbilts. We had the Rockefellers. We had the oil barons, and these people just assimilated so much power and so much wealth just within their tiny group of people, kind of like they're doing today. And that's when we had the worst workers' rights. That's when we had to fight tooth and nail just to get things like the weekend, because these people at the top of the chain that basically didn't have much oversight from the government were able to set all these rules.
I mean,
True, but last
fundamentally,
username would
hold
say
on,
that that's a
hold on, hold
result.
on.
Well,
Fundamentally, last username, do you even believe that a free market can exist?
Oh,
Because
yeah,
when we were
sure.
talking about this earlier, you said that there would have to be a baseline line level protection, like a protection of rights or a protection of environment in some capacity. So is that a free market if you're being restricted in terms of how you can pollute?
Yes,
How?
I think
Because you're being
free
restricted.
market
in terms
has
of what you
rights.
can do.
You have to protect property rights,
Why?
and whatever that is. I mean, you can get
Why
like,
can't the free market
vanishingly
decide
close
how
to-
to protect property rights itself? Why can't it just self-regulate? Why do you need any kind of regulation?
you need to protect property rights to have a free market. Otherwise, it's just people fighting each other.
Isn't that the ultimate expression of the free market?
No,
Yeah,
No,
they should be
that's-
able to take
no.
care of them
Violence
themselves.
is
Fucking
competition.
freedom.
You're saying there has to be at least some regulation, right?
Me
There has to
and-
be a baseline.
Yeah, you have to protect basic
So
property
how
rights.
is that a free market?
Me and Mindwave
It's
fighting
Because
a
you
that
free
have-
market.
you
That's
still
how
have
it's-
rights.
That's what it means.
It seems like the free market just cannot exist.
No,
There
you-
just
you-
cannot
this
be
is-
one
you
because
don't know what a
it's-
free market is.
You
You're telling me
think
it's something
there's
else.
Kind of
I'm telling you what
I
a free
think
a
you
free
don't know what
market
a
does
free
not
market is.
a
Everyone
free market
always-
does not equal no regulations.
Yeah.
Like a free like what we're like
Just
the whole
regulations he
concept.
likes.
Well,
Yeah,
this
just
is
the
the thing is that
regulations
there's
he
no
likes.
such
If
thing
it's
as
a
a
bad
free. There is no such thing as a free market. There is
But
only a
he's arguing
market
for
which
free
exists
markets. He's
post.
arguing
I know
in favor of
it
free
only exists
markets.
post regulations. You set like a certain set of rules, and the market can function like within those within that
I mean-
framework, right? Like that's like otherwise you have no way to like account for externalities,
Then
which
isn't every
are
I think the
a free
market comes first.
If that's basically if it's basically just we set the regulations, then the market works within that. Then isn't every market a free market?
exactly.
No.
Yes,
this
every
is why-
market.
Some
The
markets
market
are-
needs freedom to function.
The
Otherwise, it's
regulations are not
not a
arbitrary.
market. There has to be freedom within a market. That's the freedom of exchange. That's the market taking place. Like-
Okay, so regulation can exist, and you can go ahead and have those things coexist with regulation. Cool.
No,
We
no,
got
but
that.
some regulations restrict the freedom of the market. Like if you can't have people competing in the market,
What's
that's
an
definitely-
example of a regulation that doesn't restrict the freedom of the market?
Well, just protecting people's rights. So people saying that people can't steal from each other, that's fine. That doesn't make it a non-free market.
Okay.
Free market does
Well,
not.
what's an example of
So
the
imagine
government
for
going too
example
far?
that I
Can
actually
somebody
have my mark finished.
please define market for me? I'm so
We've been
lost.
trying to. We've been trying to.
Come on.
I
just-
thought it was fairly well
Okay.
known, but I'm getting some ridiculous definitions here. So okay, I guess we'll have to go to like
Mm.
basic definitions.
Okay. Can we switch topics? I mean, this is killing me.
Yeah.
Can we please? Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's
here's some stuff. I don't know if this counts as international relations news, but this is interesting. The leader of Brazil recently was filmed saying that he would fought for the Nazis.
Not surprising. Bolsonaro is a fascist, so
I mean, yeah, but apparently everybody's saying that this isn't going to affect anything. That this isn't really big news. I mean, I kind of agree that it's not really going to change much. But what does that say that it's gotten to the point where Bolsonaro could literally be like, "I would have fought for the Nazis,"
and nothing changes?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't he obviously memeing? Like he's obviously doing it to
can't
trigger people.
It was some old footage, and I mean, like he's also the guy who he wanted a military dictatorship, legitimately. Also, he said that he had family relatives who lost arms fighting for Hitler. So it was didn't look memey to me.
And plus, like you're still the leader of a
strange thing to meme about, isn't it?
Yeah, you're the leader of a
like
giant
I'm not
nation.
saying it's a nice, good thing. For
To be
everyone.
fair, he didn't say it when he was leader of a nation. He said some lost.
I'm just saying,
You said when?
I'm not too worried about it.
Well, he's already like pretty fashy, so
He's already
the fact that
basically,
the fact that he said it in the past doesn't give me much more confidence.
Yeah, but the thing is, this should be like bigger news. Like nobody, this was actually something from like 2 days ago, right? This is the leader of one of the largest nations on Earth, one of the largest democracies on Earth, right? When you can talk about geography, saying I would have fought for the Nazis.
I mean, we already knew this guy was a shitlord, right? I think people are just not taking him too seriously at this point.
But if you have to.
We kind of have to take him seriously because a lot of his actions have been disastrous and have led to the deaths of a lot of people.
What's he done?
I mean,
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
He has. Sorry.
I mean, one would be like the targeting of indigenous communities, the allowing to burn down of indigenous lands, and basically the wholesale murder of indigenous people so they could open land for farming.
It says, hold up. It says that he fired his cultural minister because the cultural minister gave a speech, not Bolsonaro himself.
Was it Bolsonaro or was it the cultural minister? Let me check.
It was the cultural minister, not the man, not the president of Brazil. It's his cultural minister that gave a speech, and he was under pressure to fire him.
Okay. It was grainy footage. I couldn't tell. They all look like fat fascists to me. But let me see. Let me look at it again. Let me just see it one more time. See if I can find it. If it was a culture, well, same thing. Same government, same. Well, it's not the same.
It's not the same thing. It's a little different.
It's a little different, but it's still that he has people within this government who openly would have fought for the Nazis. And he is somebody who has targeted indigenous peoples. He is somebody who has actively
targeted gay people,
targeted
trans
people, who has called actively in his past for dictatorship. Said that 20,000 dead would be an acceptable number, and it's gotten to the point where people in his government saying that saying they would have fought for Hitler. It's not really met with much reaction.
My favorite thing about this, okay, like a year ago, I had this when Sargon was still on Twitter, where he was defending Bolsonaro, and I pointed out Bolsonaro had something to do with Lula da Silva being put in prison, and his fans and his Brazilian fans all came at me the Brazilian ones would say things, oh no, he didn't mean that, when I'd give him all the quotes he didn't mean that, he's just joking, we're not as PC as the US and blah blah blah, over and over and over again. And it was really funny. But then it didn't take very long for those very same people to start saying things like Pinochet didn't go far enough.
Just on the topic of Sargon, I do think that we have to recognise that, let's be fair to Sargon, he's done more for the British left than I ever have. He destroyed,
God bless that picture.
Okay,
I destroyed an entire party,
every day.
He didn't. Just to say, he also didn't say that he would be a Nazi, be part of the Nazi party. He gave a speech about Brazilian art and what he wants it to be, and they're saying it mirrored Hitler's speech, and so they're saying he's mirroring a Nazi, but he didn't say he would be part of the Nazi party.
Let me find it because I remember exactly what it
was. Okay, the one I'm looking at, I'm looking through it.
It was about fighting for them. 1 second, give me a second.
You still probably shouldn't compare yourself to the Nazis in a positive light.
No, he didn't. In the thing I'm reading, he didn't do that. They're saying that he looks like a Nazi to them, essentially.
Okay, from what I'm seeing is he would have no problem whatsoever in Bolsonaro. Oh no, this actually says Bolsonaro.
Okay, well, this is a different thing then.
Okay, so I was right already.
Well, this is January 18th, so I assumed, and I guess there's a lot of Nazi news going around Bolsonaro.
Maybe I'm
weird.
Mean,
yeah, there
I
is.
looked up Bolsonaro Nazis and I didn't find anything. so-
Let me see. Maybe
Except
I don't
this.
know. Maybe I don't know. Unless Michael Brooks
We'll
is
just
lying.
put the link in chat and we'll just look at it.
Okay, here's the video, and it's not in a language I don't think anybody's gonna understand.
Portuguese, yeah.
But let me send you the quote from it that was on Twitter originally, and then I read an article. But here we go. Let me put the original. What chat should I put it in again?
This one. There's a chat here, but
Oh,
you can also put
whereby?
it in everything. There's a little chat and whereby.
Roundtable streamers.
No, I'm not in the whereby actually. So
in the
I can't
actual
see it.
screen whereby.
Here,
I'll put it
just-
in the. Oh, so I'll put it in multiple places then. Roundtable streamers.
Or I say I can just copy and paste it once you send it.
Okay, I put it in there so you can copy and paste it. Here's the.
Alright.
What did it send to me?
There's that. I'll give it to you, chat. Have fun with it.
Roundtable streamers. Here we go.
No
Maybe
problem.
I'm wrong, man. Maybe I'm just
No,
wrong.
I don't know. That was
Bolsonaro
today.
Nazi.
The thing I was looking at was from 2 days ago.
I did have a look on the Guardian just to see if they'd said anything about it, and they haven't got an
Okay.
article about this. So this must just kind of be new, or it hasn't been picked up yet, or something.
First two posts underneath the video, someone has like the quotes. Professionally speaking, he was a great strategist. A general has to be ready to annihilate another country to defend its people. My great grandfather was a soldier in Hitler's. He even lost his arm.
That doesn't. Yeah, that doesn't sound like memeing to me. That sounds like.
No.
I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to find like an article that goes into this. I'm trying to find the article I read.
Well, while you look that up, I need to go because it's late and I have work tomorrow. But I love you all. This was fun. I hope you all have a wonderful night.
Have a good night,
And,
bud.
Hey, you should come follow me, everybody, at twitch.tv/MicroMacroTX so you can make fun of reactionaries with me. Okay, good night, everybody. Love you all. Bye.
True.
That is quite a quote.
Yeah,
we'll
that
say.
is quite a quote. I'm thinking. I mean, maybe it was misquoted. I don't know. I don't speak Portuguese. I'm trying to find something on it.
Is he hooked up to a lie detector?
I don't know what the hell he's hooked up to.
He looks like he has a lie detector on.
Maybe it's I mean,
It's got some weird thing on there. Yeah, it does.
That's why I was honest.
His blood pressure and his breathing detector. That's got to be
Bro,
like
what the hell
video
is that?
Yeah, what is this? Like, what's the context?
That's what. Oof, I gotta. Jeez Louise.
Oh, I think it's Okay, it looks like he's getting his blood pressure checked and
got one in his
maybe a
forehead, too.
mic. No, the mic's
It's all across his chest.
That's definitely a lie. It's a polygraph.
Yeah. What the fuck? Why was he getting a polygraph?
It must be a polygraph test for some testimony or something.
Yeah, but for what?
I don't know.
That is what in the hell?
I
This
mean, it
story's
makes
just
me
getting
wonder
stranger and stranger.
what the context of him saying those things was. If he has a polygraph hooked up to him, like what was going on here?
I don't know.
That's
Maybe
100%
maybe
a polygraph. He has something measuring his heartbeat in his temple.
I read something somewhere that this was like some show and like he was a joke on the show. Maybe I don't know. This is
It
some.
seems weird.
Like, is this a reliable source? Is this some tweet?
To be honest,
Let
I
me
do
read
think
some
we
of the
perhaps need to wait
Portuguese.
until we know more about it, because it seems
Yeah.
like it's speculative.
Bolsonaro fights cultural minister. Yeah, this is about the cultural minister. That's why I'm trying to figure out what about this footage because
Yeah.
okay, so now there's two things. Now okay,
I mean, I think fundamentally, I don't know. Does anyone disagree that Bolsonaro is the bad guy?
yeah. He's
It-
a fascist.
seems
Okay, here
kind of bad.
Here's a
problem
quote
is-
from him from someone who posted in Portuguese, like translated by Google. So like this does not make it any better. He wanted to impose his race, updated the sentence. I want to improve my family and the government. If there is anyone butting through, it should be excluded.
The problem is because of the language barrier, I can't
Yeah.
really get any direct sense of who this guy is or the context of all these things he says, and I don't trust all of the broken telephone, the media, conveying like. I don't
Okay,
know.
so this guy who said this is a correspondent for Telesur English, which is usually seen as kind of like a lefty type news thing in South America.
But I always, with things like this, when it's like this guy said this horrible thing, I always go straight and listen to the actual person saying it in lots of context and then judge from that what I think. And I can't really do that with him because of the language barrier. So I'm
Yeah.
just,
You have to look at
I don't know what
multiple
I just sort of
translations.
not even commented on this whole
I'm
situation.
I'm not
because
Brazilian, so
I
I don't really.
I'm
follow this
clicking on the
closely.
tweets and having Google over to see if I can find somebody who provides like some context to this, like someone who's like, "Oh, this is bullshit," because there's always that in like Twitter.
I think part of this might be the fact that I found this footage around the same time that this whole Nazi scandal had been breaking out, and this footage probably came out in like reaction to them. So the bigger story is about his cultural minister. So this thing isn't really like being covered because it's probably like older news.
I just wait because, like, honestly, yeah, my own view is that he's a bad guy. That's been my understanding. I've spoken to people from Brazil about this, but I'm not Brazilian myself. I don't follow this very closely, and maybe I probably ought to be honest. But yeah, I don't know how much can be really said about it beyond the fact that this is obviously really dark.
I can confirm that he has German ancestry, and his grandfather was born in Hamburg. Let me see if I can find more about that because now I'm on his wiki page, and if all that's aligning up, that makes it a little bit more.
That's gonna be a yikes for me, dog.
Around 1876, he immigrated to Brazil. His grandparents was Italy. So I spent most of his. Okay, so damn, this is confusing now.
Yeah, I mean it's a deep dive thing. I don't know.
Yeah. So his German ancestry came from his father's maternal grandfather, who was born in Hamburg around 1876, but who immigrated to Brazil in 1883, which just makes it a little bit more confusing. So, wait, okay. Let's see.
I wouldn't be surprised if the quote is true, though.
Yeah,
It's
Oh,
a
of course not.
pretty awful take in the past.
Has anything else been going on in the news? Like, has anyone else got anything else that's just been happening that's interesting to them?
Just the march, but I guess you guys have already talked about that.
We haven't.
The rally.
My own view is that everybody should be allowed
Did
to own
anything
a gun
happen?
unless they're American.
Did anything happen? I guess not.
Not that I'm aware of.
I know. No, I haven't heard anything. It feels like if anything had happened, you'd hear about it immediately.
Yeah, it seems so.
Yeah.
Is
I've
the
seen
march
a lot
going
of
on
pictures
right
of
now,
Nazis
or is it
go-
over? Or
I think it's over.
What are we talking about?
Virginia.
The
rally.
march in
Oh,
Virginia.
yeah, I heard one person was arrested and nothing happened. I avoided it. I actually had to go through there to get home, so I just avoided it completely.
Oh, you
It's
didn't
probably a
partake.
good thing.
I didn't feel like partaking. I felt good. I felt good without going there.
Gotta defend your boy Lee Carter.
You have no idea.
I follow him on Twitter. I see how to say that's not what the bill says. No, you're taking the bill out of context. No,
Not
that
to
isn't
mention,
what-
he doesn't even support the bill.
Yeah, but he's trying to take your guns away.
Hey, Dylan, what's your take on the Huawei executive who Canada arrested?
Oh God! See, this is the one thing that I know very little about. When it comes to actual specific Chinese companies, all I know is that I used to have a Huawei phone, and I do not, and I got rid of it for reasons surrounding this. All I know is the idea is that when it comes to Huawei executive, I'd have to. Oh God, this is kind of like the Dubai thing without Jazeera. I gotta go back and actually read it one more time just to remember. I have horrible
I know.
memory.
I mean, she was arrested. There was a warrant for her in the States and the law she broke was like doing some kind of deal with Iran, trading with Iran.
Yes.
embargo.
It was violating the embargo.
And then
which-
Canadian police arrested her without any, like, there was no order from up top. They just was sort of, following procedure. Oh, you got an American warrant out. Well, we have to arrest you. And they may not even know who she was, but then they found out and we couldn't let her go or anything. So we got in this situation.
It's weird because I hate Huawei, but I also hate Apple, and I hate them all for different reasons. So it's like I want, if it was up to me, they'd be arrested for separate reasons.
What's
But
your favorite giant tech company?
was my favorite giant tech company?
Yeah, what's the good one?
The good one. Oh, I had this exact discussion on stream earlier today.
Yeah.
The
Does
good
that
one.
exist?
It's Dell. Dell hasn't ever done anything bad, ever.
Oh, that's cool.
Didn't their
Yeah.
batteries blow up on people?
No, didn't
No.
happen.
Wait, are you serious?
Was that
No.
not Dell?
No.
Do you not
Dell is
remember
on that list of the
I-
child labor.
the
No,
90s?
no, it isn't. No, it isn't.
No, that never happened.
Am I the only one that remembers the buying a Dell?
You broke out.
That was pretty bad. The dude you're buying a Dell commercials from the 90s.
Oh yeah,
I
Am I the only one that
There is some
remembers?
commentary I do want to give on this though. That it is getting harder and harder. It has gotten a long time for America to like, after we got rid of the Iran deal, to like convince other governments that this whole like sanctioning Iran thing is something they should really like keep going through with, you know? Because they all come to this agreement after 2 years of like negotiations mediated by Oman and the Sultan, to finally get the JCPOA. And then all this country's like, dope, we got it. And then 2 years later, it's completely thrown out the window. And then Trump wants to like do a campaign of maximum pressure. And a lot of these countries don't want that whatsoever. And then you look at recent escalations within the Middle East, and these are the exact situations they wanted to avoid. And they're really, generally pissed about the situation. So I would say if it wasn't for I think the downing of the Ukrainian airliner might change their tune to an extent. But it's going to be harder and harder going forward, no matter the amount, even because eventually this stuff with the Ukrainian airliner will eventually fade, sadly. It's going to be harder for America to like keep people like on the let's keep Iran like sanction train, because it's just for them, they just don't see it as like beneficial. They'd rather have a deal with Iran.
I don't actually know this, but you might know this, Dylan. Are the Iran sanctions done through the UN Security Council, or have they just been done by the US, kind of like unilaterally, and then trying to get countries to sign up?
Well, I know the UN had like inspectors going in and like checking out. But if it was just done through the JCPOA countries, I'd have to go. 1 second, give me a second. I have a document somewhere saved on my computer about this. JCPOA. It is the agreement of the together. Okay, it is done between Iran, the P5+1, together with the European Union.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking at this now. It seems that there have been UN sanctions in the past, but most of them seem to have been lifted about 4 years ago.
Yes.
So yeah.
I have a question for you guys.
Okay.
Not really memey, but what do you think of New York Times endorsing both Warren and Klobuchar?
How
brave!
Just real quick. It
How
seems
do they
like
a
decide
brave
that?
choice they've made.
it seems like a lot of Americans see this as a big deal, but at least in the United Kingdom, it's really fucking common for newspapers here to endorse people. Like,
Did they like take a vote or something? Of all their
no,
employees?
it's just whoever owns the newspaper, basically.
I mean,
Well,
they're
the
just
editor-
trying to-
Do they ever endorse two people just because they're women?
The Guardian actually endorsed in one election the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives at the same time. They basically said they wanted the coalition government to continue, which is really weird.
This is very similar.
Yeah, but
My favorite part about this whole story is that like they actually insinuated that Warren actually isn't genuine in her Medicare for All plan, because they cited a big reason that they didn't vote for Bernie is because of that. And yeah, I don't know, it's just really fucking funny.
I think the idea that they're comparing Warren and Klobuchar is hilarious, and it's going to lead to dragging down Warren. Which I'm okay.
It's they're two very different candidates. And the thing
Yeah.
is, like, they're going to have to pick one or the other eventually. So they're going to have to re-endorse someone. So they're going to
I
have to
don't
make
know.
2 endorsements.
who owns that particular newspaper? I don't know off the top.
The New York Times.
Yeah.
Shit.
And in the future, if it's neither of them, they're going to have to do it again. They're going to have to pick a third person. And it's obviously going to be like, okay, that's our leftovers. They should have just waited.
Bernie didn't even make the top 5 for the New York Times, right?
Oh, did they do a
That's-
tier list?
also
Bernie
didn't
got
care.
the same amount as Bloomberg.
He also told him that he
What a
didn't
joke,
care.
dude.
He said something along the lines of like, I felt this bullshit to him in the
Well,
interview.
Yeah, I said I don't. Basically, that's what he ended up saying. But I will say that as someone who's been torn consistently between Amy Klobuchar and Elizabeth Warren, this does not make my decision any easier.
I could see that being.
I'm personally, I put much weight in my decision on who I'm going to vote for based on who the New York Times endorses. I mean,
Some people
it's only that every single candidate they've endorsed for the last 20 years has lost. Besides that fact, they've had a huge impact.
Oh, really?
Maybe
Yeah.
UK media is just more openly partisan when it comes to newspapers, but I'm not surprised that a newspaper would endorse anybody. It just seems kind of routine to me.
If I remember correctly, for the Republicans, in 2000 they endorsed John McCain, they endorsed John Kerry, they endorsed Hillary Clinton. They included Hillary Clinton in 2008 as well. They endorsed Hillary Clinton again. I'd have to go back, but every single one for the last 20 years, ever since 2000.
Nailing it.
They've endorsed. They only endorse Democrats for president, I think.
Nope, they've also endorsed Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at a list.
And in primaries, in primaries.
in primaries. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking at a list, and it's going back to 1956. So they haven't endorsed a Republican in over almost about 60 years.
Yeah, they endorsed Republicans in primaries.
I would have expected the newspapers to all endorse.
That was in
Bernie
52, 56.
for
Yeah.
like the maximum
Yeah.
shit show
This
factor.
is
No, that'll
Wikipedia,
never
but I'm
happen.
gonna share the list.
They make the most news.
These are corporate. There's a corporate newspaper. Like
Yeah, but they
they're not
profit
gonna
off of
endorse
drama.
Bernie.
Newspapers
They're-
are generally speaking
They
profitable.
don't want Bernie elected.
Should have endorsed Tulsi, honestly.
But why not? They just want news. They want spicy, headlines. Bring 'em.
Yeah, so they endorse both women in the race.
They endorsed Vermin Supreme for president.
Yeah.
Klobuchar's not going to make headlines.
There's been a consistent decline in the value of newspapers though, and again I'm talking a bit about my own country here, but at least in the UK, the amount of money that newspapers make has consistently declined. The reason that people run newspapers are a bit more complicated than just to make money. Actually, like the newspapers that are owned by these kind of like oligarchs, you could argue a lot of them are just trying to push particular ideas into the public consciousness. And you've also got newspapers like The Guardian, which have got really weird ownership structures. Like The Guardian, by the way, doesn't actually have like an owner. It's run by a trust that was established in 1936 with the express purpose of running a liberal newspaper. Liberal in the UK understanding of the word liberal, not US understanding of the word liberal. But yeah, I think that I don't think that running a newspaper these days is actually that profitable, is it? And that was my understanding anyway. I thought it was kind of like deteriorating.
Yeah, it's definitely a declining industry these days,
Yeah.
as I understand.
People don't buy newspapers.
I will say, if there was to be like any like I don't know company that endorsed something that would have an impact, if YouTube just endorsed the presidential candidate and like I don't know put shit up on YouTube that was like pro whatever that was, that'd have an amazing impact.
I don't
They
know.
really
Actually, like seeing the backlash against shit like YouTube Rewind, I think maybe.
I mean, there'd be a
bad.
backlash. I mean, maybe for us, but the majority of use YouTube aren't like as into that shit as you think they are. Like most people who use YouTube are just like, oh, cookie channel or like whatever, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like
Yeah.
think about how
YouTube doesn't
little like
want any more
Ryan's
controversy.
Toy Channel actually means to like. I know, I'm just saying. I know they're not gonna do it for obvious reasons, but if they were, it would have an impact.
Let me throw this out there. There's at least a 99% chance that they would endorse Yang if they were going to do that. Let's be honest here.
If they were going to do
Yeah.
what?
I mean,
If
like
they
I
were
say,
gonna
I'm
endorse
really waiting
somebody.
to see who Sargon endorses because
Google. Maybe.
Here's a good headline for you guys.
He's going to endorse Trump. That's what he's going to do.
The best thing that came out of this was oh, sorry to cut you off, but like the best thing that came out of this was the fucking memes where they started combining Warren's and Amy's fucking face together. That's some good
that was
shit.
horrifying. I saw one on Twitter. It scared the shit out of me.
Yeah.
The
nightmare
worst
inducing.
joke I seen about it. God, it feels bad even repeating. One of my friends posted clearly on the New York Times they believe if it bleeds it leads.
Oh, damn.
Oh.
Shit.
Yikes. That's edgy as fuck. So there you go.
Joe
Yeah,
Biden
man.
calls game developers little creeps who make titles that teach you how to kill.
Yeah, and Bernie supports unionization among game developers. So good on you, Bernie.
How is he going to help game developers unionize?
He's going to encourage unionization and get rid of gets rid of laws that discourage unionization.
Bernie's gonna organize people on VR chat.
Yeah,
hashtag gamers for Bernie. Let's go.
Yeah.
Gamers rise up. All right.
Hey, last username. You can work with your vapors for Bernie. We'll work with our gamers for Bernie, and we can do this, man.
Yeah.
My vapors don't listen to me.
Well, you're such a healthy guy. Why do you vape?
They're a decentralized anarchic organization. Vapors.
He vapes because he's cool, bro.
I guess so.
Because I'm not a dweeb, that's why.
Last username starts every stream.
Why do you
with a
ask,
kick
loser?
flip and an ollie.
Yeah, dude. Vape Nash, bro.
I've never vaped in my life, literally.
Hey, you're not
Well,
living if you
there's
haven't
always-
vaped,
there's always
alright?
a first,
Oh,
right?
wow.
Oh, look at this square.
You ever hit the vape? Oh my god.
Nope.
What a square.
How big are
Anarchy
your
my
clouds, bro?
ass.
Me neither.
With allergies, I can't.
I can't believe I'm bringing this up. What's the Trump impeachment? Anything interesting happening there?
Oh god.
Wait, what?
The Trump
The
impeachment.
what?
How can
The what?
anyone have patience for that?
What is
Let's
it?
see.
The Trump impeachment.
Oh, what's
The thing-
going on with that?
This is like the prime example of why, like, I think impeachment, like, while I think there's definitely, of course, a moral case for it and like a legal case for it, it was such a risky tactic because we're political commentators and we're already bored of it.
Yeah.
This,
Yeah,
I
you
know.
talk about it,
I mean, to be fair, the reason why I'm bored of it's probably a bit different. But I'm just curious because I haven't heard anything about it, so I'm kind of like asking if anything's gone on there.
Nothing. There's just nothing, man. Like,
Nothing at
I
all.
mean,
so far, I guess.
not nothing.
None of
I
this
think Lev Parnas and Giuliani end up in prison, but like, it's not going to remove Trump, which is the big thing. But like, are there going to be plenty of smaller people falling? Oh hell yeah! And the fact that this is now connected to Pence, oh hell yeah! Keep going with that. Like that. Like I've always said from the beginning, we do impeachment to use as a bludgeon against Trump in the general election. We can actually do that because we're not going to get the votes. Now, should he be removed? Oh hell yeah! He's broke incredible amount of laws. It's insane how much shit he's getting away with. But you know, Republicans protect their own. They're never going to turn against them.
Mark Monkey, but what if breaking laws is cool?
It is pretty
It is
cool.
pretty cool.
Breaking
Yeah.
laws can sometimes be a good thing. There you go.
Breaking the law. Breaking the law.
As long as you're not breaking certain laws, like don't do war crimes, kids.
Oh,
Trump is getting
shit.
impeached for vaping too big of clouds. Like his clouds are just too big in the White House.
Hey, any dink clouders in chat? Hey, sub the mind waves for those dink clouds in chat. Got him.
Thank clouds and bong rips. There you go.
Amen, brother.
I guess if there's anything else to talk about, I did read today that the International Labour Organization has published a report on the state of the world economy, and they're suggesting that there's going to be a really big issue going into the future with declining and stagnating wages. They actually reckon that global unemployment is going to start decreasing for the first time in a long time. Sorry, it's going to start increasing, so more people are actually going to be unemployed going into the future than they were previously. So I don't know if anyone's got any thoughts on that, or if they got anything that they.
Who's protecting that?
The International Labour Organization. They wrote a
Oh,
massive report on it. It's like 100 pages long.
Remember what I said when the next recession seems to be going on my timeline. I've said it a number of times.
I don't think they're predicting a recession. I don't think it's really their place to. But I haven't had a chance to read the report. I'm just reading the news about the report. I can send you the report if anyone wants to read it. But yeah, it seems that they're suggesting that I guess as some people have been predicting that there's going to be some uptick in global unemployment. So I don't know if
Not a
anyone's got any
recession.
thoughts on that.
I mean, it can lead to a recession. That's kind of my point.
Nearly half.
I'm not saying they're predicting exactly that. I'm saying like it seems to be heading right on schedule. What I predicted.
according to the report, nearly 500 million people around the world are struggling to find adequate paid work, trapping individuals in poverty and fueling heightening levels of inequality. In a study published as world leaders fly to Davos to voice concerns over inequality and the climate crisis, the UN's labor organization ILO said more than 473 million people around the world lacked the employment opportunities to meet their needs. In addition, the UN agency said global unemployment was due to rise for the first time in almost a decade.
That's
as
what I was
weakened
gonna
levels of
ask.
economic growth around the world led to the number of people out of work rising by about 2.5 million to stand at more than 190 million. So,
I
it's a
mean,
pretty-
my one question
Why
would
is
be,
it
like, what
rising?
does that signal?
Yeah, like where is it rising most? Which countries?
I'm just having a look at this now.
Yeah, if you could send that to me, I would appreciate.
I'll send you the report. I mean, it's this is literally just the Guardian article about it, and they haven't decided to tell us where this is going to rise in the Guardian article.
Okay, let's start there. I can hit the hot links to find the study.
Oh no, I found it earlier. I just need to find it again.
Oh, okay.
I'm an expert at UN websites. I spend so much fucking time on them.
That's
tell you
why I
which
thought
ones-
you worked there. It's like
No,
yeah.
no. I'll tell you which ones I think are the worst. The worst UN-related or international website is the International Criminal Court's website. They've got a really shit website. I hate going on it. Like it crashes for no reason, and it takes ages to find anything. and-
Dang, someone sounds like an African warlord.
Yeah. Here, I'll send it to Leon, and then he can post it in his roundtable streamer chat. It is a long report. I don't expect anyone to. I don't know. I was just bringing it up because maybe I thought some people would be interested in it.
I mean, like, less people working means more people chilling. So what's the problem?
More people around to watch your streams.
Yeah.
Less
less
people with
men-
money to
less
sub
people
than
to
me.
sub.
Hey. Oh, Mark made the same point. Yeah.
There you go. I've sent it to Leon so he can post it
Yeah.
in the.
Alright.
Let me share
Well,
around.
if any of you are caught up in this rage of unemployment, all I signal to you is that if you gotta unsub from anyone, let it be Leon.
Why me?
Damn, dude.
Call it
Well,
out, dude.
Process of elimination and
You're worse
good
than
as
bad.
everybody else's.
Yeah, we're going off of talk time on this particular episode.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the roundtable streamers chat now. Like I say, it's fucking massive, but maybe people want to look at it later or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I got a couple things I need to go over.
But yeah, it's
I gotta go
it's
to
just
bed
about
now.
world employment and social outlooks. So like, what's going to happen in the next upcoming years, according to the labor organization.
Man.
I think it's time for me to call it a night.
Okay.
All right.
Damn, I was just about to say we should switch topics to debating ANCAP. Damn, fuck.
Well,
Oh,
I
we'll
will.
never go to bed.
No, I actually was disappointed we moved away from there because I thought we were actually getting somewhere with that conversation. It was a fun
Yeah, I was
conversation. I
surprised.
actually, yeah. So if you want to have that again sometime, I'd totally be done.
Sure, we
same.
did maybe with fewer people, so we don't have like 6 different definitions of every term that comes up.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd love to.
Yep, hit me up anytime too.
So, am I doing my outro here?
Yeah,
I
please.
am
Oh yeah, go for it,
last
Mike.
underscore username. I'm an anarcho-capitalist and a philosopher and an arguer and reader of boring textbooks. And I stream every day or two. So come on and check it out. And whoever wants my 13 viewers, just give me a hail and Capistan. No?
Capistan. I like that.
I'll pretend to be an ANCAP if they promise to follow me. That's fine.
I always tell my my viewers, hey, I'll be anything with that $5. All right, anything you want.
I can be whatever you want.
Much.
Can you be a titty streamer?
I can try. I can try. I'll find the angles. Let's see. How can we do this? I need some cleavage. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem there.
Yeah.
Guess not everything. Shit.
All right, good night, guys. Good talk.
All right. Night, my dude.
See ya.
Have a good
Alright,
night.
see you later.
Yeah, I'm next to go. I'm tired and I stayed up way too late lately. I'm trying to get to bed earlier. So, shout out. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Mark Monkey. I do democratic socialism politics. I cover elections. I talk policy, a lot of healthcare, a lot of water news. I live in Flint, Michigan. I do a lot of talk about labor. I do funny voices sometimes. Come by to hear those. If any of that interests you, come on by and we'll have some fun. I'm making it sound so fucking exciting right now. It's great.
Dude, I am hyped for that. I am hyped for that water news.
Yeah, I am. I do the worst outros. Like seriously, it's like I'll be like fired up throughout everything. It's like, all right, dude. Yeah, I do. It's like Jesus Christ. I need to I need to work on something. I'll figure it out. But everyone have a good night.
Yeah.
Night,
All right, man.
Have a nice night.
Night, dude.
Show off your sexy flat ass. Hey, I have quite a nice ass. All right, it is not flat, buddy. All right, it's quite round. All right, you could fucking. I don't know what meme there is for that, but yeah.
Well.
I mean, if we wanted to talk about something, Dylan, I could talk about the thing I messaged you about real quick if you wanted, because we did kind of bring it up real quick. Yeah.
Yeah, I just have a question real quick. If Trump is impeached, what does it mean for the next election, basically?
What do you
That
mean,
the
impeached or
Democrats win.
removed? Oh.
Impeached.
Just well, he's already been impeached.
By the Senate, you mean?
Yeah.
By the Senate, right. You mean if he's removed from office?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
I
That
mean, I
means
don't
that the
know
Democrats will
anything
win the
about-
next election.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be difficult for Republicans because they don't have anybody like pushed up right now.
Can he not run again if he's like removed like this or something? Or
You know, it's like you think no, but then there's always that weird rule. Seems like that would be a really easy question to answer, but I think he can't.
I think there's a provision in the Constitution that gives you a timeout period where if you sit in the corner with a dunce hat for at least 10 minutes, then you're good to go back to resident again.
I guess I just can't imagine the country running in a way that like the president gets impeached by the Congress.
Yeah,
and
I
then
don't really understand the American
and then
system.
they keep
that
winning
much.
every year. Like that doesn't make any sense.
I don't really understand the American system that much. Like, at which point does he have to go to the American Queen and ask for permission to run the government? Like, when does that?
That's the you got it. Yeah, that's the confusion.
Yeah, I really don't think
Almost,
that you
almost.
can. I really don't think that you can run for office or hold any office after you've been impeached, whether it be like even like at any level of the government. You know.
So about the American Queen, after Dolly Parton relinquishes the crown, who's going to take over?
Doesn't it just go to a son, or does she have any?
No. Okay, let's actually like. I mean, do we actually want to talk about impeachment, or do we actually like get on?
Yeah, no. Let's talk about Meghan and Harry instead. I imagine everyone's really interested in that.
Okay, can you actually explain to me like? So they don't want to be. Nobody wants to talk about this.
No, I don't
I
even
don't
want to talk
understand.
about it. It's so pointless. It's like there's so much going on in terms of what's happening with the government and their plans for the future, and you know what they're planning to do. And everyone's talking about this stupid shite instead. It's kind of irritating.
I don't know. I'm ready for King Boris. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me think of something. I can think of some topic. I'm pretty
The only thing I think about that is that I heard there were some reports about like she's basically feeling like the media is mistreating her, but I always thought that the media in the UK was legendary for mistreating the royal family. Right.
I mean, they are, but I do think there's something to be said for the idea that they've gone particularly hard on her, and you know, it really does raise questions about why they seem to hate her so much compared to any other royal that you could name. And you know, it gets into the topic of racism and just how, generally speaking, awful our fucking newspapers are. Seriously, we've got disgusting media in this country. I think we should ban it completely. Just get rid of them.
Ban the media? You just want them to not be able to talk about the royal family?
No, just ban the media in general. Get rid of them. No, I'm kidding.
All of them, yeah, right.
Yeah, But no, seriously, like I do think there are legitimate issues there, especially the way that the media treats people, depending on like their background and all these kinds of things. But I'm just
'Cause
not
I
that
am-
interested in the Royals.
Yeah,
That's kind of.
me neither.
I don't think we should have them. I think we should get rid of them all.
Is that a popular position within the UK?
Not at all. No, it's a very minority position. The royal family is like unassailably popular, but most of that is due to the personal popularity of the Queen. Like, I don't think people like them beyond like a couple of people, but the Queen herself is seen as like this institution. She's been there forever, basically. People don't, it's like
How old is she at this point, and how long has she been?
Old.
500 billion years old. It feels like, but no, it's
Old.
It's like nobody could go into an election and say that they wanted to abolish the monarchy. Really, it wouldn't help them because nobody cares about it that much. She's 93, by the way. I looked it up.
Damn.
Wow.
Maybe
yeah, it's all
after
those
she's
baby fetuses that she's eating, right? Something like
Yeah.
that. Bathing in the blood of virgins and all that good stuff, right?
I guess that's another point that's actually kind of interesting. They had this like crisis meeting about how they were going to deal with Harry and going forwards, what they were going to do. I don't recall that they had any similar meetings when fucking Prince Andrew was off his shit about, I couldn't have sexually assaulted that woman because I physically can't sweat. Like, have you seen that interview,
Oh.
by the way? It's one of the most
No.
uncomfortable interviews that's ever been made.
What?
All I ever hear about that is that everyone's pretty much like, yeah, he did it. He's guilty. No one like that's it. That just seems like all anyone says. It's like, oh, okay,
It's weird
I guess he
how
just did it.
like as a society, I mean, and this is a good thing that we completely reject pedophilia, like as a society. It is really good. But like once we found out that someone did it, and they're immediately when we find out they're also powerful, we're just very quickly like, I mean that's what the rich do, and then we're done.
The question is, how do you hold someone like him to account for this? Like, the reason everybody believes he did it is because he gave this like horrendous interview where he looked like a creep, and his most convincing because all these allegations were made, and his most convincing argument against it was saying stuff like, "Oh, I couldn't have done it on the day that she said it. I did it because I was in a Pizza Express, and I remember going to a Pizza Express." Or she described me in a description as being sweaty, but actually I have a medical condition that means I can't sweat because of the Falklands War, which is bollocks. It's not true. Like, it's
Imagine using the Falklands.
honestly, it's one of the creepiest
things.
interviews.
Imagine having to use the Falklands War to declare you're not a pedophile.
Well, that's what he said. He basically said, she describes me as being sweaty. After getting shot at in the Falklands War, I wasn't able to sweat, so it couldn't have been me because of adrenaline. But then he had to say that, because then the obvious question is, well, can you still not sweat? And he said, no, now I can. But at the time I couldn't. Like, what the fuck? Like, is this seriously the best you can do? But he's never going to be held accountable. It's never going to go to any kind of trial. It's never going to be before a judge where we can determine whether it happened or not and weigh up the merits of it, because he's a powerful individual. It's just going to be, and we're obsessing about Meghan and Harry, but really, how important is that in comparison to the idea that potentially one of the royals is a fucking rapist? That's effectively what it is. He's alleged to have had sex with this girl who's underage without her consent, and we seemingly don't care about that much, or even the royal family doesn't care about it that much. They just stick besides him.
Well, it's sort of like a Jeff Epstein thing. And it's just like, hey, Jeff
That's what it's
Epstein
linked
was
to. Yeah.
Epstein was killed. Like they killed him to silence him, right? Everyone. Okay. Oh yeah. All right. We know this. Oh,
I agree.
Oh.
Is that what you're looking
okay.
for?
Now what? Now what? Like,
It's weird. I feel like people spend so much time trying to prove a conspiracy theory right or wrong, and if you, whenever a conspiracy theory actually finds out, oh wow, that's actually real, then everybody's just kind of looking around like, okay, now what? Oh,
yeah,
no,
like
truth.
like,
Like,
what do we do? Does anyone have like a plan? Huh? No.
A guy
okay.
a guy in Leon's chat brings it up. He says the freaking looking guy with the BBC. We already had a fucking pedo scandal in the UK with Jimmy Savile, and about how all these BBC executives and other people were in cahoots with this guy to basically give him a free pass to fuck whoever he wanted. And that didn't come out until after he died, because at the time it was like, if during the 80s when he was like this media celebrity, if you went to the police and said, oh, I've been raped by this guy, they say, oh, you're having a laugh, you can't be serious, and they'll sweep it under the rug, and that's what happened. It's depressing. It's really miserable that it comes to this. But yeah, there doesn't seem to be any accountability until after the fact, until it's all gone, and then we can say, "Oh, look at what a horrible mistake we made. We should have done something at the time." Well, yeah, well, we're doing it again. It seems.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, yeah.
No, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
That's why we just need to abolish the monarchy. Get rid of it. Don't need it.
Is it pedophilia?
Yeah, at this point it's.
Well, that's not the reason. We just need to get rid of it anyway. But
The best thing that the monarchy did for anybody was punk music, honestly. Yeah, there you go.
God, actually, what's his face? Johnny Rotten, very famously had an interview with the BBC, and this is relating to Jimmy Savile, because Johnny Rotten had been on his TV show, because the guy used to do like music programs, right? So like Top of the Pops, they showcase different musicians, and he'd been on it, right? And Johnny Rotten from the Sex Pistols, he said in this interview, he said in this interview, we all know that Jimmy Savile's a pedo, but now that I've said this interview will never air. And then it never aired. It only came out ages after this all happened. I can fucking send it to you if you want. It's on YouTube. But yeah, it's they're all covering for their own. There's a lot of very daft conspiracy theories out there, but when we know that this kind of stuff is at least going on, it's hard not to at least sympathize with some of them sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But that's the last thing I'll say on it. It depresses me.
What's really disappointing is also speaking about the Sex Pistols, John Lydon actually like backed Brexit and said that he like always liked the Queen or some shit like that. I was like,
well, yeah, that's because the Sex Pistols was like manufactured. It wasn't. It is manufactured as a media thing to sell records. It wasn't ever a sincere expression of punk or of anarchism or whatever. But that's the Sex Pistols for you. You could say that this is an example of, I think, what Guy Debord said, the French philosopher. He said one part of what the spectacle does is it takes things that are radical and basically recycles them to make them not radical. That's the easiest way I could put it.
True. Yeah, I think that also rings true when you look at how counterculture evolves over time. Like a lot of the counterculture becomes the main culture, and then you have a reaction to that, which is the new counterculture, and that becomes mainstream, and it's just a cycle, right?
You know what? Something we could talk about. And by the way, I just remembered who said the moral document. It was MLK. It was MLK Day 2 hours ago.
It still is here, dude.
Oh well, then
You never stop.
what is the legacy of Doctor?
Rolf Harris was another BBC Kids toucher. I'm just reading the chat real quick. Yeah, Rolf Harris was another BBC Kids toucher. England kind of needs the monarchy because the Queen owns all the land. That's not true. Parliament can pass any law it wants to. There isn't a limit on the kinds of law it could pass. So it could pass a law saying that it was going to abolish the monarchy any day it wanted.
I will say about MLK, I don't have a direct answer for you, Dylan, but I will say it's like I woke up this morning and my daughter has to go to school. And normally I'm from Arizona, and like the school district I'm in, like always honored like MLK as like a day off. Like we never went to school on MLK Day, right?
Yeah.
And like getting my daughter ready for school on MLK Day just felt so weird. I was just like why? Like I don't know, just yeah. But then I was like, oh, it's Texas, so yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, this is the process of recuperation. That's what Guy Debord called it. It's the idea that in order to protect the social order, what happens is that ideas that are subversive and radical are, first of all, they're kind of trivialized. They're made into more infantile versions of themselves, and then they're recycled back into mainstream culture in a form that is not threatening to those same structures. I mean, it's not a new idea. He was talking about this in the 1950s and 60s, but yeah, you could talk about that as a process, the idea of recuperation. So I guess an example would be something like the Che Guevara T-shirt. You know, an icon
Mhm.
that at one point would have been subversive, just becoming another kind of like facet of pop culture, and it loses
Yeah.
all of that kind of radical edge.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Does
so
anybody else want to cover the Martin Luther King thing?
yeah, it's really weird to me because like in public education we're taught about like Martin Luther King for like racial justice, but there's never anything ever mentioned about like Martin Luther King and some like socialist ideas.
This. I wanted to hit on this. I remember somebody. I was in my English, and my English teacher was asking us all about Martin Luther King, and they asked me, Dylan, who basically was Martin Luther King? What did he what was he? And I was like, he was a socialist. I mean, like I was like, what was the, because the question didn't really make much sense. Like, what was Martin? Like who? Like what was he? Like I mean, like do I say like a hero or do I go fast? Do I say he was socialist? It's like yeah, but Dylan, like what's like what was he? I was like, well, he was a socialist because then it was felt like she was challenging the idea that he was a socialist because it didn't fit in with like what she believed he was, right?
Mhm.
And I feel that Martin Luther King, I mean, of course, dead people become political tools all the time. Soleimani, a very prime example. But the use of Martin Luther King by people Martin Luther King would unilaterally condemn is still just a weird thing to see. I mean, Martin Luther King, of course, his legacy has been stunted by people who don't want him to talk about certain things. Like a lot of people, for instance, like after Martin Luther King, like talked about racism, some people were like chill with that. Others, of course, were not. And it was like, that is something we want. But then when he started talking about Vietnam or a poor people's march to mimic much of what had happened in the March on Washington, and other issues like that, that's when people started to reject kind of like King and saying, well, you're kind of stepping out of your lane. And I feel like the legacy of King was one of kind of like intersectional resistance across borders, across a lot of things,
Yep.
was not usually talked about. And when educating people about Dr. King, we can't just talk about what he did when it comes to segregation, but the plan and outline he put forward about what he wanted to do and what he was unable to do because of his assassination, because of his murder, right? And we need to highlight that for young people who just have the singular type of boxed image of Martin Luther King. So we're giving them a vision of the future for something to strive for. Because when you think Martin Luther King, you don't think peace activists on the idea of stopping the Vietnam War. You don't think of all these other issues. But we need to start talking about him in that context. That he wasn't just, to a lot of people, he's just the black guy who helped black people. When he was the guy, he was the black guy who helped black people. He helped white workers. He helped Mexican workers. He wanted to help Vietnamese people. He wanted to help American soldiers who were dying pointlessly in a war that was unwinnable. He wanted to help a lot of things. But that stuff's not.
Yeah, I don't feel like he's just the black guy that helped black people to most Americans. I mean, like I think what like gives him his place in like America's like heart and memory is that he called for like unity among races where there wasn't some. Like he stood at like the center, like he was like a peacemaker.
In a way, and I think the nonviolent resistance is why he's so palatable. That aspect of him is why it's so palatable today. But at the end of the day, when you talk about, like, if you would ask the average American, like, what issues did Martin Luther King care about? They're going to talk about segregation.
Yeah, it's like racial equality.
Yeah, but that is such a closed off image of who Dr. King was during the entire, not only at the start and middle of his career, but at the end of his career, but the entirety of his career. I mean, he consistently talked about people pivoting races against each other, not only for just to sow division, like everybody's just around here to sow division, but also for economic reasons. He had a multi-layered view of race and racism in the right, but that isn't talked about. And of course, his war activism is barely talked about, and the same goes for the Poor People's March.
I don't know.
I mean,
right,
like, how much did you hear about?
I don't spend my days talking about Martin Luther King with most people, so I mean, I just kind of like I know from what I learned as a kid.
Did they talk about Vietnam when they talked about Martin Luther King that much? Did they talk?
No, I understood that more as I got older.
And that's probably a thing most Americans don't know. I don't think most Americans know that he was he got a lot of flack, and his organizations got a lot of flack because of his opposition to the war in Vietnam.
Hmm.
Because then there was already a lot of people calling him un-American because, you know, he attacked the fundamental foundations of American life and the nuclear family, all that. But then
He attacked the nuclear family?
Well, because race mixing is against the nuclear family.
Oh.
You know, and basically, if you're against if you like want to stop segregation, then what you're saying is like you want races to mix and all that stuff.
I thought the nuclear family was just man, woman, child.
I
Nuclear
mean,
family.
what
I think that's like the modern
ideal
understanding of it.
Yeah, but the ideal type of family, like the white wife, white man, white family. Like, race mixing was not the ideal family. Like,
yeah,
it
when
was
we
not-
talk about the nuclear family, this is like something that happened when like the construction of like suburbs or like suburbanization was like really popular, right? Like more white people were like moving away from like the city and into suburbs with a bunch of like majority white neighbors and stuff like that, right? Like this is where you get like the keeping up with the Joneses memes, like this is where you get like fucking white picket fences and like all that shit, right? Like when people refer to the nuclear family, they're mainly talking about like the suburban like lifestyle, which mainly didn't include black people.
Sure. Okay.
Well, that's all I really have to say on the issue. I don't really have much more. I don't really. There's already so much content on Dr. King. I don't think I
Yeah,
can.
definitely.
Really
I
add much
mean,
more.
I think it's
No,
like
you're right.
how much like he like how much he like because you were talking about how intersectional he was. How much he wove in class analysis with like class analysis as well, and made sure to be very clear in interviews and like speeches to his own campaign and stuff like that, that like capitalism is at the core of like these like the rights that we're fighting for, like you know, like that there are incentives that exist within like capitalism that are used as like and weaponized against black people. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think most Americans would say like Martin Luther King for like racial issues as like you know, a non-violent demonstration, and that's probably about it.
Well, to be fair, that is what he had the biggest effect on. But that's also because like his life was ended. I just think there needs to be more discussion about his vision for the future. Like, because I mean, if there's anybody you want to look towards to like, who's some people's ideas we can look towards to how we should have governed the nation moving forward? Martin Luther King was pretty clear about how he wanted to see the nation progress past the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah, he wanted a UBI, didn't he? That's what I hear about.
Yeah, Martin Luther King would have totally endorsed Andrew Yang for president.
There's this really good quote from a speech to his staff where he says, and there's a word I'm not going to use in here. It says, "You can't talk about solving the economic problem of the N-word without talking about billions of dollars. You can't talk about ending the slums without first saying profits must be taken out of the slums. You're really tampering and getting on dangerous ground because you are messing with folk then. You are messing with captains of industry. Now this means that we are treading in difficult water because it really means that we are saying that something is wrong with capitalism," right? So it's talking about like the ghettoization and like all the industries that like exist to profitize off the marginalization of minorities.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
What else is there to cover today? Is there anything else?
I had like a casual topic I saw on CNN we could talk about.
Sure, let me get angry
And
about
what
it.
would that be?
This was out of, let me see, I think it was out of Colorado.
That's outrageous. Oh, wait, no. Wait, say it.
I disagree with everything you've just said.
I disavow.
There's an antique store in Colorado that's selling various signs. You know what this is?
Oh, I did see that. I did see that. Yeah, it's selling old signs from segregation era that say whites only.
Yeah, things for like colored seated in rear public swimming pool, whites only.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, talking about whether it should be okay to sell this or.
I mean,
are these antiques? Genuine antiques?
It's in an antique store.
Yeah,
Yeah, and these are timely.
I think to say that they shouldn't would be like erase like the erasure of like history. I don't know. I think that like this sort of like Americana has a place to like remind us of like where we come from. I don't know.
I mean, like it depends on like. I want to say it's good because I love collecting like old stuff. Again I'm just boring, but like I can totally see somebody go like I can totally see how this would be so easily abused by somebody just buying one of these old things to put in their front yard or whatever. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it's not something most people I think would put in their front yard.
I mean,
maybe they would. Maybe they
depends on what part of the country you're in. It's not only some places in the world, but some parts are just in this country.
Okay, sure. I mean, I know what you mean. It just seems like
I mean, like I can't like at the end of the day, I think the spreading of cultural artifacts is cool. I think that's dope. I'd love to see these in a museum, but it's just my thing is I know there's gonna be some redneck somewhere who's gonna pick one of these up and just shove it in the front lawn or like put it in their pool next to their pool or whatever. And at the end of the day, they're allowed to do whatever the hell they do. But I just don't know if I owned an antique store, I would facilitate that. I'd probably sell this to like maybe like have it at an auction, you know, somewhere a little bit more regulated or something like that.
I mean, it's just the concept of profiting off these old antiques left over by like the segregation era, right? Like you're recognizing almost a value in them in the memory that they like bring people to.
Well, I mean, there is a value in the memory, right? There is a value in remembering these things, right? Like there's a value in Nazis artifacts, right? Like you can't say that like Hitler's canoe is going to be worth Hitler's canoe. You know what I'm saying?
There might. You're right. That's true. That's true. I guess it's just maybe putting a price tag on it makes people feel like they're overvaluing it. You know, where it's something that you typically wouldn't say that you value, right?
True. I mean, like, I think it's weird because it's so recent to America, right? But like 100 years from now, like a Trump hat could legitimately be worth like a lot of money, right? I mean, there's a ton of them.
Yeah,
so it's not gonna be a lot. It's not gonna be a lot because there's already a shit ton of them. But they're gonna probably be worth than what they are now. And is that a statement of we are valuing the thing? We're saying that this is good, or is this a statement of we value the history that we need to like know? Like not revaluing like what it represents, but revaluing the knowledge that comes with its ownership.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because like if I, for instance, like I think Nazi propaganda films are probably like the original film rolls are probably pretty like worth a lot of money, and I think it's used. I think it makes sense to be worth a lot of money because the knowledge that comes with that is worth money.
No, I don't think it's the knowledge. I don't think that's it. It's almost like a novelty. Go ahead. Sorry.
I just don't know like I don't know where we draw the line because there's like a lot of antiques that are kind of like rooted in racism. I don't know how many of y'all have like white grandmothers who collect like those like kitchen antiques of like the black pepper shaker, like the ladies that are like fuck. I don't know if I can find like, a picture.
I got such a good example for this too. Have any of you ever been to
like here's there's a picture of like Elizabeth Warren on Snapchat with like one in her background in the kitchen actually. It's like a black woman with like the big red lips carrying like a watermelon, and it's like
honestly, if you just held like half of syrup bottles, probably like Aunt Jemima, right?
Right, like, and
okay.
Yeah.
Have any of you ever been to the African American Museum, like African American History Museum in DC?
No.
Never been to DC.
I highly. Leon, you want to get into politics? Ugh.
I wanted to go to DC. I would like to.
Yeah, I'm sure you.
Why
do.
are you always putting me down?
I'm not putting you down. I'm just telling the truth. Project Veritas. Anyway, look, when there's a lot of racist shit in the African American History Museum because African Americans had to deal with a lot of racist shit in their history, right? The impact that I felt going through there, and the pain that was displayed to me would not have been complete or as complete if I was not shown the racism through the items themselves. If it was not shown, like the Aunt Jemimas, the whips, the chains, the actual pieces of slave boats and stuff that actually was meant to be in that museum, right? And I do not think I would have gotten a complete picture or really felt the history in a different way if I just saw it on a computer screen while walking through the building. And I think that is a valuable thing. The thing that gets me about this is that's why I said I wanted it to be at like an auction or like sell it to a museum or something like that. But I feel like this is gonna be this particular thing, like a sign. That's something very displayable, and I could definitely see somebody who's buying it and putting it in their yard, just to be like get a yuckle out of get the yuckle out of all the other like Confederate flag toting dudes in the area. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think this type of thing belong to a museum. Like I would be too. I agree with you. I would be too afraid of someone buying it just to remind himself of the good old days.
Yeah, and I'm not saying someone shouldn't have the right to do it, because that's apparently how all the conversations go through. Like, somebody has the right to sell this if they want to sell it, right? But but me morally, if I owned an antique shop, I wouldn't sell it in this fashion because I feel like it could go somewhere. Not to mention, like, I wouldn't want to go somewhere irresponsible. This particular item, I would not want to go somewhere where it could be. Also, I wouldn't want it to be damaged. Like, I value the history too much to want it to be damaged. Too. I don't know.
What if you let it go and then it just falls into history and no one ever sees it again?
Well, then we lose something there. We lose like a lot of the roots of the problems that we see in society. I think the people going to the African American History Museum, or I think this would be a really good piece there, right? I think these would be maybe like a whole like wall of like these signs that are just all telling you like you were lesser. It would have a huge emotional impact on a lot of people.
Hey guys,
yeah,
I'm
that's true.
Just gonna say I'm gonna drop out for now, so I'll see you guys later.
Oh, okay, man. Good talking to you, lovely.
And I think the preservation of that is valuable because it teaches us a lesson not only about our history, but how our history connects to us today. Because African Americans are still told in this country a lot of the time they are lesser.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of hard for a lot of people, definitely a lot of white people, to see that. And bringing me and bringing a lot of other people to the museum, it might be a better way to show that to them. And DC is one of the best places in the world to do that, considering the amount of tourists that go through there.
Yeah, definitely. I actually am going to go ahead and dip as well. But I did want to thank you, Leon, for letting me on. I appreciate the conversation. It was pretty fun. Yeah. All right. Yeah. That's basically it. I'm out.
All topics are good to be ended on segregation. That makes everything better.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna say good night, everyone, too. I'm gonna get going to bed. So hey, it was good talking to you guys.
Naturally ended.
Yeah.
See you.
All right, man. All right, I'll talk to you guys all later. See you.
Yeah. Just all dipping. Well, since we're the last three, we can give shout outs. Since they all left, they don't get no shout outs.
Shout me out. I'm still here. Thank you, Leon. Thank you.
I gave you the shout out, Berto.
Thanks, bro. Feel it.
Click that link.
All right.
Back
night, everybody. See you guys.
See you.
Now that I've thoroughly crushed all of your favorite streamers, you have no option but to come and follow my channel. I'm sorry. And you know what? You know what that channel is? It's a foreign policy powerhouse called Dylan Burns TV. You can come follow me today and see my content every single day, Monday through Friday. Well, that's not every single day, but all the important days, Monday through Friday, from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you want to know what? It's 2:38 a.m. right now. So I go a lot past that sometimes. I give you good content. I give you that good stuff. You got to come follow. Leon, you have no place to talk. Don't be going like this. Please. Please. Leon, you don't talk that often for hosting all these talks, man.
You're right. I'm introverted. It's valid criticism, absolutely. But I tend to talk quite a bit.
Now I feel bad. God damn it.
I spoke way too much.
I should have said that, but I feel bad now.
Yeah. I'm a man of few words. I don't feel like I have to compensate by saying too much.
Damn. Well, I'm sure that'll work well for you in politics.
Darn right.
Sorry if I talk too much tonight. I know I tend to monopolize the mic.
Just like a Frenchman.
How dare you?
Oui.
Yeah, quite right. I need to plug myself more than Dylan does.